Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the 2024 World Rapid Championship. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by the classy, the one and only Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. Jon Ludwig, you are looking sharp tonight. How are you doing?
Thank you, Fiona. This is the festive holidays, and as such, I've made sure to have my shirt and blazer ready. But I'm not sure I have any other clean clothes in the house whatsoever. So
Shirt and jacket for the next 5 days, it is. Let's talk about this event. I have to say it's one of my favorite of the year, the World Rapid and Blitz. I mean, we're going to have 3 days of Rapid now, then a day off, 2 days of Blitz. Almost all of the top players in the world are there. Tell me, what are you particularly excited about when it comes to this event?
Um, I think it's like you said, it's a very prestigious one. It's a world championship. And we've got all the best players in the world. I don't really know how to. Hikaru hasn't won one yet, which is quite sensational given how good he is at the quicker time formats. So I guess one of the things I'm really looking forward to this year is just getting to follow Hikaru and his journey for that elusive title. He's got the Speed Chess Championship locked up several times, but a rapid or a blitz, that's the one that's missing, and that's the one I'm hoping to see him get this year.
Absolutely. First up, it is the rapid title that is up for grabs. That will be decided within the next 3 days. I see there's a lot of questions in the chat. Unfortunately, there are no cams this time around, so we'll just have to look at the games. But yeah, 3 days of rapid, 13 rounds, and today, Hammer, is gonna be a long day with 5 games of rapid. At the end of the last 3 days, if the players are tied, there will be a playoff. So that is the format for this. 13 rounds, we briefly talked about it before going live on air. 5 games today is a long and grueling day.
The longest day of the tournament, five today, and then four for the remaining 2 days. It makes this first day a bit of a make or break. I to be fair, that's really true for all of these 5 days of World Championship. If you have a bad day, you're gonna suffer and you're not gonna get a medal because of it. But 5 days today, I think if you get 4 points out of five, that's a fantastic result. 3.5 points out of five is a good result. And then if you have less than that, you're going to be struggling, especially as we see the field this year is stronger than it has been for previous editions, in part because players like Wesley So and Hikaru are participating since it's much closer to home. In fact, this is basically home court advantage for Hikaru, who grew up in New York.
Absolutely. The players are playing in a beautiful venue at, I was wondering if it's Cipriani or Cipriani, one of the two, on Wall Street in the heart of the financial district of New York. We'll see if the home court advantage helps. There are so many US players this year. I'm excited to follow a lot of them, but I think we're starting to get moves. There is a 5 minute delay for this rapid event, which means the players have started already so far. We see probably what is a ceremonial first move on board one between A. Wonder Liang and Magnus Carlsen, the defending champion. And Hikaru is starting the tournament with the white pieces against Rinat Jumabayev from Kazakhstan. What do you know about Rinat?
Well, I know he's been playing in Norway in the last year, repeatedly even. He's not as good as he once were. But his rating here, 2,500, that's the rapid chess rating within the World Chess Federation. And his classical rating is usually just below 2,600. And he used to be like 2,650 plus. So this is definitely a very strong player. I'm happy to see Hikaru getting the white pieces to start, and the moves are coming in at a bullet pace. So Hikaru goes for the king's pawn 2 steps forward. He attacks the pawn. It is defended, and here the Italian opening from Hikaru. Same play from Rinat, and pawn forward in the center has seen the game calm down here initially.
Yeah, curious that Rinat would stop here to think. D3 is one of the most common moves here in the Italian. We often say either C3 or D3, but now the moves are coming in fast. Maybe it was just deciding between variations, but what is knight D5? I'm not sure I've seen this too many times before.
I feel like I have seen it recently, and it's become pretty popular to just rush this knight into the center of the board. Sometimes you push your pawn and try and build up your pawns by having them protect one another. And essentially, what that leads to is that you end up having to move your knight around through the edge of the board. And I think in many ways, this new idea of bringing the knight into the middle as soon as possible, it can be quite clever because it does put some pressure against the black knight, which can be helped by the bishop getting involved and pointing down towards the black queen. At the same time, you still get ready to push your pawns forward in the center, but just in a way that they don't block it first. I'm noticing that we're having massive relay issues in terms of that they seem to be sending all the moves every like 40 seconds, which is going to be yeah,
horror show.
That's going to be a rough experience. But yeah, that knight forward in the center is very interesting. And then there has been now the bishops up against one another. Rinat chooses to protect his own bishop instead of capturing Hikaru's. He's probably concerned that Hikaru would recapture with a pawn and use the new open area for the rook to point down on black's position. And so instead, he voluntarily takes on one of these doubled pawns, capturing with his pawn away from the middle of the board.
And Hikaru drops the knight back. I have to say, all of this is completely new territory for me. I clearly haven't been following the latest developments when it comes to the theory in the Italian, but clearly Hikaru did not want the knight to get traded in the center. So what square is the knight? I guess it's aiming for f5 instead.
Sorry, the
no
tech
problem.
issues may be on my end, so I'm
no
trying to
problem.
look into it.
Meanwhile, while Hammer just fixes one thing, I know a lot of people in the chat are disappointed that there are no cameras, but as Jaron and some of the mods were pointing out in the chat, your complaints, you can address them at FIDE. I think there are some behind the scenes. Let's just say I think it cost a lot of money. Something Anish also talked about on Twitter regarding another event. So it's not Hikaru's fault. It's not our fault. We're still gonna get some great games, of course, for us. It's also a pity. We love having the cams, of course, but it is what it is. So we'll have to make do. And Hammer, I was just talking about the knight on e3, clearly not wanting to get exchange in the center, jumping back to e3. I guess it will be headed at some point to f5.
Well, it would really love to push forward again. The problem is just that square is completely under control from the black bishop. And black would be happy to take out the knight with the bishop, I think, given that white doesn't have the two bishops that can work together afterwards. But here's my idea, Fiona, and it's a
Mhm.
pretty wild one. So let me know if I'm being too unreasonable. With this previous move, pawn to h3, normally the reason you do this is to prevent, for instance, an opposing bishop to point themselves against your queen.
Mhm.
I think Hikaru's intention is not stopping the bishop moving forward, but it has to do with the square in front of the king. I think Hikaru is planning to go pawn 2 steps forward in front of his own king on the next move. And then he's gonna do what you said. So you were right, but it just needs to be prepared a little bit. Because if Hikaru were to move his knight up right now, it would just be very nice to take this knight out for black. But on the other hand, if Hikaru first gets this pawn formation with the very aggressive pawns and then pushes the knight up, I think this could be very nice for him because then if the knight is captured, he's able to open up for his rook down against the black king.
I
So,
am completely with you. This looks very promising to my hacker eye. And just to be clear, chess hacker, not any other kind of hacking. Bishop e6, offering a trade of bishops. I'm curious, if Hikaru were to take, would you consider recapturing with the pawn?
no, I would not because if you take back with a pawn, you've wasted 2 moves moving the rook over here. Basically, you can take with the pawn in some instances, but then it's all about having the rook pointing down the new kind of area that has opened up. As it is now, this move, taking with a pawn, does not combine with the rook move, meaning that black will lose a lot of time in how they set up their pieces. On the other hand, what I will say is that getting the trade between the bishop doesn't need to be a big disaster for Hikaru because now after the bishop trade, this has given him access to the square we were talking about earlier.
And then the question becomes, how much is this? As you guys can see from the eval bar thinks it's nothing much, 0-0. I feel like from a practical point of view, I would rather play from the white side. But yeah, if you're
Yeah,
Hikaru, you have to be careful about not making too many trades, not simplifying the position too much.
I don't think so. I think Hikaru is happy to make a couple of trades. I think he's happy to have a position that's easy to play. I think one of his big strengths is going to be how he manages the time scramble, especially against some of the lower rated opponents.
Mhm.
So as long as you have a couple of pieces on the board, an uneven pawn formation,
Mm.
then I think Hikaru can be very happy, and he's already up by more than 2 minutes on the clock. And there's some tension, there's some decisions to be made. Which pieces do you want to trade off? And then at the end of the day, if you just look at the 2 most central files on the board, Hikaru has 2 pawns there, and black has, well, blue was a bad choice there, but let's go with green. Black only has 1 pawn in the 2 most central files, which can be a long-term advantage for Hikaru, which is really the only thing he's looking for at this stage against an opponent like Jumabayev, who's very good, but not as good as Hikaru. It's just about keeping the tension and allowing your opponent to. I'm not. I can't really say the what I want to say.
What do you want to say, Hammer?
Hang themselves. I don't know if this is like a Norwegian expression, and it feels a bit morbid, but it basically means that you allow your opponent to just deteriorate their own position without you actually having to do that much effort.
You Norwegians are pretty intense with with the expression.
This is true.
But I think you get the point. It gets the point across quite well. By the way, just a quickly to address, in case you're new in the chat, and maybe there's a lot of new people. First of all, welcome. And for those wondering, what are the two boards? The board on your right-hand side, it has the little live button on top of it. That is just a live game. And on the left side is where Hammer and I have some fun with the variations, where we analyze some lines. So that's the board that's going to change a bit more and get the funky colors. Okay, so we do see a trade, a knight h7. What is that about?
Clearly, Jumabayev wants to bring the queen into the fold. Also, it's a very classic maneuver in this opening to try and get your knight to this central e6 square. Because then you're controlling two very important squares inside the opponent's half. So I would say it's could be important for Hikaru to build up his pawns now before Jumabayev gets his knights where he wants them defensively.
Well, maybe you can teach me a thing or two here, because I'm always in these structures. I'm a bit worried because on the one hand, I really want to play c3 to stop a knight from jumping into d4. But on the other hand, if I play c3, I weaken my d3 pawn. So how do I best deal with this dilemma?
Never touch this pawn. This pawn is your saving grace. This guy is going to protect your pawns both to the left and to the right. So essentially, how you play these positions is that you go for the attack on the king side normally. And you don't really touch the pawns in the middle, because then they lose their ability to protect one another. Although Hikaru now made a really interesting choice with pushing the pawn up on the side of the board. So now he's no longer able to put up that pawns defending each other on the diagonal formation. And he's now committed himself to keeping a knight on this square. And then he moved it back. I think he's going to move the other knight here. And he's going to keep this one protected with a knight. And then this one is going to be protected by the other knight. And then he's just going to sit here. And then long term, he's going to build up with his pawns in front of his king. And this is the power of this way of playing for white. This is very well known from the Berlin. Although then usually it's because white has traded a bishop for a knight. Here, there were two bishops being traded on the c5 square, but it's the same kind of pawn formation in that black has doubled pawns on the c file, and they have amazing control of this d4 square. But you're making the argument that, yeah, every one of your pieces cannot go to this square, and I'm just going to play around it, play on this other side of the pawn.
The other side of the board where f4, I was wondering, f4, you were highlighting, making an arrow to play g3. Can we also put the knight from d2 to c4, the other knight to d5, and then play f4 immediately, or are we then?
We don't want to trade knights. Right. It's very important. So we've already allowed two pairs of bishops to be traded off. It's very important, I think, that we don't trade another pair of knights, which is why your suggestion of basically just jumping around with the knights is not going to work out, because once you push this pawn forward without having the support of the other pawn, then it allows black to make some freeing trades, which really helps out. This also is a good illustration that black could afterwards get the space in the center to place their own knight when the pawn is removed. And that's why you would rather do something like pushing the pawns forward while they're protected by each other, because now any trade will just lead to Hikaru having incredible central control and prevent the knight from getting involved through the middle of the board.
This does look a lot more tempting indeed, especially with the time situation on Hammer. We get our first question mark move of the game.
Yeah,
I'm
I
a
don't
little
really
bit
see.
surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really see why this should be such a bad move. I think Hikaru is just going to stick to his long-term plan. He's going to push this pawn one step forward. He's going to move his king out of the way of the queen, and then he's going to try to make the pawn push happen. The chess engine is advocating that he jumps forward with this knight. I just don't see what that's accomplishing.
I'm also surprised that the follow-up of the computer is so knight c4 and after g6, queen g4 to offer a trade of queens. That's not what I was planning to do at all.
Yeah, I don't get this scheme, and I think it's completely fine that Hikaru just stuck with his plan. Pawn to g3, that was his idea. If anything, if he now is allowed to push the pawn forward, he will actually win some time because he can also attack against the queen. Now he's moving his king out of the way so that the queen is no longer pointing down there. And his position is super easy to play. He's making his moves very quickly. He has
Mm.
more than a 5 minute time advantage. And like his opponent has maximized the value of his pieces. This is one of the major problems here. All of Black's pieces are perfectly placed, while Hikaru still has a lot of good things to do. So Hikaru's opponent is basically just stuck sitting there waiting for the breakthrough to happen, while Hikaru can still, gradually take over more control in order to accomplish his pawn push forward.
Yeah, I think you mentioned the time difference. I think it's really becoming a problem here for Jumabayev. I feel like whenever you reach the 5-ish minute mark, that's when you feel like, okay, suddenly this is more of a blitz game. Yes, the players get a 10-second increment per move, but having only half the time of Hikaru in a position where, as you said, the moves come much more easily to Hikaru. We can see the eval bar is the highest it has been so far in this game. So this is looking promising. Just one more thing about how the stream is going to work. A lot of people are asking, are you going to look at this game? Are you going to look at Magnus, at Atusa, who's playing against Kostaniuk? We will, but once Hikaru is done. So whenever Hikaru is playing, unless something groundbreaking, incredible is happening elsewhere, we will stick with his live games. And I think there will be plenty of time afterwards to catch up because the games are scheduled that they start every hour and 20 minutes. So I think we'll have plenty of time later to catch up. Hammer, Jumabayev still in the tank. How do
Yeah,
you
no,
deal
this
with
is
this?
a terrible, terrible effort from the Kazakh player. This is just you cannot spend this amount of time against Hikaru, but at the same time, I think Hikaru just made a really, really good opening choice because he got into a quiet position where the moves were easy for him, and when there were no ways for Black to kind of like clarify the situation. So Black doesn't have any pawn breaks to kind of loosen up the pressure. You can't push this pawn forward and attack here. You got that under control. Can't push this forward because that would open up for the white rook. You're just stuck sitting there waiting for Hikaru to make his advance. And that's just a really bad game plan. And he's suffering on time as a result of it.
Yeah, I mean, he spent, I don't know, he made a move now. Okay, this is interesting, right? You told me earlier never touch that c-pawn. So it looks like knight d4 was designed to literally induce it. Do you feel like Black is profiting from this?
Yeah, no, definitely. Black now got something out of that. Has the ability to put pressure down the center of the board, and now you have some idea what you want to do next. You want to move your rook up, you want to move your queen back, and you just want to put as much pressure through the center of the board as you can.
And now Hikaru is the one thinking. I am very, very surprised by the computer's recommendation, I have to say, of playing h4 here. I didn't think the h pawn was one that we wanted to push. I understand we're attacking the opponent's queen, but what do we
I
achieve
think it
here?
has to do with the best way for black to organize their pieces. So they want to go rook one step forward and then queen all the way back. Because frankly, there are so many ways for Hikaru to attack this queen. The queen is not especially well placed. So I think one of the reasons the engine wanted to attack the queen before the rook moved was to avoid that the queen was able to move back to the d8 square.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm expecting Hikaru to just move his queen out of the way and then move his rook in to protect the pawn in the middle. I don't really see him having much choice at this point.
What about knight d5, jumping forward?
I think if you jump forward with the knight, you're just making yourself more prone to getting that knight traded off. Although, yeah, it is quite annoying. I was thinking maybe you can go knight back afterwards, but there's the problem here of anytime the knight moves back, the knight moves away from the protection in the center, allowing white to come in there. So yeah, this also looks like a pretty good move coming into the center of the board.
Feels like this is the first moment in the game where Hikaru is taking a bit of time. And I think it's a good moment. He has so far played well and quickly. He has managed to carve out an advantage. And I think it's a good teaching moment for people watching at home. Like, there is no need to keep rushing. Like, one of the things we all learn, as I think along the way, be it as beginners or as we go along, is don't play against your opponent's time. And I think it's something all of us are guilty of sometimes, no matter how much we know we shouldn't do it. But I think this is a good lesson right here, that Hikaru is understanding this is a critical moment. There are two different paths to continue. Either play queen e2 or knight d5, or you can throw in h4, and they might result in slightly different positions. So taking some time here is a good idea. You think he'll go with queen e2?
Yeah. I also want to mention, Fiona, that I do think there are moments where you should try and play quickly to catch your opponent when they're low on time.
Mm.
It's just that this is not the kind of position where that's the case. I think oftentimes when you want to kind of stress your opponent is when you have like a slight initiative,
Mm.
but you don't really know how to make your breakthrough. Whereas in this position, I think it's pretty clear, both to Hikaru and us, that he has a massive advantage here already. And when you already have a big advantage, there's absolutely no reason to rush, potentially missing out on the big moments to capitalize
Mm.
on the advantage. So typically, when it's like equal-ish, or if you're in trouble, then you may want to play quickly to exploit
Mm.
your opponent's inability to find the best moves and think about it. But when you already have a good position, then the whole point of having more time is that you can spend that time to find the right moves, the moves you need to get the win.
That is a very good point. And then finally, another thing is what a lot of strong players do. They will often go into the tank for a bit longer to try and figure out different responses by the opponent, so that okay, they will take a bit of time on one move, but then blitz out the responses, which we'll see all of these things happening throughout this rapid and blitz events. Hikaru went for knight d5, and Rinat also responding with queen d8, and I guess he is looking to play knight e7 next, as we mentioned.
He definitely wants to trade, but he can't do it immediately because the knight is needed to protect the pawn. So the way for him to get rid of this knight is really cumbersome. It's going to be involving something like pawn forward and then knight back. But in the meantime, Hikaru will make some threats as well. I'm expecting Hikaru to just move his queen up, essentially saying that, okay, you're done working here. Now it's my turn to point down against your king. And here, if pawn moves forward, you're still not threatening to get the knight back and remove the very annoying white knight, because then the queen is able to come in, check the king, exploiting the fact that the rook is no longer protecting because of the knight that moved in the way. So yeah, it's very difficult for Jumabayev to get the pressure against the central knight, which he needs, because he needs to get rid of this guy. Frankly, one of the best moves Black has in this position is capturing the knight. Yeah, no, because that knight is so annoying. At least you can get a pawn and a knight in trade for it. But then you also open up new areas for the Hikaru's rooks to attack, unfortunately.
Hammer, before you started all this, I thought there was an interesting question in the chat, but I think you've just answered it. Meridian was asking, why is Hikaru so much better here with equal material? Is it just the activity of the knights? And I think, yeah, a lot of it boils down to that one knight on d5, which is a beast. And as Hammer mentioned, it's just so hard to get rid of. Jumabayev, he's down to 2 minutes now. And I'm not sure what he's going to do. I think there is a very good chance he might go with your move of rook takes d5 because
he returns.
Wow. The best move, actually.
Yeah.
The star.
The good news for Jumabayev is that he also knows his next move. Yeah. So now he moves his queen up, just trying to get a trade with Hikaru's queen. And he knows that if Hikaru backs up the queen, he's going to back up as well. But if I'm Hikaru here, I would be tempted to just advance. Takes. Okay, you allow the trade of queens to happen, but oh my lord, Black had a pawn in the middle, and now that pawn has been traded for a pawn all the way on the side because Hikaru has been able to capture in towards the middle on 2 occasions, as well as Black capturing away from the middle once. So, okay, Hikaru retreats. Interesting.
I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to see. I'm always happy to see the queen stay on. You know me, Hammer. And f5 gets a question mark. It's a very risky move to make with such little time to open up.
Well, but here's the thing. If that pawn is able to push one step further forward, then he's going to be able to prevent Hikaru's #1 plan in this position, which is pushing the pawn forward. So Hikaru really needs to prevent the further advance. And if the pawn is captured, which to me seemed like a sensible thing to do initially, the chess engines feel like this situation is okay for Black due to now the pressure against the knight in the center, and Hikaru struggling to keep that very powerful knight in its place. So in fact, the only good way to prevent the pawn from advancing was to push pawn to f4 himself in this moment. But I understand completely why Hikaru was reluctant to do this, because that would just very powerfully open a lot of good threats for Jumabayev through the center of the board. So I think this pawn push, it gets a question mark, but it's difficult for a human to realize that it's favorable to Hikaru to open up for the Black rooks in this fashion. And Hikaru instead brings his rook in from the corner of the board. But now, after the pawn moves forward, Hikaru is unable to get that pawn push he's been trying to facilitate for the last 15 moves, essentially.
And I think this is a crucial move. And I have to say, I was also, as I am too often influenced by the computer screaming question mark. I think actually in a practical game, a great decision to play f5. He needs to find f4. He is still thinking.
There's no chance he doesn't push that pawn, in my opinion.
I'm shocked that he hasn't pushed it already, I have to.
I've been shocked at his time usage in general, which has been abysmal here. But it's also difficult for the players in the first round. You haven't really found that rhythm. And I think that's causing some issues here.
I think if I'm not mistaken, Jumabayev is a bit of a time trouble addict, one of those guys. No, I feel like I've seen him play quite a few time scrambles in my
we got some big decisions, Fiona. The pawn did get pushed, and Hikaru immediately moved his rook to try and point the rook against the black king and black queen. But rook to f8 was a brilliant move in response, saying that now if you capture my pawn and open up for your rook to attack my queen, I counterattack with my knight against your queen. So the plan that Hikaru was relying on doesn't really work out very well. And Hikaru is now struggling to showcase the value of pointing his rook against these black pieces, because frankly, now we're looking at a moment here where Jumabayev might open up for his rooks working together down the F file. And because he's the one who pushed the pawn forward, he gets to decide when to make this trade and when to open up this new file for his rooks. So a big change in the game right now. And Hikaru has lost a big chunk of his advantage. The position is now messy, which isn't really something you wanted to see when Hikaru was just completely in control earlier in the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think the last few moves, the trend has reversed a little bit. On the other hand, as you said, the position is now messier than it was. Hikaru is still up 5 minutes on the clock. But the big question is suddenly there's no more obvious plan, right? Because Black has managed to play f4 themselves. And so our one plan that we had on the king side is gone. So what's the new plan? I have to admit I'm struggling a little bit right now. I see the computer is suggesting queen h3. Does that mean it wants to push g4?
No, I don't think so. No, queen back is just a ridiculous move. There's no chance Hikaru is going to play that. But you ask the right question, Fiona. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer for you. And I don't think Hikaru does either. I'm expecting Hikaru to spend at least 2 minutes here because the situation has completely changed. And he needs to come up with a completely new idea. The position that was so promising without really putting a lot of effort into it is gone. And now effort has to be given here to figure out how to exploit the fact that you have this queen pointing down at your opponent's king. You have a well-placed knight in the center of the board. So you want to make something happen with this.
Wow, what is happening here?
Okay, so Hikaru went rook 1 step forward. Honestly, I kind of like this. Just try and get somehow open up for the rooks down against the king. Jumabayev with his pawn attacks the queen. The queen moves back, and then he goes with a crazy double pawn move in front of his own king. He's trying to trap Hikaru's queen. If Hikaru doesn't
rook g1?
Yeah. If you move the rook over, that queen is gone, trapped by pawns.
That is a crazy position.
But on the other hand, now pawn forward for Hikaru, now he could want to have this massive trade because that would open up for his rooks. So pawn forward was played, prevents the black pawn from pushing forward, but also opens up with trading off the pawns in front of the kings. But yeah, no, this is chaotic. It's good that Hikaru has a big time advantage here. But I would be concerned about landing in this chaotic situation based on how comfortable I was feeling about the situation earlier in the game. That you can see from the eval bar that Hikaru is very much in control here, according to the chess engines. But it's also the psychology of having to readjust after the trend of the game kind of went in the opposite direction of what you were looking for.
I have to say, I agree with the Truth in the chat. Hello, Truthy, good to see you. Who's saying, I have to respect Rinat. He is swinging for the fences. I also learned a new expression there. Yeah, you gotta give credit. I think he is, I think doing the right thing in what was a difficult position of just going for it, playing f5. I think f5 in hindsight was one of the best moves we saw in this game from Black. And now, even if the computer doesn't approve of all the Black decisions, he is making life tricky for Hikaru, who suddenly, there's no more, you don't have control any longer as white. If you make one mistake, you could lose this game. I think Hikaru, he is still doing well. F3 gets another
We're getting
mark.
Moves here, Fiona. And
yeah,
F3,
the triggering.
I think this F3 move is good. I think if he hadn't done that, Hikaru would have been able to evacuate his king away from this area of the board and just get the king away while the black king would remain in trouble with all of these rooks and queens pointing down towards it. I think F3, even though it gets a question mark, is a very good practical attempt because it makes life a lot harder for Hikaru with the king still stuck on the edge of the board. I would suspect Hikaru kind of still wants to find some way of getting the king away before the rooks and queen kind of takes care of business.
But how? So you want to play rook g3 now and just be on your way?
I think so. Rook g3 also attacks the pawn, which could be useful in some cases.
I guess that pawn.
If the queen moves back to protect, I was thinking I could escape here. And genuinely just move over to the pawns I have over here.
I have to say I like your idea. I'm looking at the engine suggestions, and I'm not sure I even understand in g3.
Yeah, queen over probably
E5.
attacks the pawn. But here's a weird one, Fiona. After queen over, you can sacrifice the queen as Jumabayev, and you get the queen back because you've caught the king on the edge of the board, forcing Hikaru to sacrifice back the queen. And here, black would be up by a pawn, and yet the eval is massive in Hikaru's favor because, well, basically all of these black pawns are going to be difficult to keep defended in the long term.
It's such a tricky line. If we go back to the beginning of that, what happens if you take on h4 with the pawn? That is a mate. Okay, let's quickly show that. And that is that. So queen g3, actually a tricky move. Do you think you would be looking at queen g3?
I have no idea what I would be looking at here. I would probably want to get this guy over here. Just more pieces to the right side of the board.
Invite all the pieces to the party. That is exactly. Sorry, guys, that the moves are so staggered. That is happening on site. Nothing to do with us. So let's catch up with what's been happening.
Yeah, just more pieces over to this side. I think that was very sensible from Hikaru. His knight is now under attack. And if the knight moves back, there are some tricks here. The knight coming in, attacking the queen, and if the queen captures, there are some checkmating ideas. Oh, no, never mind. See, this
Thank
is why
goodness
we
for
brought
that
the
knight.
yeah, this is why we brought the knight over to help defend.
Mm.
So I'm expecting this knight to go back, and yeah, no, Hikaru is looking pretty good. He's looking pretty safe with how he has so many of these pieces surrounding his king.
But now he has a big question to answer. Is he gonna go back with the knight or is he gonna go forward?
I mean, back definitely for me. I see no value in moving forward. You also could get stuck. You could get trapped. I don't like
But
moving
you could
forward.
land
I'm
on
expecting.
g6 if the g file opens.
Yeah, that is spoken like a true optimist, Fiona, and I don't do that.
Nothing new under the sun here. We're both back in our respective roles. Hikaru is investing a lot of time on this decision. I think knight b6. It is the second choice by the computer, which absolutely shocks me. I doubt he's considering that. I think he was thinking e3 or e7. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go back a few moves
Yeah,
here.
so the knight moved back, the knight moved in, attacking the queen captured a pawn, but then the knight didn't manage to capture this pawn in the middle. Well, now it did, and Hikaru cannot take back because then his rook would be under attack. So somehow, wow, Jumabayev actually managed to capture one of those important pawns in the center of the board. Very well done by him. Both players have amazing knights standing in the opponent's half. There's still the rooks pointing at black's king, but also rooks pointing at white's king. Chess engines say that this is very favorable to Hikaru, but frankly, it's a mess. I think Hikaru is going to be unhappy about how he let the control of the situation slip, and both players are going to have a time scramble finish with just a minute left each.
Yeah, I mean, this situation has changed completely, both on the board where, the computers say, but I think we can forget pretty much about the computer evaluation here with the white king not safe whatsoever, the king having no more escape route. You talked earlier about let's get the king to the queen side. Right now, the rook on g1 is blocking the only, one of the two squares, the black knight on f4 is blocking the other. And Hikaru is suddenly under 20 seconds. I hope he's made a move already, and we're gonna get a bunch of them. I also hope the organizers, I hope they sort this out, because following games like this is pretty challenging. But again, no obvious move here. I like rook d1 to try and okay.
Ooh, percentages, eval bar going in Jumabayev's favor. Hikaru reroutes his queen, but now the black rook can move in through the center of the board.
This is
very concerning
really
development.
tricky, yeah.
Ooh, but if the rook moves in, then the knight can move and protect and attack. Actually, this is fine for Hikaru. So I think this is what he's relying on. He wants to have the counterattack against the pawn in the middle.
Okay, so maybe Rinat will probably spot this, not go for rook d2. He must have made a move because he's down to 0 seconds at this point. I mean, what's happening?
Yeah, no, it's just a very tricky position for both players to deal with. Honestly, if I'm Rinat, I would consider trying to get my king out of the corner. Can I do this? Can I just try and run away? The problem is the plan Hikaru set up with using the knight to attack the pawn in the middle is pretty good. So preferably you should be able to see that what Hikaru is planning and yeah, find some way to deal with it. It's not easy though. Maybe you can go with the knight back and then the other knight forward. No, because then you drop this pawn. It's so difficult keeping everything defended. You have these knights that are controlling so many squares, but once you start moving them around, their control. Oh, no, he fell for it. But they move back and forth once. Here, the knight moves in. There's a threat against the pawn in front of Hikaru's king. Eval bar is saying 0. And now Hikaru
But
needs to
0
defend
with
against this threat. But
an only
Hikaru, when
room.
he defends, he's going to get hit by another knight coming in, attacking the defending rook. This is a big crisis for Hikaru. At this point, he would be happy to get a draw. He's low on time. He's got that opposing rook pointing in against his king. That is very, very tricky to deal with.
He is also suddenly lower on time. This is a very difficult situation. He has to find rook g2, but rook g2 looks like a move you really don't want to make.
Well, you don't really have a choice. And they move back and forth. Hikaru can now go for the draw, helped by his opponent having, the fear of having to face Hikaru Nakamura. His opponent is very happy to get a draw if possible. And now Hikaru needs to make the decision. Do you gamble or do you just go for the draw? You have to go for the draw. Absolutely. You cannot afford to lose on the first day. Just go for the draw, and then you'll strike back to get a win later on in the day.
It's a tricky situation. I agree with you, Hammer, that the right thing to do is to take it.
Went for the win.
I knew he was gonna go for it, and he immediately got rewarded, but no more. What is? Can we quickly go back?
Down a knight and a pawn. Hikaru's down a knight and a pawn, but there is a knight under attack. This is crazy. And Hikaru missed an idea here. He could have taken the knight because it was a back rank checkmate helped by his own knight. So there was a very powerful idea here. Hikaru missed it on the first occasion, but he may get another chance, I think, because it's still very tricky to deal with these threats Hikaru is creating against the Black King. There was a moment here. Hikaru went with his knight back, got a question mark to defend this pawn. But when that knight got captured, that was a double question mark, because even though there was a clever fork, it was just the power of the queen coming in through the center of the board was too much. And that should have been, that was for a moment there, a winning position for Hikaru. And I still think he can win this.
Still happen, yeah. What I'm surprised by is that Hikaru now has a minute on the clock, apparently. So I'm curious. I'm surprised he didn't spend a bit more time when he had that opportunity.
The game has ended in a draw. They just moved the queens in against the king for a draw result. What a game! It looked like Hikaru was just cruising in the positional. Just outplaying his opponent, putting his pieces on better squares and finding plans. But Jumabayev managed to open up and create chaos on the board. And in that chaos, plenty of things happened. But in the end, a draw with the queen following the white king was the result.
What an insane game. I think maybe later on we can come back to this, because there were many moments that we missed, but maybe we can quickly see what is still going on. Actually, Magnus is still playing, so let's quickly go there.
Magnus is also going to make a draw here. They're going to trade off the pawns here, and then the white king will be able to take out both the black pawns. So a Wonder Liang holding the reigning champ to a draw. This year's edition is so strong that even in the first round, there's just so many tough matchups.
And Hammer, I'm going to take us to the women's section, where Hikaru's wife, Atusa, has a winning position against none other than the chess queen, Alexandra Kosteniuk.
I'm not set up for that.
You can, on the left, down, up, just over where it says round one, on the left side, yeah.
Thank you.
And she's on board very high up. What was it for? Oh, you have it. Perfect. Shall we flip the board maybe to look at it from her perspective?
She's got the two very nice bishops working together. She's down a pawn right now, but she can recapture one of the pawns if she wants to. But she may want to just continue attacking because the white knight is stuck on the edge of the board, and she can get two of her rooks working together along this second rank. And in fact, moving the rook up here will attack the pawn on the side of the board, and that looks very good to me.
I I guess the women started a bit later because they seem to have still a bunch more time than the guys. But let's see what let's just put the board on the move on the board.
There's a move.
No, sorry. Let's analyze rook d2.
Okay, so if the rook comes in, the knight is able to get off the edge of the board, attacking against the black rook. And then, ooh, this is the problem. Then with an attack against both the rook and the bishop, causing problems. Instead, Atusha just took the pawn. Why not? There was a free pawn for the taking in the center of the board. And after taking it, she retains all of her advantage. And she also now has a clearer path to capture another pawn here, close to her king.
I mean, this is looking very, very promising just from a material point of view. A second she goes down a pawn, a second ago she goes down a pawn. I think she is going to win f6. She has your beloved bishop pair. How do you feel about the black bishop pair here?
The black bishops are amazing. They're not being blocked by pawns in the middle at all. And also in conjunction with these pawns that are really high up the board, they can really work together and just help remove the enemies so that the good pawn in green can advance forward.
The two Bs, absolutely wandering bishop. This
Oh
wow.
gosh, because then you just gave away a knight and a bishop in the middle. Knight into the middle, allowing that to be captured. That's generally considered a good trade, giving up a rook for a knight and a bishop. The two bishops will now work together. She's planting one of them just right dab in the middle of the board. This is over. Atusha's going to win it.
Yeah, this is complete. I mean, I guess knight d4 was just desperation. Maybe Alexandra didn't see another way, but I am shocked to see that move because it's not like you give up the two pieces and then you have a follow-up or at least a trick. It's just nothing.
And Kostyanyuk is one of the favorites in this event. Taking her down in the first round with the black pieces, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, absolutely. What a start for Atusa. We'll stick around here until the end, but to be honest, I would be shocked if Kostyanyuk plays on much longer because what's the material now? You have just one rook for the two bishops. The pawn on f6 is still weak. The pawn on c5 is still weak. I mean, your rook on a1 cannot get out of the corner.
I think it's very dependent on whether she manages to take out this black pawn that's only 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. If this pawn manages to survive, then Kostyanyuk will resign. But she's going to go after that one immediately. The problem is, once you start pointing over here, there's some threats happening against your king on the opposite side.
And even if the threats weren't happening, let's assume g2 isn't hanging. Even if white takes on a3 here, okay, you take on c5, and that would still be fine, I think, for black, even if it wasn't for the weakness.
You can get the king up to attack the other pawn as well. Yeah, no, Atusha's going to win this. What a start.
Incredible start, yeah, with the black pieces as well.
Oh, she's got to be a bit careful here, though. The rook is coming in to attack both the king and the bishop. And if she moves the bishop away, turns out that bishop is still not getting out. It's trapped.
So what's the move here? I mean, why was this still winning for?
Well, I guess it's just that even if you move up here and create this pin, you're not winning the bishop instantly. So I guess take pawn and move bishop back. And Kosteniuk is not able to get her rook to attack against the king, the other rook, to help. And that's precisely what she did.
And now we are inching closer and closer here to the end of the game. You talked about the A pawn. If Kosteniuk can get that A pawn, you know, maybe, but it actually worked out the other way around. Atusa is the one who took the white A pawn, and look at that black pawn on A3, just 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. White has absolutely nothing here. The king is stuck, cut off on the first rank. The rook on e8 is good, but on its own it cannot do anything, and it all boils down to what you were saying, the other rook on c3.
Well, I want to show you a trap.
Okay, show me.
Just to showcase that, you know, things could still happen. So if the rook moves up, check against the king moves, pawn forward, rook over. If you here move your rook out of the way in order to get a new queen, then rook takes bishop is a trick. King cannot capture because of checkmate. So you have to run away, but then the rook is able to get back and prevent the pawn from becoming a new queen, at least temporarily. So that's the only thing Atusha is going to have to watch out for. Oh, and she fell for it!
She fell for it and it still didn't matter.
It's still winning. Maybe
Hammer.
Honestly, I'm not even sure.
Call that?
I'm not even sure she could prevent it, actually. Yeah, no, there was nothing she could do against it. She had to give up this bishop.
But okay, she must have also seen that she gives up the bishop and the A pawn.
Yeah, no, she has way too many pawns. Yeah. She already has 3 pawns and a bishop for a rook, and she's about to get a 4th.
What a crazy game. We're seeing some other results in the chat, by the way. We'll try and read out the main ones to you from the open section, which is, of course, the main tournament we'll be focusing on. But we're going to stick around and watch the end of this game, see how Atusa picks up the pawn on f6. Her bishop on d5 is an absolute monster, by the way. That bishop is defending the passed pawn on a2, which is just 1 square away from queening, but it also defends the pawn on c3, on f7. Hammer, what's the easiest way to win this? Do you just start pushing the pawns on the king side?
Yeah. Over here and then push forward.
Rook b1 is a threat now as well, I guess.
Yeah, so Kosteniuk is trying to do a counterattack on the black king, but in doing so, she moves all her rooks away from this pawn, which is about to become a new queen. So even if Kosteniuk is able to capture a pawn now on the edge of the board, it's not going to matter much because then her rooks are not going to be able to stop the advance on the opposite side thereafter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kosteniuk, I mean, she's still fighting, she's thinking here, but there is simply nothing to do. She had to move the rook up again to make sure the second rook could join behind, but as you point out, rook all the way over to h1, picking up the h1 as well. I think should probably force resignation.
Well, Kosteniuk can still kind of
keep
protecting. And this bishop is needed to protect the pawn, so it can't really go over here to capture one. I think for Atusha, what's going to decide it is just hide the king away on the edge of the board and then start pushing this guy. Because at some point, there's going to be too many pawns on opposite flanks that you can't keep track of all of them.
The only thing I think she needs to be careful not to get too low on time, because suddenly if you play on seconds every time, but anyway, we have a few staggered moves coming in once again. The H-pawn is gone. The black H-pawn is running now. I think at this point, it really is game over. Rook B1 is probably going to be the final move of this game, as the king now has to move, and Tusa is going to get a new queen. And that is quite the material advantage we are seeing here, Hammer.
Yeah, no, she's just it didn't matter that she lost one of her bishops. Her rook was able to capture white pawn after white pawn, and the confirmation is in. Kostyanyuk has resigned, and Atusha wins game one.
What a huge result for her. Congratulations, taking down the former women's world champion, one of the leading women players in the world for a very long time. So congratulations, possibly her biggest scalp today. A huge result. We'll keep, of course, an eye on her tournament. But for now, let's go back to the open section. Let me see, first of all, if there's any marathon game. I'm quickly gonna scroll. I see Salem Saleh is still playing, but I don't know how to tell you which board number it is. Oh, you can just go to active. Well, there's only one active game. So we're on move 102 here. And what just happened?
If you capture the rook, you cannot stop the pawn from becoming a new queen. That's a very
However,
fancy.
Oh, did he?
He took it, and then he's going to set up a fortress. Yes, it's a fortress, I think.
Wow.
So there's no way to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen. But you are able to move the rook. Now the rook is defended by a pawn. The rook is controlling in two areas. So it's impossible for the white king to get across. Ooh, he made a mistake. Moving that rook away, maybe? Could he not have shuffled his king back and forth here? He had three squares he could shuffle the king between. But through some unfortunate timing, Roslov here has put his rook on the edge of the board. Why is this important? Yeah, because now the rook is no longer controlling the f6 square, which is enabling the white queen to get in there. And yeah, this is still very, very difficult to win, but now it is objectively winning. So basically your strategy here is that you force the king in front of the pawn, and then somehow you create a zugzwang where the rook has to move so that your king can move up. Because right now this rook is pointing in two directions, so it's preventing the white king from getting involved. But you create some kind of tricky situation with the black king being stuck in front of the pawn. Yeah, but
let me ask you, what's your prediction?
No, this it should be a draw, I think.
I'm gonna predict a white win.
Yeah, I think it's too difficult to prove,
make progress
without getting some thinking time.
Okay, but he has 2 minutes, which is some, right? It's not huge, but it's not like he's playing on seconds every time.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why Rasulov moved the rook, because the rook barrier for the king has now been. Now the king is allowed to move up. I thought we were trying to prevent that from happening. Oh, but he didn't have a choice? No, he did have a choice. He could have moved the king back.
By the way, Wikipedia is also making a good point that even if white manages to win the pawn, queen against rook is not that easy to win.
Not that easy to win against a chess engine.
Hmm.
but it's super easy to win against a human.
I'm so stuck on this. When I was young, many, many moons ago, I once saw Morozevich, I think, fail to win it against Yakovenko. And ever since then, I'm like, it's not that easy. If he didn't win it, it can't be super easy. I was the biggest Morozevich fan back in the day. For now, White isn't making any progress, and I'm not sure I
Magnus
know.
also held it against Nepo in one of the Champions Chess
Oh, that's
Tours.
true. And that was a lot more recent, maybe last season or something.
Yeah,
I think we were even calling that game together. Unless
not the Champions Chess Tour.
no, I think we were both calling it, but not together.
That could be true.
Okay, so let's
Yeah,
see.
so this is why, Fiona, you were asking why is there 80 minutes between
Yeah,
the
now I
game
see
starts?
already.
This game is already gonna shove us way out of the schedule that was announced because they're gonna spend another 50 moves easily to decide this. And another 50 moves, that's like they get an additional 20 seconds, 10 seconds each per move. That's a lot of seconds.
Yeah, I I was the one before we came live on air. I said to him, I can't believe there is an hour and 20 between rounds for 15 plus 10 time control. That seems like a lot of time. But you're right, I think, and this is not gonna be an outlier. I think with 90 boards, we will get one long game every
Well, I think
every time.
170 is a bit
No,
much.
no, 170 is a bit much. When was the last capture here? It was
Not
the
that long ago.
yeah,
There was a pawn move on 104,
yeah. So
which means that they can play on for this fortress another 30 moves, and
it
then they could
also,
end up in rook versus queen.
I mean, it's also gonna, we had this situation last time we were commentating. I can't remember which game it was, but the players don't know when the 50 move rule kicks in. They probably don't have a tracker next to them which tells them the move number. So it could be that they're going to play 75 moves. For those of you who don't know, if after 50 moves there hasn't been a trade or a pawn push, uh, a player can claim a draw. If he or her, if they don't claim, then after 75 moves of no pawn push or no capture, the arbiter declares the game a draw. But wait, is White making some? Oh, no, the king
Well,
is not.
white is definitely making progress. It's just that,
Ares
yeah.
is saying, why are they letting them play? Arbiter should stop them. The arbiter does not have that power. There is no rule that says arbiter can just declare a draw whenever they want. So we will either.
The rook is back. Oh, by that.
But where are you gonna go with the king? Oh, there. I'm a
Okay.
bit surprised. Or am I? Hmm.
This is one of the trickier endgames that exist. I would move the rook back here now.
Me too. Better
I,
safe
I
than
want the
sorry.
rook protected by the pawn. Apparently now moving the king forward is the only way to win. I don't understand this at all. Roslov had an easy fortress, and he just messed it up to just begin this endgame.
But how is
The first thing
what's
he
the
did was
difference?
messing up his fortress.
But what was the difference? Ah, to let the king onto the other side of the board, you mean, yeah?
No, actually, it was even worse than that. It was allowing the queen entry. So moving the rook here was the most
Ah,
crazy thing that's ever happened. Because here
mhm,
you have three squares that you can shuffle your king
mhm.
between. So if your opponent is threatening to like go for a check in from behind the king, then you just remain here. And then if your opponent tries to prevent you from doing here, you can go, well, okay, you cannot go back. Okay, yeah, so this would be slightly tricky, but apparently you can go back and then you can always return to the square because it's being protected by a pawn. Okay, it wasn't as easy as I made it sound, but it was definitely a lot easier than when you got your king in front of your own pawn.
Hammer, I think what I'm gonna do is while we follow this game, and while nothing dramatic happens, I'm just gonna call out some results, since we're probably gonna go on a break when this ends. So, if you missed it, on board one, Magnus Carlsen was held to a draw with the black pieces. Magnus was black, I mean, by a Wonder Liang. And then we get some favorites winning. Fabi beating Fidel Corrales. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won his game. Wei Yi won his game. Jan Nepomniachtchi was held to a draw by Denis Kadrich. Aronian won his game. Firouzja won. Hikaru was held, unfortunately, to a draw by Jumabayev, who really put up a great fight in that game, it has to be said. Abdus Satorov, a former World Rapid Champion, won his game against a colleague of ours, Christian Chivilla. And then what else do we have? Duda being held to a draw, Wesley Sower being held to a draw. We see quite a few of the big names being held.
But the first round was already super tricky. I was looking at the pairings and there were a lot of tough matchups from the get-go. There's just no easy games in this tournament.
On the next board, we have the first full point upset, Jeffrey Zhang losing with the white pieces to Alexei Grebnev, who I have to admit, Hammer, I've never heard of in my life.
Me neither.
Then what else? I'm just gonna see. I see your countryman, Elham Amar, lost to Lenier Dominguez. A big surprise. Maybe we have time. I would love to see that. Yu Yang Yi beat Min Lei in 18 moves as black. So hopefully we'll have time to very quickly check that out. It's not every day. I mean, especially a player of Min Lei's class, who is one of the best online speed players. Arjun Erigaisi won his opening game, as did Pragnananda, and Giri Dubov also won. Grishuk won. And I think that's it. I think that's enough from the top guys. Ivanchuk won. I didn't even realize he was playing. Very happy to see that. Jordan van Foreest, actually, one of the higher rated victims, losing to Brandon Jacobson. And yeah, let me know in the chat if I... Frederick Swane beating Andrei Yasipenko, probably another small surprise there. But a lot of players being underrated. I see Frederick Swane, his rapid rating 24.55. That is a far cry from his classical rating. How do you feel about the often, rapid ratings not being very representative of a player's strength?
Well, it's just the whole rapid and blitz rating has been a failure, and then yeah, how do you try to fix it? I guess is the big question, and the way to fix it is to make sure that more tournaments are rated. So maybe you have to stop doing your rating fees for a little bit, just to get it up to scraps. But not having fees is probably not the favorite of this administration with the World Chess Federation. So yeah, no, at the moment, I don't really put a lot of, and no one really cares.
Ask for more money for the cameras, and that way you can get rid of the rating.
Yeah. No, it's you can see the players don't care who's number one in the rating lists for Blitz and Rapid, and that tells you all you need to know, that it hasn't really managed to garner the prestige that you were looking for.
Yeah, it's a tricky topic. Nakamura Magnus in the chat is asking, what if this game never ends? This game will end because either something happens, the players agree a draw, one side blunders, or if none of that happens after 50 moves, black can claim a draw, and failing that after 75 moves, the game will be declared a draw. So thankfully, it will not go on forever.
But it can get pretty close to forever. And the good news about the entire schedule of the longest day of this entire championship being completely broken here is that it gives the World Chess Federation more time to figure out what they're messing up with their relay feeds. Because frankly, we were only getting moves like 5 at a time every a minute and a half for the first game. And we would like moves more often than that. And so this is giving them some time to fix that. If it is in fact an error, and if it's intentional, then yeah.
Then the players need to fix their brains. There were some questions. Oh, you meant intentional by feed and not by the players.
Yeah.
Some people in chat were asking about Hans. Hans won his opening game with black against Felix Blobecker from Austria. As for when the next round starts, the next round was supposed to start 4 minutes from now. That is not going to happen. I guess if I went to the regulations, I did spend some time today reading the regulations, but not all of them, only the most important things. But maybe there's something in the regulations about minimum break time for the players. I suspect the next round will start somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes after this game ends.
Yeah, I minimum break times I don't expect to be observed with these players. And then if there had been some more important people playing forever and ever, then maybe. It's very interesting right now, Fiona, that we're approaching the 50 move mark. And that means Roslov is he's about to kind of lose. He's got his king stuck all the way on the edge of the board, but he might be able to survive for long enough that he will desperately claim a draw before resigning. And then that's going to be successful potentially, because right now there's only 10 more moves until the game can be claimed for a draw.
Yeah, Roslov was walking a very thin path there suddenly. Was he ever, I mean, I took my eyes away from the board. Did he ever blunder the draw, or he always was just within the margins?
No, I mean, it was definitely winning for Salem at multiple points. But it shouldn't have been to begin with. So I feel like overall a draw is a fair result. I'm just, I think there's a couple of hundred people at the venue who wish that they could have fixed this while it was still a rook end game before the queen got involved into the game.
Yeah, because Roslov, I think there's no chance that he will claim a draw on move 154. So what's gonna happen is I'll go on for another, I don't know, 10 minutes, probably, something. Literally just threw this number out there. I didn't do any math.
Yeah, 10 minutes is a bit much, but essentially he's going to need at least 10, 15 moves before he feels it's worth making a draw claim. And the thing is, you don't really have to claim a draw early on, because if you made it, you did make it. And so whenever you make a blunder and you're about to lose your rook, you can claim a draw then.
And we are now 2 moves away from that moment. So yeah, maybe another 3, 4, 5 minutes, let's say. I'm debating, do we stay here? I really wanted to see just that one game, the Yu Yang game. I think we have time to check it within 1 minute. Hammer. Let's do a
Um,
blitz. No, I'm
okay,
being
I do think this game is going to be over very, very soon.
okay.
I want to point out that the table base is saying this is a draw, but I'm pretty sure that's wrong, and that it's just that you can't get it before the 50 move rule.
Do you think the table base takes
I
that
I
into account?
I don't know. I don't know, but I thought this position should be winning with the black king stuck in front of its pawn. Oh, imagine he pushes the pawn forward now.
No, he won't. Surely not.
No,
That
there's
would be
no.
insanity. Imagine there would be a roar going through the playing hall in New York if he does
It
that.
would also lose the game for Roslov because
Yeah.
if he gives the white queen more space to kind of attack in behind the pawn, that makes it a lot easier for white to win the game. So sometimes you can save yourself with the pawn here, but if you have the pawn one step further forward, it's always winning for the queen. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I don't know that for a fact, but I said it confidently and I'm pretty sure it's right.
What did you say? What did you say?
If the pawn is one step further
That then
forward, no
it's
matter where it is, it's it's winning for the queen. I'm
you
pretty sure
really you
that
said it so confidently that I was like, yep, that's right. If Hammer says it must be true.
I think the table base is taking the 50 move rule into consideration because there's no chance the king is moving into white's half and this is not winning. Like you could have gone check here and queen up. There's no chance the king being so far away from the pawn is not winning somehow. So I think the reason right now the engine is saying zeros, it's not because the position is a draw.
Hmm.
It's just because uh black. Oh, and he loses the pawn. He loses the pawn.
Time
So
to claim.
now Roslov has to claim the draw and the game is over.
He has to claim, right?
Yeah. But he can
If
also
he if
see
he
that he's about to lose the pawn. So
if he plays King G5 now.
if he plays if he touches the king, he loses the game. If he touches the rook, he can still
Oh
wait
my God.
one
I know
move to
that.
claim.
No, they made it. Wait. Draw? No, that's
Uh,
chess.com, yeah.
yeah, I think so. For sure, there's some discussion with an
I'm
arbiter.
looking. I did open another stream where I have the camera, and unless it is, I know it, I'm not in there. No, I think he called the arbiter. He did
Okay,
call the
draw
arbiter.
confirmed from New York. What a marathon game
You,
to introduce this tournament. And I'm just gonna
Hammer, let's go and make some coffee. It's gonna be a long night for us.
Do you still want to see the Yu Yang Yi game?
If you can do a 1 minute recap, yes, let's do it.
Okay. Oh gosh. Uh, so two bishops were pointed towards the side of the board where the white king was. Somehow he just pushed his queen to point in that same direction. Completely obvious what he's planning to do. But Minle did nothing to prevent this from happening. A double exclam, sacrificing the bishop to remove two of the pawns in front of the white king. The knight comes in as well. The knight, bishop, and queen. And for the final piece of the puzzle, the bishop sacrifices itself, allowing the queen to come in next. If the king hides in the corner, the knight gives the checkmate. If the king stays in the middle, the queen gives the checkmate. And that is a very straightforward way. Wow. He literally just moved the bishop out and then put the queen behind the bishop and then took the pawn. This is like watching one of your games, Fiona.
Except they don't usually end quite as successfully. Okay, guys, hope you enjoyed this absolute demolition job by Yu Yang Yi. Round one is now completed. We are going to go on a short break. We'll be back as soon as the second round starts. We're not sure when exactly, but probably within 5-6 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of this year's World Rapid Championship. If you're just tuning in now, Hikaru was held to a draw in round one, hammer by some heroic defense by Rinat Jumabayev.
Yeah, no, it was a really rough start to the game for Hikaru's opponent, and Hikaru got a massive time advantage. Hikaru's going to be disappointed he let that one slip. But Jumabayev did put up a great resistance as he was getting low on time, creating some troubles for the plans that Hikaru wanted to get in. And so, yeah, half a point. It's not that big of a deal, I think. You're
Let's
not going
remind
to
the
get.
chat that a certain Magnus Carlsen also dropped half a point in round one.
Yeah, it's going to happen. The tournament is just so strong. I said at the start of the day that 4 points at the end of the day out of five is great, and 3.5 out of five is normal. So the draw is not going to derail Hikaru that much, but when you make one draw, it means you got to follow up with a win next, and so that's what I'm expecting from him now. Even with the black pieces, he's gotta go for the win there.
I see it's Beans in the chat is saying an FM dude probably can't even spell chess. Well, he probably can. I'm not sure. He might have just learned how to write not so long ago because he's 12 years old. Hikaru's opponent, Mark Smirnov, also from Kazakhstan, was born in the year 2012. He has a standard rating of 2,336, which is a lot higher than his rapid rating. And he also beat Johannes Bjerre in the first round, who's a strong grandmaster. So we certainly do not want to underestimate the kid, but of course, Hikaru, a big favorite. What kind of approach, Hammer, would you take when your opponent can barely reach the board?
Yeah, I mean, you can play some mind games. You can kind of drag the board a bit towards you, try and put the clock a bit on your side. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to be about playing good moves on the board. And yeah, Hikaru's not going to take this lightly. He's playing a 2000 rated player, okay, but the guy just beat one of the top juniors in the world, a guy with more than 2650 classical rating. So there's no doubt that this kid can play, but he can't play like Hikaru. So it's just about playing a bit of an aggressive opening and showcasing why it is that you are the one people look to for the speed chess games.
And I think the games are about to begin. This one, it is crucial that Hikaru gets a win here. For now, in general, in chess, we say dropping points, in the first round is never ideal when it comes to the tiebreak. But here, it will all come down to having to tie for first anyway, because then there's a playoff. So Buchholz and all of that stuff doesn't matter. Hammer, are we going to get a King's Indian here? No, what wait,
You're not getting a King's Indian.
I only looked at the black side and I was like, oh, it's an old trademark.
This is a modern defense, and this really showcases what I was talking about, that Hikaru's taking risks here right out of the opening. He knows he doesn't want to get some quiet position with a likely draw. He wants to create imbalance at an early stage. So he goes for this cautious approach, not putting his pawns in the middle of the board and rather pointing his pieces towards the opponent, who then grabs the opportunity to take control in the center.
And his opponent is pausing now. There is a few ways that white can approach this. I guess, what am I saying? Knight f3 is one of the ways. Bishop e3, trying
There's
to
so many
create
ways
this
to play.
battery.
Bishop out, pawn out, this pawn out, this pawn out, this knight out. There's so many ways to play against this modern system.
I
But
think, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, Hikaru is sticking true with what became quite popular when I was a kid. Tigers Modern, a guy whose real name genuinely is Tiger. Speaking of good chess names, I'm Hammer, and my Swedish friend Tiger wants to kill you on the chessboard.
I
But
had
yeah,
the honor actually of playing with the white pieces against Mr. Tiger, and he did play the tiger, and I will never forget this. For 25 moves, he did not cross the third rank, and I was getting absolutely desperate.
wow. Well, I do think Hikaru wants to push his pawn
Hmm.
forward here. So this is kind of the hallmark of putting this pawn one step forward on the side of the board, is controlling the next square and then advancing there. Uh, Basically saying, I think you're going to castle to this side, so I want to just start this attack before you even castle. You do have to take some precautions, though. And when Smirnov tried to push his pawn forward on the side of the board, Hikaru says no pushing that pawn forward, because if white was able to get rid of this pawn, it would open up for the rook along the edge of the board. Then the knight is moving in towards this g5 square. Hikaru is just ignoring it, doing his own thing on the opposite side. The eval bar is very much in white's favor, but I take some. I think it's worth noting that Hikaru went into this knowingly. So even if the chess engines don't really approve, it is something Hikaru has chosen to go into to get his young opponent out of the normal ways of playing.
Yeah, I see someone in the chat mentioned Hikaru is free moving. I see Armin now is saying Hikaru is playing too fast. I don't think Hikaru is playing too fast. I think Hikaru has seen probably maybe all of this before. And it's one of the advantages, I think, of playing the modern is if you know it well. I have to say, Hammer, from the white side, the modern is the one opening that I've struggled against the most my whole career because I always feel like black, has these different ways they can strike in the center, and it's such a flexible opening for black in many ways, and I feel that as white, you either have to be very familiar with what setup. I think it's easy as white to mix up different setups, and suddenly you're not sure how to react to a central pawn push. So I think this is a great choice. By Hikaru, we see that his opponent has already spent quite a bit of time, and white is delaying castling queenside. As black here, are you also gonna wait, or do you just castle kingside and
No,
say, okay, come at me?
I think for sure you're going to want to wait. And then the question is, how do you wait? Hikaru gets a question mark, pushing his pawn one step forward in the middle of the board. I was about to suggest that you can push the queen over here, moving the pawn up and then the queen in behind the pawn. The benefit of this is that then these two guys would defend each other so that when white decides to castle, you can push the pawn on the side of the board even further forward. Hikaru instead says, I want to have more control in the center of the board. And I don't mind blocking my own bishop. So that bishop moves out. Yeah, so this makes sense. White is getting ready to push the pawn forward on the king side. And Hikaru says, if you push forward here, this will just enable me to attack your pawn in the middle. And here, actually, the chess engine is suggesting moving the knight out on the edge of the board in order to remove one of the defenders in the center. Uh, the modern opening is very. You make one little mistake and you're going to get punished very, very quickly. You've noticed that playing on the white side, but it also applies to the black side. So it's just one of those openings where mistakes are so much more costly than in most cases.
Are you surprised that Hikaru played something which is more of a double-edged opening choice rather than something solid?
No, I'm not. I think he feels very frustrated about what happened in the previous round, and he really wants a win here. I was definitely expecting him to do more like a Sicilian than a modern, but I think Hikaru just feels like as long as he avoids theoretical variations, stuff that has been studied ahead of time, then the difference in the level should show in time. And so he's saying, I don't even want to play the Sicilian. This kid is definitely going to have a lot of experience playing against that on the line. I'll just get something very, very fresh and unusual.
And it is paying it's paying off at least on the clock where Hikaru is up 5 minutes. We're playing a bit of a waiting game here when it comes to the kings. All the pieces on both sides, at least the minor pieces and the queens are out. But where are the kings gonna go?
Right now, I think the white king is going to castle kingside. I think the way Smirnov has played really showcases that he's afraid of getting caught in an attack with the black pawns advancing forward on the queen side. Moving this knight over like he did means that he wants to push this pawn forward and he wants to just reinforce in towards the center of the board. So white is basically just trying to sit here and say, I'm controlling the center and I'm not trying to do anything, but I'm just going to sit here and control, and you're going to get frustrated and do something silly, which frankly is quite a good strategy when you're playing someone so much higher rated like Hikaru is here.
Hikaru, by the way, up to 16 minutes, 1 minute up from his starting time. We're not going to see that too often. Rook c8 played here by Hikaru. That means, and after rook d1, it means that if the players want to castle, there is only one more option now. Are we gonna see castles?
No, we're going to see b3 because the point of this rook move from Hikaru is that he's now ready to trade in the center and jump in with his knight. The knight would attack the queen and the bishop, and if taken, the rook is ready to take back. And I'm gonna say that this is something white doesn't really want to allow, just based on the principle. Oh, I hit something. Based on the principle of just don't rock the boat, don't do anything to create disturbance on the board. So that's why I think pawn to b3, white is just settling for a very restrictive strategy, trying to prevent all of Hikaru's ideas.
Yeah, and I mean, he's investing a lot of time here. This is, this is the position, the kind of position I'm talking about. If I'm white here, I'm just worried about doing one wrong step. And I've done it so many times. Either, sometimes I will push one of the central pawns and that's not right. Sometimes I will exchange it and that's not right. I find the tension in the center of the board here is so difficult to assess. It is difficult for both sides. But I like b3 and just, keep the tension for now. I have to say, as white, I'm always a bit scared of being the first one um to make some changes to the structure.
So
Don't
I
you think
think
he's spending a bit too much time though?
Yeah, no, but I thought that in the previous game as well, and that kind of worked out okay in the end. I think something like this, I'm expecting to happen, and it's just a massive chaos of pawns standing in the way of the opponent, standing in the way of each other. Do you open? Do you not open? Do you make the trade? Do you advance the pawn? Then there's the counter advance and the counter advance to the counter advance.
Mm.
It's just a very tricky position. And I think Hikaru's made an interesting choice in that he wants to just create a position with a lot of tension because weaker players will be more stressed out about the tension than stronger ones, such as Hikaru himself. But at the same time, Hikaru is running out of things to do pretty much in this exact moment. Which is why it's such a good thing that Smirnov now he choked. He couldn't deal with the tension anymore, and he started advancing forward. Because
Hammer
frankly, if he had just sat here one more move, I don't know what Hikaru would have done.
would have done. I forgot to tell you in the first game that your equivalent, someone in the chat mentioned, there is an equivalent in English to your expression of letting your opponent hang. It's giving them rope. And here I think Hikaru gave him just enough rope, and now F4 comes. But how do we take advantage of a move which doesn't look so unnatural, right? Just grabbing more space in the center, moving a pawn forward.
Yeah, I don't know. My first instinct is something like pawn forward, attack the knight moves back, and then just continue pushing forward. Because I'm really interested in this white pawn in the center of the board because now even if the white knight moves back, I'm thinking that if I get rid of the white pawn in the middle, then I can move my knight into a great placement there. And then the engine is saying this is terrible for black because you've allowed two white knights to get into great placements in return. So yeah, it's still not easy at all for Hikaru how to deal with all of this, but he's got what he wanted, which is a combative position with an extra actually 7 minutes on the clock.
And F6 on the board. F6 is an
Yeah,
interesting decision.
I
I
still have
mean,
no idea how he's following it up.
the black, I don't think I've ever seen this pawn structure for black in my life.
It is something else.
I wouldn't even know. Maybe chat can come up with a name for it. The same way we have the bathtub. What does this remind us? It is really, really something else, but every move is tricky, you know? That's why I just don't like the modern. Every move you have to invest so much thought, so much time. Like there's
Maybe you
zero
just take the
clarity.
bishops. Maybe you just take the bishops. Takes, move up. Maybe you just do what I was talking about earlier,
Yeah.
that you're happy to get rid of one of White's bishops. Okay, so Hikaru does capture in the center of the board. Anything other than pawn captures back would be strange, I think, because the whole reason you created this supporting pawn was to keep your control in the center.
If you take with the bishop, can you avoid giving up the bishop here?
No, right?
No,
Because I mean, I
e5,
could
huh?
still push forward, I think. Oh, I can move up, attack the queen. And when the queen moves back, then I can attack the bishop.
Mm,
When the bishop is stuck.
that's clever.
So I don't see this knight is going to take one of the either it's going to take the white bishop or it's going to be captured by the other white bishop. But either way, one of these two are gone in the very near future, which
The
I think
position is
is
not very open yet, but do you feel that getting the bishop pair is still a trump here?
yeah, no, I think it's fantastic, especially because previously the light squared bishop was not that great because it was pointed into a pawn defended by a pawn defended by a pawn. But with the advance of this white pawn, it's created so much easier access for the light squared bishop to put
Mm.
pressure into the center of the board.
I
So
think that on top of those issues on the board, young Mark, he is in serious trouble on the clock. I also think it's normal, the kid is 12 years old. It's very likely, that Hikaru is one of the people that he's looked up to. You know, Hikaru has been a top player ever since he was born. So I think to suddenly find yourself facing him in a 1v1 over the board game, I think it is normal that the pressure, even adults, anyone, the pressure might get to them. But I think this is quite a big occasion for him. And I think
I
it's,
think in general, kids feel less pressure than
yeah,
adults.
true.
Because they're not thinking consequences as much.
They are
And
not respecting their elders and fearing them as they should.
yeah, maybe partially that as well.
Mm.
But he's definitely getting
But Hikaru went the other way. Sorry, Hammer.
yeah, Hikaru went out to the edge of the board with the knight, putting some pressure on this pawn, but that pawn is well protected. I'm guessing he just wants to get another knight up afterwards. No, he's got to be. Yeah, I'm not sure about this move. I guess for some reason he didn't want to trade the bishop for the knight.
Hard to understand, though.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any reasoning. Maybe he was afraid that there would be pressure against the pawn through the center of the board, whereas now he's preventing that by creating counter threats on white. So maybe he feels like the pressure against this white pawn prevents white's pressure through the center.
Do you think White is finally gonna castle? And if not, what is he worried about castling?
Yeah, I think he's finally going to castle, but maybe a bit overdue to do so. The white
Zaft in
pieces
the
don't
chat.
really,
Yeah, sorry. White pieces.
yeah, they don't really have any good squares. So to me, it still looks quite promising for Hikaru. I think Hikaru's just going to castle as well. And then white's pieces are really clumsy.
So there we go. Both sides have castles. Zaft in the chat was asking how come Hikaru is playing someone that is on 1 point. So if there's an odd number of players on 1 point, one of them has to play someone who's on half a point. And in that case, they always play the highest rated player. If colors match, sometimes it can be the second highest ranked player. So basically, Hikaru, the top player, well, Magnus is, so in this case, the colors didn't match because Magnus is playing. Sorry, Hammer. I made a mess of this, didn't I?
Yeah.
It was so easy in my head. Magnus is playing. Now I have to see who's Magnus even playing. Magnus is
So
playing.
basically Smirnov, who had the 1 point and he was the lowest ranked player on 1 point,
Yeah,
he wanted to have the white pieces
yeah.
because he had the black pieces previously. And
Thank you,
both
Hammer.
and both Hikaru and I think it was Nepo, or the two guys in front of Hikaru who drew the first round, they both were due to have the white pieces.
Yeah.
So both Magnus and Nepo played some other guys, while Hikaru played Smirnov because that was a fit for the colors.
Hammer, thank you so much for that. Thank you for saving me. So
F5 is a big move. It wasn't obvious to me that that move was going to be played, but the chess engines, they were screaming out for it. And now that it has been put on the board, the percentages, or rather the eval bar, are in White's favor. So even though White's pieces are super clumsy, this could release some of the energy that they have. Hikaru is going to have to deal with the threat against his pawn, and he can't really do a double take here because this would split up his pawn formation way too much, even if he does win a pawn temporarily by doing so. So Hikaru doesn't really have much choice but to capture here and then just take control with his own pawns in the middle of the board. But the engine is super. Wow, knight to h1. This is interesting. So basically, even though Hikaru now is going to get amazing control with his pawns in the center of the board, there are some concerns that White has a lot of forces aimed at the pawn on the edge of the board here. And that pawn cannot be defended by any other pawns because White managed to get Hikaru to trade off the defender. And Hikaru doesn't want to get rid of the defender. Hikaru moves the queen one step back just to keep that pawn on the edge of the board safe. But that is potentially massive problem for Hikaru because now instead the pawn is going to capture in the center of the board, which leaves a black pawn standing on its own without buddies next to it. Ooh, but here apparently the only good move is pawn to c4, and that is impossible to find.
how
Okay,
about if White, instead of taking on e6, eliminates the defender of the h5 pawn anyway and takes on g6?
then the queen is still protecting here, though. And you cannot do this maneuver because the queen is
Yeah.
protecting that as well.
I
No,
was
I
thinking
don't
maybe
like
I could,
this.
okay, yeah, it makes sense. I was thinking maybe I could move the knight from f3 and bring more attackers, but it's not as
But
easy.
maybe I can go here first because you can capture this pawn at any point. So you can try and improve your attack towards the pawn on the edge. Oh, but no, you have a pawn in the middle that's under attack. That's actually one of the benefits for Hikaru by not making the trades is that he now keeps his bishop with the pressure against the pawn in the center. I'm saying that's one of the advantages. That's probably the real reason why Hikaru went with his queen back. He didn't want to make the trade because he didn't want to allow White to get rid of the pawn that was getting a lot of pressure in towards it.
Also, in general, he's keeping more tension in the position. Look at his opponent's time. He's down to 30 seconds. I mean, I would be shocked. In the first game, we actually saw Jumabayev do it against Hikaru to save the position when he was low on time. But here, I think the difference is just too big. I mean, under 20 seconds against 12 minutes. If Hikaru was busted, it would be different. Here, yes, White might be a bit better according to the computer, but I mean,
There's
oh,
way
one
too
pair of
much.
pawns,
Yeah.
everything is on the board. So I think it's just too much to ask for to figure this out. You're gonna play on 10 between 10 and 20 seconds for the rest of the game. I think it's just impossible, basically.
I agree. I think it's very likely that Hikaru wins this. And I like this move. I was about to suggest it. Just move the knight up through the center of the board. Good placement for the knight. If there's trades, you can take back with the pawn and then you kick the bishop out of its positioning. And yeah, the tides are turning. Hikaru now can capture in the middle, which will open up the diagonal for the bishop. He has the knight and the bishop working together towards this f3 square. And he also has the ability to bring his queen over to the left side, pointing that queen down towards the white king. So the only concern we have to look out for is queen captures black's pawn in the center, but that's why he put the knight here on the edge earlier. because the knight is making threats that the queen has to defend against, meaning that the queen cannot really participate in any pawn grabbing now or even for some time to come.
But what does that... You didn't suggest a move, did you?
Well, I agreed with the chess
The
engines
questions to
that
take here.
this kind of thing looks good. Okay, but now that I'm playing it out, chess engine says this is basically losing for Hikaru. And
That's not
frankly,
good.
I understand why. The knight is coming in. There's pressure here. There's pressure here. There's pressure down the e file. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's still a very tricky position.
I talked earlier about how it's tough for the kid to suddenly be playing Hikaru over the board, but it's also, let's face it, maybe even more difficult for Hikaru. You're playing an opponent who's 12, he's a literal kid, as we talked about. Often the kids don't have the fear and the respect that the older players have, and I don't mean that in a bad way whatsoever. And the kid has nothing to lose. Hikaru has everything to lose. I mean, if he loses this game, his tournament, I don't want to say it's over, but it's gonna be very, very tough to save it. So not an easy pairing. I think the kid has played interestingly. Not the moves haven't all been the best, but he's keeping the game in the balance. He's asking questions, and yeah, so far we haven't seen him break in any way.
He's played well, but too slowly.
Yeah.
And I think that could be how Hikaru manages to take this one down, because there's just so many threats in the position right now that as long as you make considered decisions, such as Hikaru is doing right now, spending a lot of that extra time he has to make sure he gets this one right, then that could be the recipe for success.
It's a tricky one though. So what do we do? The computer currently says, oh, black is slightly better, but we went down the top line and it changed.
Well, it changed because I didn't go with the top moves.
Okay.
But
So
instead, what's being recommended is just that Hikaru be super greedy and capture a pawn, and just not deal with any sort of situation with these two knights up against one another, because you want to have your bishop pointing down against the white king. And then maybe you bring the queen afterwards.
did you just trap your queen?
Yeah, apparently. And it's not obvious to me that that queen is trapped. Yeah. Let's check in with what happened. Ooh, Hikaru did capture that pawn. So now he's kind of giving his opponent the message that, okay, I'm going to take your pawn, and now you have to justify being down a pawn. Although this move, moving the knight towards the f4 square, is a really good one.
Played
The
with
position
1
looks,
second,
yeah,
by
the
the way.
position looks super uncomfortable for Hikaru, and he does get a question mark move here. Hikaru doesn't like his situation, so he's going to just play a bit quick to
Very
unsettle his opponent. But the kid gets very well placed knights in the center of the board. Hikaru's up by a pawn, but his pawn formation is absolutely in tatters. In fact, Hikaru would probably rather get rid of one of these pawns, just take that off the board, because then at least he could move his bishop into the center of the board. Hikaru is up a pawn, but that pawn he's up is the one that's blocking his own pieces. The pawn is standing in the way of the queen, standing in the way of the bishop. And this is just a tricky position for Hikaru still.
Hikaru finds bishop e4, which was the only move to not be very seriously worse. And I think we're going to breathe a sigh of relief here to see a question mark move. I think white had ways of, pushing the advantage. It is tough though, playing on, Like this
Yeah,
is the
no, but
second
still,
time.
Hikaru's position not that great just yet either. The idea of this move was for the rook to protect the pawn so that this
Take
pawn
it
no
back.
longer has to do that, and he wants to attack the knight.
But now
Although that is
Hikaru has a
one.
tactic. It's not an easy one to spot, but knight takes b2 here, wins a pawn. Do you think Hikaru is playing a bit too fast at this moment?
I think it's fine. I think his opponent is panicking. I think Hikaru has multiple good choices. Now he's getting one of his knights into the center of the board. That's going to be a massive sigh of relief for him. The one thing Hikaru needs to deal with is the threat to his pawn on this f5 square. But maybe we can just move the rook up to keep that defended. And then so long as you manage to watch out for that pawn, I think it should be pretty straightforward from here on out, considering the opponent's time.
Absolutely. Yeah, knight b2 was a tricky shot. I actually agree with you. I think that what Hikaru has been doing is fine. He's now very close to stabilizing everything. Suddenly, I mean, again, we talked earlier about the weird black pawn formation. Now look at the knights. And it's also very rare that you see the four knights aligned like this next to one another. Hikaru's
And
opponent, huh?
and none
Sorry.
of the pawns can be attacked by opposing pawns.
What a
None of the knights.
crazy. Yeah. It's still a very unusual position, but Hikaru is up a pawn after all. For now, all his pawns are safe except for f5. So hopefully, if we take care of that, we can now safely bring the point home. But this has it's not been an easy game. I always wonder what goes on in the mind of someone like Hikaru, you know, when you sit down to play a 12-year-old kid. I think it's very difficult to adjust to it like any other game. I think there's
I once lost after I became a grandmaster, and that was quite a good one as well. I lost to a 12-year-old kid, and I was so upset. And yeah, to this day, it's upsetting to think about that game. But
what
on the other hand, that kid is now Nihal Sarin. So he did end up becoming one of the very, very best in the game.
I also lost to I don't know if he was even 12 or younger. I wasn't a very strong grandmaster, but I was still high rated by like 200 points. He went on to become Ariantari. Um, he was the sweetest little kid, but he wiped me off the board and then showed me my mistakes in the post-game analysis. So I'll remember that one forever as well. Hikaru, meanwhile, let's just rewind a couple of moves. What happened here?
Well, so basically, Hikaru was saying, I will allow you to capture my rook because then my pawns will start working together again and push your pieces out of their good positions while mine remain very, very good. And so Hikaru basically, whenever his opponent attacked the rook, he just ignored it. And then he got some nice threats as well on the diagonal. And with the queen coming in here, that's game over. Resignation time. The queen check on the king. If the king moves to the side, the queen comes in for the checkmate. Or if the king moves to the edge, then the knight comes in with the attack, the fork. We can even do the smothered mate if we're cool. But that is how to do it, and that's how Hikaru won this game. And you said it's not been an easy game, and to that I can only tell you, Fiona, that is going to be a theme for this entire week. There are no easy games at any point.
Yeah, the tournament is incredibly strong. Let me open up. Magnus Carlsen has also won his game already against Dennis Kadrich, so both him and Hikaru on 1.5. Let's go. Let's go to Fabi. I would say quite an interesting position. That is board 2. Magnus is assigned to board 1. No matter how many points he drops, he will be on board 1 for the duration of the tournament. So. this is board two, but really board one. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. A very interesting position on the board here. And Fabi is playing another youngster. This one a lot more established, though. Volodar Murzin, I think, a force to be reckoned with for the years to come. And it's looking quite dangerous for Fabi.
Very, very dangerous. Look at these black pawns. Look at how they restrict the movement of the black bishop. This is a potential disaster for Fabiano coming in. Next up, pawn forward here will open up for the queen to start making its way in towards the black king. Also, the white pawns will kind of just overwhelm the black defenses. I would say the position is even worse than the eval bar suggests. And just as Fabiano makes his move, he gets a question mark, but more so, he also, that question mark comes in without really making it difficult for the opponent. Because the best move here for Volodar is to continue forward with the pawn. That is what he was going to do anyway. And Fabiano is crumbling as white prepares to open up for the rook and open up for the queen when this white forward pawn trades itself off on the next move.
And Fabi is under 30 seconds here.
There's no way Fabiano's going to survive this, in my opinion. Okay, but good try. Queen moves back, trying to make sure that if pawn takes pawn, he would be able to trade off the queens. That would be a big success for Fabiano if he could make that happen. But maybe this bishop can start moving in and pointing towards the counterpointing.
There's so much to figure out here for white.
What about this move? Pawn to c5, potential pawn sacrifice, opening up for the rook along the center of the board. I don't really have the follow-up to that. It's so much easier sacrificing pawns when they're not your own.
That is true. By the way, just as a quick aside, for anyone in chat wondering about Atusa, unfortunately, she lost her round 2 game against Irene Sukandar. So we're not going to go there right now, but in the later round, maybe. Queen c8 and rook d3 is the response by Volodar.
That was one of the top recommended moves. I guess it's partly to protect this square, the g3 square. There were some situations where the knight could come in and give a check on the white king. So the rook keeps that safe, and you're still threatening to continue forward with the pawn through the center. In fact, that is a devastating threat. It's over. Fabiano is going down. There's absolutely no chance he's saving this, in my opinion.
I will have to look at I'm very curious to see how the game went up to this point, because we joined in at a point where it looks like, Volodar just played a perfect attacking game, and he is putting the finishing touches here. Wow, what is f6 about, Hammer? Is that a bit too fancy?
Well, f6 is really good because it prevents the black bishop from getting involved. It also opens up between the queens, and if the queens are traded off, the rook is able to take back, moving away from being captured by the pawn. And then you end up with the threat against the bishop. He doesn't find it, though. He moves the rook instead, which also is good, putting pressure on the pawn in the center and the knight. Probably going to move the queen up next.
Fabi takes his chance, though, to activate the bishop. And he is going to fight. He is in a very tough position, but at least that one bishop escapes being buried. Do you just take on e4 now, or what do you do?
Nah, I don't know. This became a lot more difficult now. Pushing that pawn forward, like you suggested, Fiona, that would have ended the game right now. Whereas now you have to deal with all of these black pieces pointing in the direction of the white king. White is up a pawn, but this is an attacking position. It's all going to be about whether you're able to create some attacking threats against the opponent. And frankly, right now, it seems to me that Fabiano is closer to getting some sort of an attack than his opponent.
By the way, chat is pointing out a big result elsewhere. Alireza Firouzja lost the second round with the white pieces to Raunak Sadvani. So this is really anyone's tournament. I mean, it's just, yeah, every game is going to be important. Every game is going to be tricky. We're going to see so many upsets. And Fabi here fighting for his life. The knight removes itself from the second rank. So now at some point the rook can swing over. Ideally, the second rook will join the attack as well via a2. So let's see.
Yeah, Volodar has completely lost control of the position, allowing that bishop to activate through the center of the board. That was the start of his troubles right now. And yeah.
But he's still, I mean, he's still the one with the attacking chances. I'm so
well,
tempted to
I'm
push.
not sure that's true because the chess engines were suggesting rook a1 here, Fiona. And then suddenly it would be the black rooks pointing in against the white king.
Yeah, the attacking chances become a lot better when king h8 is played instead of rook a1.
Fabiano put his king into the path of his opponent's rook. That has to be a mistake.
Yeah, I guess he wanted rook g7 or something. Rook a1 played now, but is it too late? Probably too late.
But it's better late than never. Still difficult to deal with these two rooks moving up against one another. The white king is definitely not safe, but maybe it's safe enough. The king starts walking out on the board, but helped by the fact that Fabiano has to move back into defense with his rook. The rook is unable to continue its quest, going after the king. Ooh, we see a trade into an endgame. The knights are up against one another. So we could
opposite color bishops, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna see an opposite colored bishop endgame with a precarious king situation.
Yeah, I feel that with the king situation, with queen still on the board, I'd be shocked if Fabi survives this, but I'm also shocked that he's survived this far. So who knows what will happen from here.
And now Fabiano is trying to move his queen over through the edge of the board, creating threats against the white king that has no pawns close to itself. On the other hand, Fabiano is now down by 2 pawns for those counting. Ooh, very nice idea here.
I feel like I was called out here.
There was a nice idea being suggested by the engine of the pawn pushing forward and then giving a path for the king to escape. Fabiano captures a pawn on the edge of the board, allowing his opponent to open up for the queen against the king. Instead, Volodar moves the king into the center of the board.
I'm shocked he didn't play f6, but now the queen maybe can swing to g2. Although now the king is open again. Yeah, this is not easy.
Both players down to 30 seconds on the clock.
I feel like I still want to play f6 so that the king can maybe escape via f5 and e6, the white king.
Volodar moves his knight back, the knight now controlling the d1 square, meaning that the black queen cannot give a check in from there. He's going to move his queen over here and up, maybe. The thing we're going to learn about these games is that anything can happen.
I know. It always, you know, it's one of my favorite things about being a commentator. I feel so much better when I see even these top players, you know, failing to convert, crushing positions. I know it hurts for them, but it makes me feel a lot better.
Pawn forward is now the only winning move, Fiona, and that's sacrificing the pawn.
Nah, he didn't play f6
There's
all
no
those
chance he's
times.
going to do
Yeah,
that.
no way.
But now maybe you can get the king up here somehow. White's king is essentially trying to find safe haven, being surrounded by the opposing pieces. Actually, moving the king up, could that land you in checkmate? Oh my god, it's so close. Fiona, he could win this. Fabi could win this. The king is trapped if it moves further forward. So if the queen comes here to give a check, you have to block with your queen. But then there's some threats here
I think
instead, and the
Fabi's
king
gonna
has to
win.
move forward.
Fabi's gonna win this game.
It's very close to Fabi winning this.
I'm shocked he
I
hasn't
can't
played
believe
Queen
we're not
H1.
getting them. Oh, and he didn't give the check. Oh, but now pawn here is the only saving move to avoid the checkmate from the queen coming in here.
Oh my god.
But he
This
found it.
game.
It must have
Anything.
dawned on
All three
Merson that
results
he's
still
close to
possible.
losing now in some instances.
It's just gonna be a draw as always, isn't it?
It is the way of the game, yes. But now there's a checkmate threat on the black king. And Fabi goes for the queen trade. Engine says big mistake. Queen trade happens. The bishop is under attack, but so is the knight. The knight counters with an attack against the pawn. And now if Fabi tries to rush, the knight is able to move back and defend.
It's just an easy win now, no?
So now the bishop has to move, but then the knight both captures one of black's pawns, but also blocks the path of the black pawn trying to become a new queen. That's capturing a pawn and blocking, and that's the win.
Unbelievable. What a blunder, Queen d4 by Fabi after some heroic defense. But this is gonna be the end. I think the pawn is probably gonna push all the way to f7 where the bishop can never attack it. And then the other pawn is gonna run as well. Black has nothing here. Fabi is gonna be kicking himself. This is a big loss. I mean, a loss in this tournament, every loss is very, very expensive, if you can want to put it that way. And he was so close. I mean, I really thought he was gonna win the game at that moment where he played Queen A1, which was tricky. Queen H1 would have been tricky. But in the end, it is young Volodymyr Morzin who is going to take this one. What an unbelievable game, and what a result for the youngster.
But to me, it's somehow deserved because, frankly, Fabiano was in big trouble when we first came into the game. So the fact that Fabiano almost saved it was kind of the more shocking part of it.
And the game is over. Congratulations to Volodymyr Morzin. What a huge result. Let's go maybe to Anish Giri. There's not too many games left, so Anish up 2 pawns in the end game. Let's see if he can convert it.
Feels like he should be able to. It would have been easier if his pawns were a bit further back. The fact that the pawns are closer to becoming new queens means that they're also easier to attack. But shouldn't be too big of a deal, is my first impression.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm shocked the eval bar isn't higher. At first sight, to me, it looks, because the pawns are connected, it feels easy at first sight, but the fact the computer only gives +2 makes me think it isn't as easy as I think it is. The problem is maybe that the king could get in some tricky spots, the black king, where white can coordinate the bishop and the rook to create some counterplay, because whenever as black you push the pawns, you open your king to more checks, to more threats. So let's see how much fight. But now The evil bar has jumped.
Yeah, Anish is executing this very well, using his knight to take away some squares together with his pawn. He's restricted the movement of the white king. Now he's going to come in with his rook as well, forcing the king to the edge of the board. And it feels as though that should be enough. No, he's not going to bring the rook in just yet. He's going to get the king first. And I guess he's just slightly improving the positioning of the king, and then maybe afterwards he'll use the pawn to protect the knight. Oh no, the king moves up. Never mind. That's over. The king is joining the attack. The rook is going to come in, force the white king back, and then the ooh, what a trap! What a trap! If rook takes bishop, rook over here, this is a stalemate, but you can just move your king up and then you win. And that is what happened. Anish Giri did not fall for the stalemate trick. Yeah. Instead, he moved his king forward. And now if the rook tries to chase after the king giving checks, the pawn comes in with a counter checkmate.
And that is that. Anish Giri moves to 2 out of 2. Let's go to Praggnanandhaa, who's trying to convert an extra pawn in a knight endgame. The question is, will he get there?
I gotta say, I did win a 150 move game against Moradiabadi in an endgame very similar to this. So I'm gonna say yes on Praggnanandhaa winning.
It's tricky though, right? You only have 2 pawns. If you exchange one, all that black is going to have to do is sacrifice the knight for the last. What was your material? How many pawns were there?
Yeah, no, the thing is, he had a bishop in my game. So I had a knight and 2 pawns versus a pawn and a bishop. And the bishop is a lot less of a flexible piece, whereas the knight can jump around quite a bit. Still difficult, though. Okay, what happens now if the knight just goes after the pawns?
Also, Elsan has quite a bit of time, which is gonna help him here. But yeah, what happens if the knight goes to g2? Isn't that just an immediate draw?
Yeah, and I guess you have to go g5 followed by knight back. Ooh, but then it's trapped. Oh gosh. The knight is trapped.
So how is this still a draw?
I guess because the knight was trapped, but you have no way of capturing it.
Can you show that again? That went way over my head, Hammer.
Well, I think we got like 10 new moves.
Okay, let's not do it.
Okay,
yeah, but I think Elsan didn't go to g2 because he was worried about this.
Yeah, clearly. Probably. So here the knight has nowhere safe to move, but at the same time, it's impossible for the white king to attack the knight without at the same time allowing the knight to jump back out. That's interesting.
By the way, just one tip for the chat. Mate is saying, if I'm counting well, only 5 games ongoing. If you guys are watching on chess.com, you can toggle the only active games at the top. So that will show you exactly how many there are left. And there are 4 left right now. And now 3 of them. I suspect this will be the longest one of the remaining ones. The other 2 are completely winning for one side. And we just saw a pawn push here, right? One of the white pawns just pushed a few moves. No? I know they were already. So let's see, out of curiosity, when was the last pawn push here? Did I lose you? Are you still here?
No.
I was looking.
I was waiting for you to say when the last pawn push was.
I thought you were gonna tell me. I didn't have the game. I was busy. I was watching all the remaining.
It was 10 moves ago, so it must have happened just as we entered the game.
Yeah.
which means that these guys can play on for a while yet here.
Yeah, and
5 rounds of rapid is a lot, says Flop Cake. And yeah, there used to be 5 rounds every day, but now there's only 5 rounds for the first day. And we were talking before the broadcast about how did we even ever survive 5 rapid games in every single rapid day.
how often have you played the World Rapid and Blitz?
Never.
Never. I'm shocked, Hammer. Why? You don't like torturing yourself for 5 days in a row?
No, not so much. I also don't like losing. And I also don't like paying to lose. Paying to win is bad. Paying to lose is worse.
I've never
I've done a
played.
lot of commentary for the World Blitz and Rapid.
No,
I've
I
done
think
text commentary for Norwegian outlets. I've done even live commentary for Norwegian outlets, I think. And I once did the chess.com broadcast.
Interesting. Yeah, I have to say, I think you are talking a lot of sense. It's a fun event, of course, but when you have the chance, especially to be commentating, yeah, I'm sure it's a fun event to play. I've never played it myself, but grueling. And yeah, you need to be ready to.
Ooh, winning move.
96 and King F6.
So I think the knight can give a check and win the pawn and protect the. I think the key here is that when the knight captures this pawn, it will also be protecting this one. But then the question is, how does this differ from the alternative here? Okay, so the answer is it doesn't differ here, but in this instance, you can check the king away, and you don't have that option here. Okay, never mind. He's getting this pawn. How is this still winning for white? Oh my God. Fiona, this position is winning.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
I said all you have to do is just exchange one pair of pawns, sacrifice the last knight, boom, done. But
turns out there's a scenario where you cannot sacrifice the knight for the final pawn.
That's crazy.
And this is a winning pawn endgame. Whereas had it been white to move, well, then it also would be winning. Never mind.
Chess is freaking rough.
Okay, Pragnananda gets the win, and with that, he moves to 2 out of 2, which is quite a good score, having seen all the stumbles other top players have had.
It's also good to see Prague has improved his rating by around 1,000 points. I still remember the days not so long ago when he was 1,600 in either Rapid or Blitz. Hammer, only one game remains. It is your fellow countryman, Johann Sebastian Christiansen, but unfortunately he is in a lost position against Grigori Parin.
Yeah, I guess the main thing I'm wondering is how are there so many pawns remaining this late into the round? That is sensational. Oh, they haven't even made it to 100 moves.
Will they? Or will
no.
Johann Sebastian resign first?
Yeah,
those pawns
no,
look pretty.
There's no stopping these guys. Ooh, queen here is a nice finish. Is Oparin going to see that when he's so busy trying to get new queens, though?
That's a good question. The more time passes, the more I think he isn't. I think too much time has passed already for him to spot it. I think either you spot it immediately or most likely you don't spot it.
Yeah, I think he's going to. Wow. Okay.
Told you.
You were right. This is going to be good enough.
Is good enough.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Giveaway starting soon.
Yeah. Great minds, Hammer. You go ahead. Take it away.
No. I was just in case you weren't on top of things.
Yeah, but I don't even I saw that I saw on Twitter or X that there's gonna be something, but I don't know how it works. Kick sponsored giveaway of chess.com Diamond membership will start soon. Please do not enter if you have already won. Also, you cannot use this if you already have a membership. So, if I understand correctly, please only enter if you don't have a Diamond membership already. Good luck to everyone. I don't know what you're going to have to do, but I'm sure it'll be easy enough. This is the last game. So, we're not going to get back on track, but at least the round hasn't been quite as long as the previous one, at least. I don't think. For the other results, let's see how many players remain. They'll still go. You'll let me know when the game is over. I'll meanwhile tell you guys some results. So Magnus won, Fabi lost. We saw that MVL won, where he was held to draw by Donchenko. Aronian won. A big surprise was Ali Reza Firouzja losing. The game is over. So all the games are over. Some other names on 2 out of 2 include Abdusattorov, Dominguez, Yu Yang Yi, Prague, Arjun, Arjun Erigaisi, Anish Giri, Daniel Dubov, and a few more. So exciting stuff. Hammer, you were about to say something.
Yeah, Abdusattorov is very dangerous. Already a world champion. He became the rapid world champion at age 17. And he's the only one in the last couple of years that have bested Mr. Carlson for that
Absolutely.
title. So, but for the
One
moment,
name.
I'm reasonably happy with where Hikaru's at. He's on the same amount of points as Magnus. That can't be a bad thing. And then just gotta stick it out this very very tough first round. You're kind of acclimatizing yourself to tournament play, getting your head in order. This is the longest day with 5 rounds, whereas the last 2 days of the rapid is 4 rounds. So today is like just get through it without doing too much damage. And
Shout outs. Also, just sorry, I forgot to Tani, the young American prodigy who is on 2 out of 2 as well. So hopefully the next round we can see a bit of him. Very exciting stuff. And yeah, Hammer, 2 rounds down, 3 to go, still a long day ahead. We are gonna take a short break now. The giveaway, by the way, has started. If you want to take part, and please only do if you don't have a Diamond membership yet. All you have to do is type exclam kick FIDE and hit enter. If you don't type, oh, and you also have to end on the next message. Okay, so you have to type exclam kick FIDE and on the next message type your chess.com username. Good luck to everyone. We are gonna go on a short break and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the World Rapid Championship. This is round 3. Currently, Hikaru is on 1.5 out of 2, was held in round 1 by Jumabayev. He beat a youngster, only 12 years old, in round 2. And Hammer, he's now paired up against Alexander Donchenko from Germany. What do you expect of this one?
well, when Hikaru's gonna want to get the win, obviously. Donchenko, a good player, but not of Hikaru's caliber. And I'd like to see him do more like he did in the first game, even though that wasn't ultimately successful. The way in which Hikaru kept the tension and avoided the trades in the opening was really, really good. So a similar game plan to that seems appropriate.
Alexander Donchenko, he is a very dangerous player. He's someone I know well. We've been teammates in France for, I don't know, around 10 years. He's well prepared. He can take down anyone. He recently beat Fabiano Caruana in the last round of, I believe, the US Masters with the black pieces. And the Caracan is one of his trademark defenses with the black pieces. Let's see how Hikaru reacts to this one. He's taking a long, well, either he's taking a long time or we're gonna get a bunch of moves soon.
One or the other. Hikaru does push forward with his pawn in the center of the board. Black responds in kind, and Hikaru gets that space advantage by pushing the pawn further up in the middle. Challenging immediately in towards the white central pawns, Hikaru takes that pawn, and we now kind of get a French defense, but a French defense where, wait, here, yeah, no, this is what you're supposed to do. A French defense where black has spent 2 moves on moving the pawn, and but also where Hikaru no longer has that classic pawns defending each other through the center of the board, and instead he's taken the black pawn and saying that I'm going to win back some time as you try to make sure to get the pawn back. So Hikaru just gives the pawn back without really creating much of a hassle about it. But he gets his knight into a good placement, controlling the pawn in the center. He gets his bishop pointing down towards the black king. And now, if Donchenko castles, I know Donchenko plays the French as well. So I know he knows about this. The bishop can sacrifice itself, lure the black king out into the open, because if you go back down, the queen and knight actually combine for a checkmate immediately. But this is the kind of thing you have to watch out for. That is known as the Greek gift sacrifice. Instead, Donchenko delays castling for the time being, and Hikaru moves his knight into the middle. Okay.
It sounded like that was a slight surprise to you.
Yeah, it's not something I've seen happen this early previously. Also, now Donchenko, if he wants to, he can attack this bishop and then castle. Ooh, but then Hikaru can push the pawns up while attacking his opponent's pieces. I don't know. I'm starting to think Hikaru's onto something here, because the fashion in which Hikaru has played, he's just been developing his pieces, and weirdly, doing what Hikaru has done so far this game is quite uncommon in this variation of the Caro-Kann. But frankly, it seems very, very sensible. And I don't understand why people want to play like this with the black pieces, because I already think Donchenko's situation is uncomfortable.
Yeah, I really like what Hikaru has done here. We see that Donchenko is going into the tank. I mean, how do you fight against this white idea?
I would say maybe pawn up and then move the bishop all the way back. Instead, Donchenko puts his knight on the king side, but gets immediately hit by the threat to the bishop. The bishop has to back up. And now Hikaru can move his queen to protect the pawn in the middle, or he can move his rook. And it probably does matter which one you choose, because if you move the queen up, maybe then the knight can, oh gosh, I cannot count. I was genuinely thinking maybe then the knight can move in here and you make a trade. I just forgot that there's a second knight here. Okay, but in any case, Hikaru chose the rook instead. And now there are some ideas where Hikaru pushes his pawns up on the king side and starts harassing this knight. This knight is not well placed and can be exploited. So if pawn forward now. Okay, I mean, every move I'm suggesting right now, Fiona, is just the most awful thing that has ever been played.
I guess the problem is suddenly the F file is and the knight on F3.
Okay, but what if I go pawn up here first? I sacrifice this pawn. Okay, I was going to move knight up here, but Chess Engine says this is winning now.
That's
Bam. That actually is kind of spectacular.
that's very nice.
And then if black cannot capture this pawn, then I push forward and I attack the knight. I don't know. There's some very interesting things going on here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Hikaru is taking a bit of time here to figure this out.
The big threat is pawn to f6. The only thing Donchenko can really do with his knights both pointing in towards the central pawn and with the bishop having this diagonal against the white king, he has to go with this pawn forward and try and open for both his queen and his rook on that file. Wow, Hikaru just took the knight.
He just gave up your beloved bishop
Oh
here.
yeah,
Hammer, where is the respect?
no, 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 no. I think this is very, very clever. I like it. I'm not going to say that often about giving away the bishops, but here, if you take back with the pawn in towards the center of the board, which is what you're normally supposed to do, Hikaru has some very schemy plans here. With the queen moving forward, saying that if you now push your pawn up, I can capture your pawn, and then I'll come in here for an attack against your king. And for this reason, Donchenko takes with the other pawn. This has to do with the g5 square and how he wants to preserve his pawn on the edge of the board in order to be able to control towards the g5 square in the future. But in doing this, he has disrupted some of the pawn situation in the center, and he has also taken away his option of putting pressure in towards Hikaru's pawn in the middle of the board. So by provoking Donchenko into capturing away from the center, opening up for the rook, keeping control of the g5 square, but also preventing him from ever challenging white's pawn in the center of the board. I think that was.
That was, sorry.
I think that was brilliant play by Hikaru. I'm very, very impressed with his play and his plan.
It was an impressive explanation, but I think you've upset both me and some people in the chat. There were two you put a lot of emphasis on the but twice there, and I think it reminded a lot of us. I thought of it, and I noticed people, even without me saying anything, people in the chat are starting a riot as well at the lack of howevers today. There hasn't been even one hammer, and we're over 3 hours in.
Seems accidental.
Yeah. Something to work on. Bishop c5, the top computer move, attacking the rook, but also defending the pawn on e5. Where does the rook go? I guess f5, increase the pressure on the central pawn.
I think really anywhere along this f file is good. If the rook moves away here, then the rook is going to struggle getting back into the game later on. So 1 step forward, 3 steps or 4 steps doesn't really matter all that much. I would maybe go 1 step, I think. It depends on how concerned I am about my rook landing under some attack should it move far forward. Okay, we're going to get to test this. The rook now working together with the knight and the bishop, putting pressure on Hikaru's pawn in the center of the board. Hikaru goes for the counterattack on the rook. And in doing so, he has successfully traded off one of the knights that were pointing in towards that pawn in the center of the board. And I'm expecting now Hikaru to take back with his bishop. And after bishop takes, Donchenko is going to advance some pawns here on the king side. But then the argument we're trying to make is that somehow this pawn formation favors Hikaru. I was happy with this starting out, but now that I'm seeing a plan for the black bishop moving on the light squares to actually get a really nice placement in front of the black king, I'm starting to wonder if actually I'm starting to change my mind here.
Yeah, it's not an easy I mean, it's not a
Ooh.
difficult position, but if we look at the accuracy, it's just been a pretty much perfect game so far. 99% against 99.5. What startles you about this move now?
I think it's a big mistake moving the bishop out. So what Donchenko is essentially trying to do is he's trying to put his pawns here on the dark squares so that he can have the bishop moving on the light squares and having a great harmony with this bishop on an open diagonal without having its own pawns in the middle standing in its way. Um, but in order to do that, he should have pushed this pawn forward immediately because after the bishop moves out, now Hikaru can go pawn forward on the side of the board, taking control of that square Donchenko wants to move his pawn to. And the big difference here is that Donchenko can still make this happen, but then he has to accept a trade between the pawns, after which this black pawn, it's no longer part of a bigger unit. And in fact, the pawn can be a target for attack from Hikaru's pieces. I think the move pawn to h4 here is huge. And if Hikaru finds it, that will be a big, big punishment for Donchenko's inaccuracy in moving the bishop out before taking care of that pawn formation. Because if he had moved the pawn up first and then Hikaru had pushed forward on the side, then simply he could take the pawn on the side of the board and he wouldn't be left with a poorly defended pawn, and he would still have that path for the bishop to get into the game.
You say if he finds it. I'm very curious to see if Hikaru will play h4, because now that you've explained why it's so strong, it makes a lot of sense. But I don't know how obvious it is when you're sitting at the board and you didn't see, thanks to the computer, that g5 was so strong. Because h4, I mean, to me it always feels a bit weakening. If I'm white here, I feel okay if I play h4. Maybe at some point rook f4 will hit both the queen and the pawn along the fourth. I'm always a bit worried about creating a weakness. Here the knight, of course, does a great job of holding on. I'm just not sure how obvious a move it is to spot over the board. And by that, I mean how obvious it is to spot that g5 is kind of a positional threat.
I think g5 being a positional threat, that's like breathing to Hikaru. I think spotting this move is also very, very easy for him. But the difficulty comes in the last thing that also you were talking about, right? Making the correct judgment on whether this pawn could be a weakness in the future and be targeted by the black rook, or whether its effort in stalling the advancement of black's pawns outweighs the disadvantage. And here, after seeing the engine's suggestions, where it says this pawn move is way better than all the options, but also understanding how this bishop, the black light squared bishop, it needs to find a different diagonal because the pawn in the center of the board is standing in the way of the light squared bishop from having any influence on the diagonal. So this bishop needs to get over here to the king's side. In order to do that, you need to play pawn to g5, and then you start putting everything together. Pawn to h4 is great because it prevents the black light squared bishop from getting its natural kind of habitat working on the light squares, while the pawns would then take care of the dark squares.
The fact that Hikaru is spending so much time here makes me think he is definitely considering h4. Just to answer one question from the chat, someone earlier was asking why can't we take the pawn on a7? It is true the pawn is attacked twice and only defended once, but if you take it, black can now play b6. And the problem is that you break the coordination. The queen no longer defends the bishop, and white is going to lose a piece here as the bishop is trapped on a7. So always be very, very careful when you want to take a pawn like this on the corner of the board to make sure that your piece doesn't get trapped. Hammer, it is crunch time. We haven't seen Hikaru get this low on time compared to his opponent in any of the previous games. So I think we need to see a move. h4 is a move that we want to see, but if it's not h4, then just any move. I don't think we can afford. I think Alexander is too dangerous an opponent to get too low on time.
I think you were spot on in your analysis. The fact that Hikaru has spent so much time on this move means that he's definitely studying this pawn push. And if he's spending 3-4 minutes looking at this, then obviously he's going to make the right conclusion, which is that pushing that pawn forward is the correct thing to do.
We also, well, we're not sure if the clock is correct. I think we have to assume it is, unless we're just not receiving any move. Oh, there are no moves in other games either. If there are no moves in other games either, that would be great news, of course. Let's see. Okay, some people are saying no moves. Because I feel like he has been thinking for too long at this point.
Yeah.
So we're getting to that point where we're hoping for tech issues. Either he lost connection or Frida lost connection. I know which of the two is more likely, class. Let's see. Yeah, all the games have very lopsided times, so maybe the connection is just gone.
I'm watching a live camera from Magnus's game,
Yeah.
and they don't have, because in Magnus's game, Magnus's opponent has moved his rook up on the edge of the board and then the next
Yes.
rook over. So they're not having the moves from there either.
I always think it's such a shame. I mean, they hyped up this event so much. It's in New York for the first time, you know. It's such a big event. There's so many fans. You know, I feel very fortunate to be commentating here, but if I weren't commentating, it's the one event I always follow as a fan. I think it's super fun. And like, okay, come on, you're in New York. Like, how difficult can it be to, you know, there were issues in the first round and then the second round was better, but am I too harsh, Hammer, or not harsh enough?
Not harsh enough. Well, I'm of the school of the very controversial thought that it's important that organizers have a revenue stream. And so I'm not sure I agree that you should be openly sharing the PGN streams. I think if someone wants to kind of get the PGN stream, you should make it as difficult as possible for them. But that is not the way most people do it in chess these days. And what I am noticing is that the take broadcast, who paid a ridiculous amount of money to get the cameras on Magnus, they are they are not getting the feed either. So this is not like a delay issue or anything like that. It's just that the relay is broken right now. And it's broken for everyone on everything.
Even the FIDE broadcast, they have removed the board diagram. Yeah, this is, I mean, let's just call it what it is. This is a disaster. It's an embarrassment. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but then at the same time, we're the ones stuck here trying to do commentary on an event that's not happening. So we don't look good either.
But chat knows. They know. We're doing our best. We're working with what we've got, you know? Truth is saying we should run this next time. Imagine that, Hammer. You, me, Darren.
I think if anything, that would be a bigger disaster. I have no idea how those boards work. I just know that the
We just have to
technology
rely on Darren.
is not that great.
Okay, Jay Ross is saying, time for embarrassing personal stories. How about we open the floor to chat? In those rapid and blitz events, we don't have as much time as during classical events to interact with you guys. So any questions, I think now is as good a time as any.
Oh, we got moves. We got moves.
Sorry, Chad.
Hikaru did not, in fact, play H4, but then again, he did not spend as much time as we thought there for a moment on that specific decision. I think H4 there was a brilliant move. And Donchenko kind of corrected his mistake. He should have pushed this pawn forward earlier. And now he's creating the path for his bishop to get involved and potentially trade itself with the white knight. Rook comes into the middle. Rook comes in from the corner. I don't know why Donchenko is prioritizing this. That's fine. Why the queen? Okay, so Donchenko wants to get the bishop over here, but he cannot do so immediately because then Hikaru would be able to bring his knight in and attack both the rook and the pawn. So Donchenko then moves the queen instead, but now you're making it even tougher for yourself to get the bishop around later on. Yeah, Hikaru has this amazing placement for his knight in the center of the board, and that's he's putting a lot of confidence in that knight being able to create trouble and being the argument for why white is doing good here.
How do you use your knight without shutting out your own bishop? I mean, the bishop is not
Yeah,
going to get trapped, but I don't think it will be especially happy on a3.
yeah, it's a weird situation right now where um, if black goes pawn forward, Hikaru would be very, very happy because then there's no longer the option of using the bishop on this diagonal. So we can land in a situation where, so let's just say we make a nothing move. If pawn attacks the bishop and the bishop moves back, Hikaru is reasonably happy, even though, as you say, this is not a great square for the bishop. And neither is black's square. Black really wants this bishop to point down here towards the rook and the king. But by forcing the pawn forward first to chase the bishop, Hikaru is taking care of that. So really what Donchenko wants to do is he wants to move his bishop back so that when the white bishop retreats, then he can create a little hidey hole here for the bishop to peek out again without having its own pawn blocking the path. But then the problem becomes if the bishop moves back, here Hikaru can go for a trade between the bishops because then it's super favorable to open up for the rooks through the center of the board, even if Hikaru might lose his pawn. It's so good to get a knight into the middle that this is good even if you lose a pawn doing so.
Let's see, what did Hikaru do? I think we saw a move.
He did play this move. And so this creates a very interesting situation with these two bishops and the rook standing behind the black bishop. Because you want to get the bishop out of the way. You want to get this bishop out of the way, but you don't want to use the pawn to attack. And it becomes this very strange thing. I think maybe you move the bishop back because now Hikaru cannot go with the bishop back because hello, and black takes over the diagonal. And now you cannot move the bishop forward to trade with the black bishop because the black bishop has escaped to a different direction. So I think bishop back to d8 is really the only thing that makes sense. And that's what he did. And that forced Hikaru to preserve his control of this diagonal. But in doing so, Hikaru now has given up the placement for the knight in the middle. So this was a massive problem for Hikaru. That the bishop has taken the square he wanted to have for his knight.
Can you go back one move before knight h2?
Engine was saying bishop takes here.
That's very dangerous.
Yeah, no, you're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Okay, but it is interesting what Hikaru is doing. So Hikaru is essentially saying that my knight can return to the center later on. But for now, I just got to keep my bishop here and just do a defensive.
We're getting some action here. Oh, no, sorry. It's a... I thought there was a piece, a minor piece on F3. I was like, oh my God, exchange sacrifice. Sorry, Hammer.
For those of you not following Fiona,
huh?
That was a trade between the rooks.
Very exciting, I know. Eating up. I'm
Hikaru might not want to take back with the knight because that allows.
I was gonna say G4 looks very scary.
Yeah, no, that's nice. It undoubles the black pawns and also opens up some diagonals for the bishops. So Hikaru's probably going to take back with the queen. Is what I was about to say.
So G4?
Yeah, I would expect as much.
Time, by the way, has suddenly gone down. Has gone down a lot. Hikaru now under 3 minutes. If G4, okay, you have no choice. He will have to take. Queen takes, and now what? What is this position?
I don't know. We're gonna see. That did happen. The pawn pushes forward. The doubled pawns doubled no more. Trades in general, pawn trades also good for the player with the 2 bishops. It creates more open diagonals for the bishops. But Hikaru says, I'm going to clear a path for my knight to get into the central square. And that's just as important as the trade of bishops, which I'm buying. I'm buying that this is important. But I'm just not sure you're ever going to manage to win this position.
I mean, if Donchenko is happy to make a draw, he can probably just take on d4 now at any moment.
It should be slightly better for white here, but not much. Okay, Hikaru doesn't want to go for the trade of queens. So that's showing some ambition from Hikaru. He wants the win here. He already gave away a draw. He doesn't want that to happen again. But at the same time, he's down 3.5 minutes on the clock. His plan, though, is super obvious, which is probably pretty nice under the circumstances. He's going to move the knight here. He's going to move the pawn here. He's going to try and regain control of the light squares, seeing as how he's missing a light squared bishop.
Are you not worried about your king? I mean, if I'm black, I'm going to play rook f8. If you move the knight, I might consider even bringing the bishop to h4 or something. I don't know if that's
I'm a bit concerned about this.
Pawn. Yeah, actually, that's even more
This
tempting.
I'm quite concerned about. This seems very annoying. There's not really much you can do to prevent this. Oh, gosh. Engine just moves the king up along the edge of the board. and says white has the advantage. That is unreal.
That is crazy. King H3. I mean, we're never gonna see this, but very cool.
Huh. Okay, so now Hikaru does go for the trade of queens because he realizes the problems of the pawn pushing forward is difficult to deal with. And now Donchenko keeps the queens on the board. We're going to see King H3 on the board. Fiona, it's actually going to happen.
No, it isn't.
No, it is.
I wish it was, but I don't think.
100% Hikaru moves the king, right? And
I know you're 100% Hammer.
Okay.
Okay.
99% maybe. Well, Hikaru is just going for the repetition just to give himself a bit more time. He's going to push the king up. This isn't really Hikaru playing here. He's going to push the king up. It's just that he's looking to win some time first. But now there is a concern that Donchenko might suddenly just go for the trade. Because here Hikaru is not in time to set up his light square blockade as he wants it to be. Yeah, no, that was a mistake from Hikaru. Donchenko faked out. He faked that he didn't want to have the trade between the queens. And then when the queen trade was offered, pushing the knight away from its good placement in the center of the board, then Donchenko takes it because now he gets to push his pawns up. And these pawns are doing a great job of controlling the light squares.
They are controlling the light squares, as you say, but does Hikaru need to be worried, or does he only need to be worried that this is only an even position?
I would say black is slightly better here. I really like this plan of getting the pawn up to the light square. If you imagine something like, I mean, just this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something like this. This could be quite a bit favorable for white. So you want to gain control of the light squares because Hikaru has pawns on dark squares and a bishop that moves on dark squares. So you want to do whatever you can to prevent that Hikaru gets the light square control, such as here, where the king is playing a massive role in controlling a lot of the light squares. So I think pushing this pawn up here makes a lot of sense.
It's a good thing he hasn't moved yet, because I think if times even out somewhat, that will be one thing to be relieved about. I was just laughing at Zav's comment about the 100%, however, 5% really. But I love your Heimer. This is something I have to say I really learned from you, to try and say things with more conviction, you know. This is, you're the master, you really have mastered that art. Tech Monster is asking, the times are accurate now, right? We think so. I suspect they are accurate.
I'm not sure anymore, seeing as how Donchenko's time is
spending,
being
yeah, a lot of time here.
for 3
Hopefully
minutes
they are
now.
accurate. If not G5. If Rook F5 hitting the pawn, how do you defend it? Are they, oh god, apparently the boards are broken again.
Magnus is in some trouble, I think.
Let's see.
Do you want to just check in while we wait for the boards?
For moves. Sure, but the position that I see, Magnus is slightly better.
Well, we have different opinions, myself and the chess engine. I don't know. I think this is a really well-placed knight in the center of the board. And this knight has some pressure in towards the middle as well. I don't know. I feel like this looks like a pretty nice position for white to me. But one of the problems is this pawn on G3. This pawn is going to be really difficult to defend if Magnus somehow manages to get around here.
The thing is, Magnus, okay, of course, the clocks and the relay is broken again, but Magnus probably really is on 6 minutes, which means that his opponent must be playing on increment, basically.
Yeah, okay. Apparently, the recommended move here is to push a pawn and sacrifice a pawn in the middle of the board, which is not really what I was envisioning. Okay, so I take that back, I guess. Uh, Magnus is doing fine.
Um, yeah, still no moves. I mean, come on.
Who else can we check in on?
Let me see. Let me first of all see actually if there is any results. Surely there were some results. We saw a draw between Deak and MVL, a draw between Martirosyan and Dubov.
Let's do Abdusattorov. He'll never disappoint.
And later we
Wow.
can also
Abdusattorov is in a slightly worse
Hammer's
position against the
curse.
Lenderman. Oh, did we get the moves?
Uh, I think something is happening. I think.
Okay. Should I move back?
I'm scrolling to find Hikaru's game. I was no. No, there are no moves.
Okay, so the white queen has invaded here for a Lenderman, who also has the bishop pair. Um, Abdusattorov is trying to invade with his queen against the white king in the corner, but it feels like Abdusattorov is definitely worse here. How is the Lenderman on 2 out of 2? Is the Lenderman like really good and rapid?
Well, who did he played? He beat Andrew Tang in the first round, and he was playing two lower rated players.
How
I
do
mean,
you
he's
play
not a
low
bad
rated
player,
players?
Hammer. Huh?
Well, he's even worse than me, Fiona.
He played 220 in rapid rating 220 400 players.
Okay, yeah,
And
that feels like somewhat fortunate pairings to me.
they don't, I mean, Andrew Tang is a blitz specialist. I don't know how good he is in rapid, and then he played a GM from Colombia that I'm not familiar with for Wero. So put some respect on the man's name, Hammer. Let's quickly check in with Tani, maybe just give him a shout out. He's on 2 out of 2, which is an incredible start for the youngster. I think his position right
Wow,
now,
either Tani or Danya is gonna be on 3 out of 3.
which is huge. I saw in round one in the chat people were saying Danya is in a bad position, so I was shocked to see him on 2 out of 2. But yeah, looks like Danya the favorite to get to 2 out of 2 here.
Tani struggling getting his pieces into the game. The bishop can't enter, but that also means that the path for the rook is blocked. And also, there's less pawns in front of the black king to defend there, which explains why the eval bar is so optimistic in Danya's favor.
Hammer, can I just say, by the time we come back, half the games will have ended. Like there
Yeah,
wasn't that much time left on the clock.
I mean,
This is
Hikaru's game
actually,
is going to end probably.
I'm sorry if I swear, but this is an actual shit show. Like this is a joke. This is a freaking joke.
And that's saying something coming from the delirious mind of Fiona, who's only starting to get into her what was I about to say? Lack of sleep deprivation
I did
week.
say to Hammer before we started that probably around 1 a.m. I will just start giggling uncontrollably. But if things continue like this, maybe I'll just be ranting uncontrollably instead of giggling. 1 hour to go, guys. This is, I mean, How are we supposed? I was looking, it's just annoying. I was looking forward to this tournament. It's a shame that we don't have the cameras because it's so bloody expensive. Okay, we don't have cameras. At least give us the freaking moves. Like, no? Is that so much to ask for? Hmm. Hammer.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
It's a disgrace, Northern Man. Yeah, I agree.
it's not good.
Yeah. I mean, this is probably, aside from the candidates, one of the most, well, the candidates, the match and this, but I wouldn't be shocked if this has had more viewers with Magnus, with Hikaru, with all these big names. And it's like they hyped it up so much. Everyone was so excited. I was very excited. And I mean, there were issues in round one, there were issues in round two, and now round three is gonna end with us just having to catch up with all the action.
But I mean I do agree that the organizer has to take a lot of the blame.
Mm.
But I will say this, the technology for relaying moves in chess games has been awful for 2 decades already.
Mm.
How are we still working on that same technology? Why are we using the same firm that has been so bad for such a long time? It's like the rest of us chess players are still using ChessBase. And it's like ChessBase is by far the worst chess software, except all the others. Good alternative.
I mean, chess-based like DGT, who I guess is the company you're referring to, there is there's no competition, right? There's basically nobody else. I'm shocked that there hasn't been
But
any
when do
competition.
you think this is a hardware problem, and when do you think it's a software problem?
I'm not.
Because when all the boards stop at the same time, that's not a hardware problem. That's a internet something, right?
I
I don't
guess.
even understand what the problem is.
No, I guess you're right that it's an internet problem, but like if this was played, no, I'm not gonna name, I was gonna name a place, but I don't want to offend any of our dear viewers, but it's in New York. Like, surely they have decent internet. Let's just blame it on the Americans. America, we're looking at you. New York, be ashamed of yourself.
Women's games are okay, says Johnny in the chat, but the women is playing at a different venue, which means they have different internet and
They
different
actually had a different
people.
venue.
Yeah, they're across the street.
Wow, I didn't realize. Oh, well, I'm gonna go and start refreshing chess results. No, nothing.
Might have
Some
a
of the
nap.
lower board was,
I
what's
might
that?
have a nap.
Yeah, we might need it later. Well, at least we have the results between board 67 and 82. Those are on chess results, so who do you want to? Faustino. Actually, wow, we had a big matchup on 0 points between Jordan Van Foreest and Faustino Oro, which Jordan has
They
won.
both had zero?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm guessing there's quite a few Norwegians on zero as well.
There is one here in that group that I have to say I'm not familiar with. Axel Bu Valoy.
He's the reigning Norwegian champion.
Wow.
15 years old, he won the title.
Oh, wow. He just won, he was on half a point and he just beat Grandmaster Joel Benjamin. So a pretty decent start to the tournament for your champ.
He's
Who
not my
else?
champ. I wanted a different guy to win it.
Who? Were you playing?
Yeah.
I didn't even realize.
No, no one realized. I didn't face any one of the top players because by round five, I already had, lost everything. I had 1.5 points out of 5
When was this?
in the summer. Oh, we got moves. We got moves. And weirdly enough, Donchenko does not push the pawn to g4 as early as I wanted him to. Oh, Hikaru's now up by a pawn. Hikaru's going to be able to capture this pawn. And he captures the pawn on e6. Oh, but now the bishops are very strong. Hikaru has a winning position. How did that happen?
I have no idea.
Something happened. I feel like we missed out on a critical part of the game.
Something sure did happen. Wait, is this a live position now?
It's a live position.
Yeah, but why did it just go down?
I guess maybe Hikaru should have gone here with the king. Yeah, so if he had gone here with the king, he could then go up afterwards and he's winning. But by moving down, that's a mistake. And now he doesn't get that same access with the king in towards the middle, I guess. It still looks very promising for Hikaru. Donchenko is down to just 10 seconds on the clock. Tension between the bishops here in the middle. Donchenko tries to chase Hikaru's knight out of position. The knight then will probably return to attack the bishop, I would guess. Wait, how crazy is... Okay, never mind. Okay, Hikaru takes a pawn. So Hikaru takes a pawn, but now the bishops move on opposite colored squares. But Hikaru is saying, with my active king, I can still take control of the square in front of this pawn that I need to push forward to become a new queen.
I kind of like Hikaru's chances now. I think Donchenko is going to have to defend very accurately to hold this. And Hikaru, I mean, this is one of his big strengths, you know, he'll just squeeze and squeeze. And let's see. So bishop e6 was played by black.
And now Hikaru is going to use this bishop, give a check, and clear a path for the king, maybe? Hikaru needs to kick this bishop out of its position somehow. It's a lot easier said than done. And now with this rook coming in here, preventing Hikaru from getting his king off the edge of the board, that's game over, actually.
Can we ever... No, we can never trade rooks, because if we...
Let's move the bishop here at least.
Yeah, I like that.
Because then we block the rook.
Okay.
And now Hikaru's just going to move this rook over here.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, or maybe over here.
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting somewhere now.
I think it's very tricky. I mean,
the king is not stuck on the edge, so the king can move into the middle.
Danya and Tani drew, by the way. So
never mind.
Another prediction down the drain. Okay, what is this question mark, Hammer? Is it time to get excited?
No, I don't think so. Because the bishop is taking out one of Hikaru's pawns. So it's just fewer pawns on the board. Easier task to defend, as far as I can tell. But Hikaru's probably going to push the pawn anyway. Okay, so Hikaru allows the pawn here to be captured, but he's going to take the one in the middle. And then he's going to take the one on the side as well. I think Hikaru's winning both of these pawns.
And then the question is that enough to win the game?
So if the rook now defends, then you just push forward through the middle.
I mean, how is the engine saying black is marginally better? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Okay, so Hikaru's pushing forward here. No, he's onto something here. Hikaru can win this, no doubt about it.
How do you win it?
Well, probably rook and bishop versus rook.
Can you ever play rook d7?
Not anymore.
Okay, so
But
what?
I thought it was an interesting idea. Yeah,
Okay.
okay. So we go here and then here and then here, and then this bishop is going to stop this pawn. And then this rook is going to be very annoying. No, this is something is happening here, no? Rook here. So let me just put some moves on the board. Check, king moves, bishop. Oh, here it's just checkmate. So bishop check, king forward, pawn up. Okay, let's stick with the board. King up, bishop back. Is this not very close to something?
It feels
Bishop is going to
very.
block this pawn. And then now we have space to move the king in. And we also have this pawn moving forward. This king is completely stuck. Let's just push this pawn while we can.
I also don't. I mean, black is completely tied down. The rook has to defend the bishop. The bishop cannot move because we'll trade rooks and get a new queen.
Ooh, and now Hikaru is going for the checkmate threats, forcing the king back. Now he can move his own king forward. This is very close to something. Okay, he just
Hikaru is
went
not
back.
finding it.
That's
Okay, he's gonna try c5, your suggestion, I guess.
okay. He's just gonna rush the king over here. That makes sense. Trying to
Why not?
support the advance.
Why don't you rush to d6 instead? Push the pawn to c5 and rush to d6?
I don't know. That seems fair. Okay, here I think I've discovered why the engine thinks this is a draw. So apparently, according to the chess engines, this is a draw.
Okay, but if
How are you supposed to understand that?
yeah. But also, I mean, even if this is a draw, if Hikaru can get rook and
Oh,
bishop
actually,
against,
this is quite understandable how it's a draw because the king just attacks the rook.
but can
Yeah,
you win?
Hikaru's gonna get Hikaru's getting the rook and bishop.
Which
Hikaru got the
is
rook and bishop endgame.
which is
For
something.
once, for once, Hikaru's gonna be the game that goes
Yeah.
for 150 moves.
Okay, so guys, when the two pawns get traded here, black takes on e7, Hikaru takes on a2. This endgame is a theoretical draw, but it's not easy to hold for black. So Donchenko will have to show now that he knows how to defend it. And hammer, we're gonna look. Move 78 is when the last pawn was captured. So Hikaru has until move 128 to win this game.
I have never not won this
That's crazy,
with the
actually.
bishop. Um, I've also only defended it once.
And lost it how many times?
Uh, once maybe.
Okay, that's not too bad.
It's one more time than I was happy with. And I think I won it once or twice.
By the way, elsewhere, Magnus Carlsen was held to a draw in the end. So kudos to his opponent, Gleb Duden. Very
Had you
impressive.
heard of him?
Yeah, but very long time. It feels like a name, a blast from the past. He's now playing
Oh,
for Hungary, but I think he's Russian. I think. He's on 2.5. He's beaten David Anton, Karen Grigorian, and now held Magnus. So wherever he's been the last few years, he is come back in great shape.
in the meantime, Donchenko is doing everything right so far in defending this endgame. When Hikaru chooses to move his king to one side, Donchenko goes to the other side. So in order to win this, oftentimes you need to have the kings opposing each other, and you also need to chase the king back to the final rank. So Hikaru is still pretty far out from getting into a situation where it starts becoming scary for Donchenko.
I'm a quick correction. Glebdudin is not who I thought he was. I think I knew someone probably by a similar name. He's a very young player, only 20 years old, originally from Russia, but representing Hungary since 2023. So someone to follow in this tournament. Very impressive to hold Magnus from the position we saw to a draw. Anyway, let's see. Do you think that when you know it, you'll always hold, or that like mistakes can still happen? Yeah,
mistakes still happen. Yeah. So now Hikaru is going to move his king to the left side of his bishop. He's going to then, that's because he wants to use his bishop as a shelter from checks coming in from the side. And now Donchenko is going to give a check. Hikaru is going to then move the bishop back, and then the bishop is giving shelter from kind of both directions at the same time. Or he's going to go back with his king. Why did we go back with the king?
I do not know. If one thing about this ending, if black defends perfectly, do we not even get to kick the king back, or do we always manage?
No, we always get to kick the king back. I just never really understand how. Okay, so now we're going to do this. No? Hikaru from pushing the king forward. I'm starting to think Donchenko is a bit of a nerd, and he knows a lot about this endgame.
I think
normally
in general,
you manage to kick them into the edge of the board pretty early on. But even kicking Donchenko back to the 7th rank is proving difficult.
Yeah, I'm also starting to lose some of my optimism here, because we're almost halfway through the allotted moves, and we haven't been able to make that much progress. Alexander, Donchenko is someone who works very hard on chess. So yeah, I'm with you. I think there is a good chance that he has just spent a lot of time on this and on other chess stuff. And
okay, Hikaru's trying this thing again, but now when the rook comes in to give a check, I hope he moves the bishop instead. But he lost like 6-7 moves just moving around in the circle here, no?
Yeah. I mean, how are we not able to kick him back?
Because now rook here is... I'm not sure I like this. Now we can give this check.
By the way, Arjun just resigned his game against Sam Savian. I mean, there's almost no more favorites at the top. Like everyone is dropping points.
Who's on 3 points?
On 3 points.
Anish is on 3 out of 3. Wow.
Lenderman. Lenderman beat Abdusattorov. We saw that, yeah, that he was much better.
Well, we saw he was better, but beating Abdusattorov is huge.
Absolutely. So he's on 3. Dominguez is on 3 after beating Hans Niemann. Sam Savian is on 3 after just beating Irigaisi. Safarli on 3 after beating Pragnananda. Anish, as you mentioned, he beat Tigran Petrosian, aka Pipin Pampers. Blast from the past. Then finally on 3 we have Shan Sargsyan, Volodar Murzin, who just beat Alexander Bortnik, and Raunak Sadvani. I mean, all of them strong grandmasters, but very few of them, you know, elite players.
But all of them got there by beating elites.
Yeah.
Mersin beat Karana. Raunak Sadvani, he beat, I forget, but it was a
Yeah,
big name.
he beat Alireza.
And Lenderman beats Abdusaturov.
Yeah,
It's crazy. This first day is just, it's mixing up everything.
it's nuts, really. Um, this is one of only two games still going. We're on move 104. It will be the last game of this round because the other one is a king and pawn versus king, which is a draw. So I don't think it'll be much going on much longer. And okay, we have the black king on the seventh or second or G file now.
It's incredible how Hikaru actually hasn't been able to get closer than this
Yeah.
in the amount of moves he has spent. Really, really good defending by Donchenko.
Yeah. We have 24 more moves.
A lot can happen in 24 moves, but if Donchenko kind of manages to survive one or two tricks, that should be enough to get the draw. Normally, you have to survive like three, four, maybe even five tricks. But
Mm.
the way that he has managed to make it difficult for Hikaru to set up the normal starting position kind of has been really effective. Okay, but now Hikaru is getting ready here. Oh, but yeah, he has set up the second rank defense. Mr. Donchenko has. Hikaru's going to look to try and disrupt the most obvious way of making a draw here. So something like this could be an idea to threaten checkmate. The problem is that the second rank defense is so effective, and anytime you get close now, you just sacrifice your rook because that's going to be a stalemate. So there are some tricks that you can use as the defender as well.
I'm always a bit lost, Hammer. Lost for words in this ending because I just sit here and I watch the moves and I'm like, what do I say? I Yeah, I think the problem is just that Alex will know this end game too
Well,
well.
he's already demonstrated
Yeah.
that he has quite intricate knowledge. But you can still mess up. He's down to 30 seconds on the clock. It is possible to go wrong. So now Hikaru gets the opportunity to use his bishop to limit the movement of the king. And then after rook forward. No, because now if rook here, then this is checkmate.
Yeah.
No,
Wait,
Hikaru's very
suddenly,
close now.
yeah. That happened kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, but that's how it goes. And this is a very, very difficult endgame. But maybe you can just move the king down. Okay, he moves the rook up. And now, so Hikaru's kind of gonna have to move the king up because otherwise he gets his king off the bottom rank. So king up, then you have to go king back because otherwise you get checkmated. And now, yeah, rook here, that's fine. Trying to go for this checkmate. And
Okay.
then Donchenko has to give a check. 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 Yeah, no, you're not
You can
getting
also play
anywhere.
King G2 at some point, simply no.
Maybe. Okay, so check. King tries to move around. But now you can move the king up, but then this check comes in, and you've taken over control along the seventh. How many moves do we have?
16.
Could work. It could happen. Hikaru is very close to the optimal placement of the pieces. Ooh, rook back. That's very calm defending. That's very
Just
good.
securing that G file to make sure there's no checks. So what's the idea?
Yeah. Well, it's not about the G file, it's about the second rank.
Like,
So it's kind of like the same thing here all over. Ooh, he's threading a thin line here now. So Hikaru should move his king up here. Then I think rook here is the only move. Okay, maybe it's not the only move. Looks pretty close to being the only move.
yeah.
Like typical way how you lose this is that you end up in something like this, and then you can't get away from this checkmate.
I still believe. I
Donchenko is defending well. So here, threatening checkmate, giving the check, that's the right thing to do. Now king up, check, king moves away. Check, king comes back, and then king here. Yeah, we're very close. If Hikaru hadn't spent so much time getting this king into the corner, then I think he would win this. But I just don't think he has enough moves left.
So for everyone in the chat wondering, move 128 is the cutoff. We're now on move 117, so 11 moves to go.
Only 2 moves to save the draw here. This very good move from Hikaru.
Okay, this is it, guys.
Wow, and he finds it.
Unbelievable. But again, only move.
Only
Rook
move.
h4.
Yeah,
But
but
okay,
that's easy enough.
The problem with, so if the players call it, but even if they don't call it, what will happen is what we saw in round one. If Alexander suddenly realizes, because you're never gonna get mated just in one move. What's gonna happen
Yeah.
is you're gonna run into a position where mate is unavoidable, but then you claim in that moment. So even if Donchenko doesn't claim after 50 moves, once the 50 moves are over, the hope is gone, because if Hikaru sets up a mate, Donchenko will claim, basically.
I'm really impressed by Donchenko's knowledge of this endgame. This is a really tricky thing to defend, especially against someone like Hikaru who puts so much pressure on you throughout the game. But he's gonna do it. What was the last pawn move you said?
78, I think.
Capture 78. Yeah, it's too late.
I think, to be honest, I'm not sure that even if Hikaru had gotten him to the corner sooner, I think if he really knows it that well, there's a good chance he would, because he was in some tricky spots and he found them. So if you find them once, there's a chance. I mean, I think there's a good chance that he'd just know it, you know? Wandering
We
Bishop
lost
is
the
asking
moves
if
again.
we saw the award presentation to Fabi and Donchenko at the St. Louis tournament where they. No, I saw a photo, but I didn't see what happened at the presentation. What did we miss, or did you see it, Hammer?
No. Okay, we officially made move 50. The game doesn't end automatically because one of the players, in this case Donchenko with the sole rook, still has to claim the draw. Hikaru can still lose some time here, even though the 50 move rule has happened.
Okay, but still he needs to be careful here. Only two
Yeah,
moves.
but no, but this is the second rank defense, no?
Oh.
Oh no, it's not, because then you can go check and back. Wow, only one move.
And it's move
No, it's
126.
mate. No, it's mate. It's over. It's winning.
But is he gets
It's
there in
mate.
time, yeah?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
that was
No,
five moves out. Five
but
moves out.
does he wait, King H4?
King H4 is mate.
But can he not claim?
Yeah, he can
Like,
claim.
can
Seven
he
moves away. 7 moves away that Hikaru got it.
No, but I mean, even in the game, can he not claim? Wait, what happened? Can he not claim now?
Yeah, he can.
So it's a draw. Oh, it's
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, it's a draw.
Oh my God.
Oh no, it's not even. Oh no, I'm messing it up. No, it's 1 move away. It's literally 1 move.
Half a move.
I thought it was at 122, but it's at 128.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. Like, it's literally the most insane situation.
Wow.
This is, I mean, this is insane.
I
It's like,
told you if he had gotten the king to the core in the on the edges earlier, he was gonna win that. He came pretty darn close.
this is so insane. Imagine because the players don't know, right? Neither of them
Neither
know.
of them know how many moves.
Yeah.
And they're just gonna be told yes or no. There has been 50 moves. They
And
don't
then
get to
when they
know
go
that
to
it's
check,
actually on
yeah,
the dot.
yeah, draw.
A draw has been confirmed with this as the final position.
So
Wow, that is so close.
I hadn't seen anything. I think I saw this situation once in the World Rapid and Blitz years and years ago. Yeah, this is
Why a draw? So the rule is if you don't, if a sorry, if a pawn is not moved or a piece not captured for 50 moves, then the game is declared a draw, or you can claim a draw, because basically it's a rule to make sure that you don't play forever in a position where you can't actually make any progress. And sometimes that has the effect that a player who survived for most of the 50 moves, but then stumbled right at the end. They managed to use this rule just as they were about to be checkmated.
it's insane. Someone was asking in the chat, wait, did Donchenko do that on purpose? No, he couldn't because the players don't know how many moves it has been. Donchenko basically, when he stops the clock and he claims a draw, he's just praying that he's made 50 moves. He has no idea. And I mean, it's gonna be a tale of when he finds out that it was literally on the dot. He's gonna be, it's like gonna be one of the best feelings, and for Hikaru, it's gonna be the opposite. It's gonna be very cruel. But that is chess. Chess is a cruel game. If he didn't claim, yeah, if he didn't claim, I mean, he only has one move here. That move is rook h4, and Hikaru would take, and that would be checkmate. We see this actually very rarely, especially it happening on the move, is very, very rare.
Let me
But
try and move so let's see if, how am I going to do this? So if we get something like, okay, that obviously. I was thinking, is there some way I can construct this position with the same positioning of the pieces, just 1 move less? Because then the eval bar would not be equal anymore, right? Because we got a bit tricked by the fact that the eval bar was giving
yeah,
zeros,
yeah.
despite the position actually not being salvageable for Donchenko.
But wait, after rook g4, what's the
No, then I think it is a draw.
okay?
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe it's a bit tricky, but maybe this is a draw. You're definitely in trouble though. Whereas after this move, I think it's just yeah.
Bear is saying 2 out of 3 may be good as the opponent will be easier next game, just like the draw first game. The most important games come later on. Yeah, no, I'm gonna disagree with that. I think a draw rather than a win doesn't actually guarantee an easier opponent in this tournament where there's just so many good players. And of course, the last game is always the most important, but in order for the last games to be the most important, you need to be in contention. And right now, he is still in contention, but as much as I want to see the bright side, I don't think there's any bright side to having drawn this rather than won it. But anyway, Hammer, 3 games down. Hikaru is on 2 out of 3, same as Magnus. Still, they have been having the same results so far. Still plenty of games to go. For now, no disaster, just a heartbreak for the draw to happen in this way. We're gonna take a quick break and we'll be back with round 4 shortly. Welcome back, everyone. This is round 4 of the World Rapid Championship. Hikaru is on 2 out of 3. He just was held to a heartbreaking draw against Donchenko, but the tournament continues. Hammer, he is playing black against Luca Moroni, and the game has just started.
Yeah, and I'm surprised by the choice of opening here from Hikaru. This all the pawns up against one another in the center of the board. He's played this previously as well, but I think it works better when you play it against a really, really strong player. Hikaru played this in the candidates tournament, the qualifier to the Classical World Championship, and he did manage to get a fairly easy draw there. However, yeah, we're about to see all the pawns being traded off here in the middle of the board. We're also going to get the queens moving in towards one another. Yeah, it's not really the opening when you're going all out for the win. So I'm actually thinking that maybe Hikaru feels like the previous game went so long and that he's so tired now that he wants to try and get a calm game without too much action and then go for the win in the final game. At the start of the day, I said 4 points out of 5 would be great, and 3.5 points out of 5 would be good, and anything below that would be pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm starting to wonder if Hikaru now feels like, okay, I'll just play some very sensible, solid chess for this game. And then I'll go for the win with the white pieces in the final one. And also, it must be said that Hikaru, even when he plays solid and proper chess, he can still win games using that strategy.
Yeah, I think it makes sense what you are saying. He's probably like, okay, let me play something where at least I don't, because I had a very long game, I had a very short break between games. Something not like the modern, which we saw earlier, where, any mistake can cost me the game. I don't want something sharp. I want something like this, which is very even and where, if my opponent doesn't play the best moves, maybe I can squeeze a little something. We'll flip the live board in a second. Thanks for pointing that out. And yeah, let's see. I'm also curious, if you're Luca here, how do you, I guess you're surprised that Hikaru goes for something like this, where you just trade everything in the opening, complete symmetry. It can be a little bamboozling, I think, for him, because then suddenly do you feel like, okay, I just make the draw, or do you feel like I'm gonna try and punish him? What do you think is going on in his mind?
I guess it also depends on whether he knows this line at all, right? So
Hmm.
If he were to play this against a top guy, this is something the top guy studies because they are like, okay, how can we kill the game as quickly as possible with the massive pawn trades in the center and the two queens getting off the board early on. But then Hikaru could, I would say, correctly assume that a player like Moroni, who's a good grandmaster but doesn't play the top level tournaments, when he plays, he's mostly focused on ways to get combative positions, and outside of the top players in the world, no one is really voluntarily suffering a slightly worse endgame, such as this one. So it's probably an area Morani has not spent a lot of time analyzing. And of course, he knows that Hikaru played this in the candidates. So maybe he feels like, I don't really know what's going on here.
Mm.
I don't know. Yeah. To me, this whole, I remember when Hikaru played this against, who was it he played it against?
I was wondering as well when you
Was it Olireza? No. Vidit? No.
he
Who
lost
was
both
the
games.
other guys?
The Vivid games we should remember. They were the ones
Well, he
who
won both against Olireza.
was it against Alireza, maybe?
Prague.
Prague. It was Prague.
Thank you,
You know
chat.
what? You know what I did? I immediately fought Prague, and then I was like, oh, you're silly. Prague wasn't even in the. I was like, don't say Prague. He wasn't even there. I'd forgotten there were
Um,
three
oh,
Indians
he
there.
actually won using this opening against Prague. Oh yeah, now it's starting to come back to me. Yeah,
Oh,
there
me
was some
too,
king in the
actually.
center and some pawns on the king side. Okay, so, well, I mean, if it's good enough to beat Prague in classical chess, it's good enough to beat Moroni in rapid. Okay,
With
I,
no
I I'm changing my
disrespect.
mind. I'm completely changing my mind. Maybe just playing normal chess and not being afraid of making a draw is the way to go. Because then he can just rely on his main openings instead of having to kind of do something crazy in order to try and beat these, grandmasters who are not at Hikaru's level, but they're not bad either.
And yeah, chat. Hammer and I didn't follow the the candidates that closely, so give us a break, you know.
But there were 14 of them.
I mean, when you said against who was it? I literally immediately thought Prague, and then I thought, thank goodness I didn't say it. I forgot. How did Prague get into at the World Cup, right? That's how he got into the candidates, yeah? When again, like there was the history, like he beat Hikaru, right? Is that? Anyway,
Is this the
well,
FIDE delay or is he using 3 minutes? I think he's spending a lot of time here, actually.
I think it's very possible he is spending time, right?
Yeah. Because he wants to do something different than what Hikaru's analyzed, and there's frankly a lot of options for white. Bishop up here, that's not what Prague did, at the very least. And it does nothing to prevent Hikaru from pushing the pawn further forward. But now when the pawn pushes forward, the knight can move back without blocking the bishop's path. So that makes sense. And then this makes sense. But then going for this trade between these two pawns is like very drawish. So maybe it's not something Hikaru wants to do for this game. Although
You know
now
what
that
I'm
I'm
gonna
looking at this, I'm wondering, how are you not doing a double attack here? You were saying?
I just opened the game, Prague against Hikaru. C5 was actually Prague had played two knight f3, knight f6, and then c4, c5. And then it went down a very similar path, actually.
What do you mean very similar path? It's the same thing until move 11.
Oh, yeah. So move 11 is where it move 11 is where it changed, right?
Yeah,
Were you saying
that's
that
why
this
we
whole
were
time?
talking about it.
I knew it was, I didn't realize it was the exact same. Well, it is almost 1 a.m., which is when I told you things were gonna start going wrong, Hammer. Um, yeah,
I'm
so
pretty sure Hikaru's preparation is to continue pushing this pawn forward on the edge of the board, but at the same time, then there's zero chance he's going to win the game. So I think now Hikaru's looking into whether there are other options that he can try instead. And the only really other option he can do is probably this bishop out here. But then this pawn structure feels favorable to white because you would rather have this guy way back here if you were going to play this pawn structure, because frankly, the rook can be very powerful pointing down here when black has no way of influencing these squares. No, Hikaru has to go with a pawn push, and then it's just a immediate draw. It's my analysis.
Hammer, a bit more optimism.
No, I mean optimism. Hikaru's gonna get a nice long break after this game. Poor guy. Honestly, we could call him. I don't know if that feels kind of
So
rude
that
to
the
me.
optimist Hammer can cheer him up a bit.
I
Hikaru's
mean, that's
Hammer
pretty
here.
optimistic, thinking that Hikaru's going to take time out of his tournament to call us and say how he's feeling. But that's as much optimism I can muster.
No,
I'm
okay,
still
I don't.
thinking about Donchenko. Yeah, me too, Coffee Man.
Mm.
One move away. Can you imagine? Yeah, Hikaru went pawn a3. He thought about whether he had any options, but frankly, all the other options were just bad. Pushing this advance in order to get the bishop out quickly and destabilizing the protection of this knight, it was really the only thing Hikaru could do. But now after takes here, apparently the only good move here is to castle. And then this is just, yeah, this is as drawish as it gets. Oh, maybe it's not drawish. Maybe it's just down a pawn for no good reason. How is Hikaru down a pawn here and the chess engine thinks it's okay for him? That's wild.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, this is not what I was envisioning, this line with the pawn down. Was this first, the line you just showed?
I mean, it was forced for Hikaru, not so much for Luca. But I think knight up here makes a ton of sense. Attacking the bishop, attacking the potential fork. King castles makes sense. Taking the bishop while you have the chance makes a lot of sense. Maybe you take this one first, but doesn't really alter that much. I mean, Hikaru's losing a pawn here by force, actually.
But what is,
But
yeah,
he
what's
has a
this?
lot of activity with his, like, look at his rooks, look
I
at
have
his
to say,
knight,
I'm
look at
still
his bishop.
optimistic about this position. Like, I don't know how easy is it for white to untangle here.
Maybe. Okay, Moroni takes the knight.
Come on, Hammer, we're back.
Yeah, no, but that's such a weird move, no? He's allowing the capture here, but I guess he's happy to just get his rook in a better position. So he wants Hikaru to make the capture, and so Hikaru doesn't make the capture because you don't want to help your opponent.
And now this is okay. Now the pawn on e5
Yeah,
is
now Hikaru
defended.
has the bishop pair.
Now,
Hikaru
like,
has the bishops The pawn in the center is protected, true, as Fiona says. And you also have the potential of pushing these pawns forward so that they block the bishop on the diagonal.
You know,
Okay,
I think,
I am
yeah,
willing to come over to your side, Fiona.
welcome.
This is
The
winnable.
side of joy and positivity, Hammer. A whole new life starts now. I think Hikaru is gonna. I was gonna say before Luca took on f6 that I think it's so tough for Hikaru uh to have to make a draw in that way where it's made on the board and then after the game find out that it was like it was literally that moment, like one move earlier it would have been winning, and then have such a short break and then play with black against a strong GM. I think there is not enough time. Like, I think you're gonna be tilted. Like, I think there is nothing to be done. You're gonna be either tilted or disappointed. I don't think you can get over that so quickly. And I can imagine that after this A3, he was not feeling happy. But now, I think, he's like, hold on a minute. Why would you take on f6? But let's see. How do you recapture on a3 here? Do you take with the bishop?
Um, I think if you take with the bishop, there's the
Or there's
potential
always
of the
the knight.
knight attacking the bishop and threatening the fork. Maybe it's not good capturing this bishop, but in any case, I just got the bishop pair and I don't want to give it away anytime soon. So I'm going to say use the rook to preserve the bishop.
Okay, so rook takes, and then what?
I guess knight forward in the center, and then that attacks a pawn, and then that pawn moves forward. And percentages are going very much in the Italians' favor. Not sure that's a great sign.
Yeah, I'm not sure about f5. I'm
Well,
not sure.
I like, well, f5. What do you mean not sure about f5? That pawn was under attack.
Yeah, I understand, but I know you don't want to give up the bishop pair. I know we just got it, but I feel like f5 is.
Yeah, according to the engine, bishop b4 pointing against the king is the only good move here, but that's a bit sad, giving up the bishop. To be fair, though, if white captures the pawn, then this bishop pointing continuously against the king is going to be an issue. Hikaru takes with the bishop.
Wow.
Not a huge fan of that.
But why doesn't the computer knight b5 isn't one of the top moves? Why is
Well,
that?
because black already has the bishop pair, so the engine doesn't really care if you lose it, because then it's just going to be a draw, more
Yeah.
trades.
Yeah.
But we were kind of trying to avoid this because we did not want a draw. Although even here, probably it's still could be a bit annoying for white, maybe. I don't know. It's just that if the white king just gets some space into the center here, white is doing very, very well.
Mm.
Okay, rook b1 has been played. I don't like this move. Moroni is down by 5 minutes, Fiona, and he's down to 6 minutes, which is not that much time remaining. And now that Hikaru got castled, his bishop is safe. There's nothing white can do anymore to get at this black bishop.
Yeah, and
I
I mean
really
I
don't
have
like
to.
this rook b1 move.
I don't even understand rook b1. What was the
Well,
to stop bishop b2?
yeah, you're scared of this bishop coming in. But you had like 7 different other ways of preventing that.
I hadn't even noticed how low Luca has become on. By the way, I like how on chess.com it doesn't even put his last name, just Luca Jr. Like the football players or something. Just he'll just go by Luca Jr. No, I think that Hikaru uh will, if he hasn't already, he will now start smelling some blood because even if you don't have the engine, I think even for me it feels like White has made some weird moves, starting with taking on f6, then rook b1.
But yeah, it's still tricky though, because Hikaru cannot bring the bishop out because then he loses the pawn. And he always has to watch out for bishop takes knight because it really cripples the pawn formation. So I think here, if you want to play for the win, you have to go pawn f5, but you kind of reacted poorly to the last time that was suggested. And even here, like there's so easy access for the white pieces to get at squares. It's just Hikaru basically doesn't have control of any of these squares. Like it's just devastating to look at how the white pieces can just maneuver in this area without any black pawns ever stopping you.
What happened? Okay, what's the computer summon for this bishop b4?
Yeah, well, computer says after bishop here, we start a trading operation with bishop takes knight, removing the defender of the black bishop, getting ready to capture that one next. So then you have to capture the white knight, and then you're attacking both the knight and the bishop. So you think you're doing good, but the knight moves away, attacks the bishop, and attacks the pawn, and you're attacking this pawn, which means at the end of all of this, you have to take out the bishop while you can. But then knight takes bishop, and suddenly you're left there with a terrible pawn structure, and white has the knight versus bishop, which is basically what white has been trying to accomplish throughout this whole thing, getting the more flexible knight against the bishop with the small white advantage. So
Hammer,
if
when
this
did
is
you sneakily leave my side again?
it happened at some point.
Very
There was well
sneaky.
when you started talking about this bishop to b4 move, because after bishop to b4, it's just like the question is how much worse is black. Bishop to b4 initiates trades that are just zero chance of winning whatsoever. So that's when it happened.
Okay,
Instead, Hikaru moves the rook into the middle, attacks the knight. But this is why we talked about the knight thingy earlier. The knights just they have so many good squares, so many places on this board. But this is a good try by Hikaru. He's trying to provoke the knight forward, and then he's going to attack the knight. And then if the knight captures the bishop, he also gets the attack of the other knight. Yeah, no, this is definitely the best attempt from Hikaru.
and if after bishop e6, if knight c4, bishop e6, rook.
Well, he has to go bishop e6 now, but that's
Yeah,
also something he's going to find.
but then what happens after rook takes b7?
Well, after rook takes pawn, then your opponent is going to be a bit nervous because they start initiating tactics against Hikaru, which is scary. But then even after the tactics, this knight is not very solidly defended.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be some moment in the future where you just knock that knight out of its position. Here, Hikaru would be down a pawn, but he wouldn't really be in danger because his two bishops are so good at just controlling a lot of squares.
By the way, Hammer, to infuse some optimism back into you, Hikaru on chess.com has played 19 games against Luca Moroni, And out of those 19 games, he has won 18 and drawn 1, which is quite the head-to-head score.
Yeah, that's incredible. But it just makes me wonder why he would play this opening.
Hmm.
Because when you're playing against someone you have an amazing score against, it usually means that it's more beneficial to take an additional risk because you're kind of in their head.
Hmm. But do you feel that in a way also sometimes if you have such a big score, you're like, I can do anything and try and get
No,
into their heads even more? Doesn't work that way.
no. And also like on chess.com, it's blitz games, right?
Hmm.
And a player like Luca is going to be a lot more difficult to beat with the white pieces in rapid than in blitz because the safety margin is a lot higher when you have time to kind of consider your options just that little bit more than you do in a blitz game. Okay, this is interesting. So the bishop came in, attacked the knight. The pawn was captured, but then Hikaru just moves the knight. So Hikaru's trying to keep as many pieces as possible on the board. He has the pressure against the pawn on e2. He has some pressure against the pawn on a2. The knight is under attack. And frankly, also there could be some pressure from the rooks. I think Hikaru's doing a very good job of maximizing the difficulty for white. Ooh, but Moroni is also up to the task right now. The knight moves in, attacks the rook, which also prevents the rook from attacking the white knight on c3. This guy is holding everything together right now. And Hikaru would love to push this knight out of position. But instead, what's about to happen is that we're going to have another knight potentially coming to kind of for these two guys to work together.
But
Although,
okay, you made
yeah, this
one
rook move.
careless move and the bar dropped. I'm still feeling good about this. I know you've been trying to drag me forcefully to your side, but I'm still resisting. I want to give a shout out to Patrick for his comment in the chat about how Hikaru adopted Luca and how it should be Nakamura Jr. and not Luca Jr. So shout out. Um, so yeah.
Now, I think Hikaru's
Yes.
doing a great job of maximizing the difficulty here. And I think Luca made a mistake in allowing Hikaru to keep the bishops on the board. Ooh, but knight there was not. Oh, wow. So apparently Hikaru should have moved the knight in the other direction because now if a trade, then he had that pressure in towards the white pieces. But importantly, by moving the knight here, you're threatening to capture the white knight. And now when Hikaru moves the knight over in the other direction, Luca has the ability now to go for the trade between the bishops. And that is our pride and joy, the two bishops working together. This is actually super dangerous for Hikaru. He's very close to losing here now after bishop to d5. And what Hikaru has missed is that after takes, he's just calculated that I can capture more than he can. But at the end of this analysis, the pawn moves in to attack both the knight and the rook. So
You
if
know what,
Luca
Hammer?
discovers that fork and finds this bishop move to trade off the two bishops, Hikaru's in serious trouble.
I think he's not gonna spot it. I think he's gonna trust Hikaru.
Oh, you're right. He gets a question mark in return.
Hey, 94, we're back, baby. This game, I mean, we fought out of the opening before realizing it was the Prague game. We're like, oh, it's just gonna be a draw. Then after A3, we were back on that camp. But it's been a roller coaster. Okay, why is knight A4 a question mark? Because it's not
Well,
bishop
just because
E5?
he had this opportunity to trade off one of Hikaru's very powerful bishops. And now, even though Hikaru's down a pawn, he can just move his king one step forward because his bishops are just such good long range pieces. And White's stuff is just kind of, yeah, stepping on each other's toes, trying to keep everything defended.
How close is Luca to being in trouble also because of the clock times, 2 minutes? Because what I mean is, if he found bishop d5, it would have been big trouble for Hikaru. Now, is this just even?
No, I
Is he
think this
still
is
a
still
bit
very much
better?
imbalanced. Yeah, and Luca is very low on time. Hikaru only has pawns remaining on one side of the board, which generally should mean that he has no chance of winning whatsoever. But the truth of the matter is that the coordination of these two white knights on the edge of the board is so bad that there's still opportunities here to come away with the win. Because if you manage to get your rook pointing towards one of them and the other rook pointing against the second one, these knights, like, then neither one of them can move. If both knights have pressure in towards them, neither can move. And here Luca plays a really good move with the rook back, simply because he realizes how problematic it is having Hikaru's rook pointing in against one of those stepping on each other's toes knights. And now Luca can just chase after this rook with his rook to get the draw.
Do you think he will be happy at this point to make the draw?
Yes, yes.
Do you think he's been happy for a while
Oh,
to make the
wow.
draw?
Okay, but he didn't go after the rook with his rook. He instead joins with another one.
So he now definitely wants to go rook b7, but what
Yeah,
about
but
knight
look
d?
at this move being suggested. Knight forward in the center of the board, and if the knight is captured, then the pawn attacks the knight, but the knight cannot move because of the pressure against the other one. This is the kind of tricks I was talking about when the knights are kind of
These
not working
knights,
very well together.
surely he's not gonna play. I mean, knight d4 is a flashy move. What about knight d6 looks more, that's the move I would play, the coward move. Just, no, you don't go into b7, but
What about the rook up? But yeah, knight back seems okay as well.
where do you go now? Rook b8?
Apparently, you should go for the rook trade, which seems to make sense. It's difficult for Hikaru to play for a win here. But yeah, maybe he can try and push these pawns up so that they block the bishop's influence through the center. Winning here is going to be a stretch, but Hikaru's done bigger miracles previously.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of pressure in a sense on Moroni because he knows that he had the better side of this game probably, throughout. He was never in too much danger. And I think partly there is always an inner conflict of like, okay, do I just play it safe and try to make the draw? Or should I don't get the chance to play Hikaru every day. I am probably a bit better. Do I keep the tension? And it's not an easy conflict to balance. But we need a move from Hikaru. I think it's quite important that he keeps the time pressure
Okay.
on.
He does move the rook up. I think that makes sense to me. Moroni does go for the trade between the rooks. That is very good for him because that would stop all the pressure against the white knight on the edge of the board. And we could have a back and forth now if he's interested.
You know what wouldn't even surprise? Can Hikaru avoid the back and forth? I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one who to avoid it.
Yeah, I guess well, the only way to avoid it is actually agreeing to the trade. which means then you no longer have that pressure against the knight, which is you really want to have that pressure. But yeah, no, maybe let's. One of the lines being recommended here by the chess engine is to weirdly here just push this pawn forward, giving up another pawn, but in doing so, also opening up more squares
Mm-hmm.
and ways for you to attack the opponent's position.
I kind of like this, I have to say.
Okay, we could get this happening. The trade has happened. The knight moved back, attacking the rook. And now Hikaru could push this pawn up afterwards, trying to break up the pawn formation. So Moroni does have the bishop moving on the light squares, but he doesn't have a bishop moving on the dark squares. This is not really something you notice in the position because the white pawns are doing an excellent job of keeping the dark squares under control. But if Hikaru can then sacrifice a pawn, breaking up some of this dark square defense, that will allow him to really emphasize the part of the game that's currently in his favor.
I am getting more and more hopeful. By the way, thank you so much to retaliate for posting, actually writing the quote. I hadn't realized how profound it was. John Ludwig Hammer 2024, the only way to avoid the trade is to just accept it. It's like that famous Oscar Wilde, the only way to resist temptation is to yield it. Hammer, you are a freaking poet.
I think that was mostly thanks to the person who noticed rather than me saying it.
Shout out, retaliate. Okay, the rooks are off.
Yeah, that's not a great sign, is it? But the thing is, Hikaru couldn't really. Well, he could keep the rooks. But if he wanted to keep the rooks, he had to allow a trade between the bishops, which he wasn't really that eager on. So instead, he allows the trade of rooks to happen. He manages to capture one of the pawns. And now he needs to avoid the trade between the bishops if he wants to preserve any chance of winning. This has gone pretty well, Fiona. No? The
He
knights
should
are
not
still
lose it
the knights
anymore.
are still stuck on the edge of the board. Hikaru still has the bishop pair. His opponent is down to 1 minute. As far as fighting for the win goes, this has been a really good attempt.
I completely agree with you. I'm actually curious. How do you create winning chances here? Do you bring the king? Also, what about the knight on d6? Where do you want to have that ideally?
I guess I'm going with the bishop here and knight here somehow. Okay, that knight running away was not part of what I was expecting. Where's he wanting to go with that? Is he going here? Can we just move bishop here? This seems sensible to me. Preventing the knight from going here. Seems good. Also preventing the king from getting involved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So
Hikaru
bishop.
attacks the knight. Knight's voluntarily on the edge of the board. This is some very weird knight maneuvering going on right now.
Look at, by the way, down to just 30 seconds.
Hikaru allows a trade here, but after that trade, the knight is actually stuck with the bishop taking control of all the movements for the knight. Oh, and this is super interesting. So Hikaru's trying to set up this, which would be a winning endgame.
Wow.
Because the king is stuck, cannot get closer, and the knight is stuck.
That's such a funny position.
And it's happening. No.
No.
Yes, it is. Knight here was played, and now Hikaru just trades and pushes the pawn forward, and he's winning. I think he's very close to winning.
Hammer, come back to this side.
The knight is completely stuck. The only plan for white is to get the king here to kick the bishop out. But by pushing this pawn forward, Hikaru can prevent the king from getting close because that will force a favorable trade between the bishops because now the pawn has a clear path. And then you just wait until the white king is in Zugzwang, and then you just get a new queen. Maybe.
Oh.
If Hikaru pushes the pawn here, I think he wins. And he does. 30 seconds remaining for Moroni. He has moronically put his knight all the way out on the edge of the board. The knight is completely stuck. The king cannot move over to help. There's no way for Hikaru to capture the knight because the knight is defended by the bishop.
Why do you deliver these lines with such a straight face?
Yeah, but I'm trying to... Okay, so start with getting this king closer. And then maybe get the bishop around here, but then you allow the king. Yeah, no, this is not winning, is it?
Come on, it is. We're pressing. Well, this is the best position we've had all game, Hammer.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I think he's gonna win it. He always, not always, but so often. He does this so, he's done it so many
But
times.
how do you even keep this pawn defended? So you need to bring the king involved somehow. And you need to prevent the white king from getting involved. I'm just so confused that the chess engines feel like this is close to something. Because as far as I can tell, you can just sit here and move back and forth, and there's nothing you can do. Okay. Okay, so apparently this is winning. I haven't fully understood. Oh yeah, because okay. I mean, it wasn't more difficult than that. So you have to get your king up to this square and then go for the trade between the bishops, because now even if the bishops are traded.
Yeah, this is not obvious, is it?
Yeah, no, this is obvious. The knight remains trapped. So it has to do with where you trade the bishops. You cannot trade the bishops on this e6 square. You have to trade it on the c4 square because you need to have your king close enough to the knight so that the white king running back into it. But this h5 move was probably not it.
Because that pawn is gonna be a weakness.
No, but still. No, I think it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, now this big move, very important move. And Hikaru has made it in an instance where trading is not an option. And then now king back. King back. Yeah, you got it.
He's gonna win it. I just think, like, Luca is basically playing down a piece. He's gonna have to defend so precisely. And he's...
Maybe we don't even care about this pawn. Maybe we just run.
But why not play f6? Why do you want to give it up? A pawn is a pawn, Hammer.
Fair point. Okay, let's just keep the pawn. And then run. And then run. Damn it! He's sacrificing the knight to capture some pawns.
Yeah, but
look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Hikaru doesn't even have to take it. He can just move the king over. Well, that has got to be winning, right?
How is this not just...
Oh, no, this is why it was a mistake for Hikaru to put the pawn on h5 earlier, because now there's no way to defend this.
If he doesn't win this game because of h5,
the previous one,
it's just there's no justice. It's gonna be so... Okay, it's not over yet. What happens if he just gives up f5 and e4?
Maybe he still goes for this one.
But surely we must have some chances to win this. Like, it's still gonna be a tough defense for him.
Yeah, no, for sure. Still very tricky. Oh, Hikaru doesn't even take the knight. Oh, he just completely changed his mind. He's going back to start.
But if he's going back to start, how is he gonna make progress?
He can't even get back to this diagonal.
Is he gonna try and play bishop a4, bishop c somewhere c6, bishop d5,
I
or
don't think
bishop?
so. Well, now he cannot because he needs to prevent the king from. I was thinking maybe he was going to put the bishop here, but I don't really see what that's doing. Yeah, now I think he's just going to go a bit. He's just going to triangulate to build his clock a little bit. Yeah, no, actually, Hikaru had the opportunity to win the night, but I think he felt like that was a draw,
Mm.
and because of all the white pawns and the ability of white to try and trade off some more pawns as well later on. And now I'm not even sure Hikaru can go back to that position, even if he wanted to.
I'm surprised, I have to say, that Hikaru didn't take the piece when he had the chance. Maybe he thought that he could always go. Maybe what happened is that he thought he could always go back to that line.
Probably, yeah.
Because now,
Okay, he's trying to get in via the a4 square. That seems good. That seems good.
yeah, I think it's still a tough defensive task for White,
Yeah,
right?
no, he I think he is getting that position he wanted. Yeah, so now king b5, Zugzwang. Either you move the king or you move the bishop. In either case, the king can. You're getting one of these.
White
He's probably going to move the king because he knows from before that Hikaru didn't want to sacrifice the bishop thing.
Hammer, huge drama in the Magnus game. Magnus is in a losing endgame against Shimanov. He went from a winning endgame to losing endgame. We're not gonna go there now, but we will have to have a playback of that. I mean, it
Okay,
is funny.
so
This chat,
we're
there's a lot
back.
of people.
We're back to winning the bishop if we want to. Wait, why are we going back with the king? Now I'm confused. Did we not get what we wanted?
I'm also confused.
I think Hikaru's. There's a variation here where the engine is suggesting pushing this pawn forward, but surely that's crazy, right?
Like, what even is the idea?
I don't know. Okay, I mean, this would have to be the idea, I guess. No, that's not never going to work out. Yeah, I think Hikaru's just softening him up a little bit, and then he's going to go for the bishop, winning the bishop thing, or rather winning the knight, but in trade for
Can he
two
always
important
force that?
pawns.
Can he always get that
Yeah,
back?
I think so. I think so. He managed to force it back again, and he can still probably do that without hitting the repetitive moves.
Hikaru now under 20 seconds. Luca has managed to build up some time.
Is this the third time same position? I hope not.
It
Okay, so
feels
now Hikaru gets the position he wanted again. Yeah, king back, bishop back, king up, or bishop here, king up. So now Hikaru will go here, 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 and it's Zugzwang. So this position he had one time previously, And then Luca went with the king. And now Hikaru is going to go for the knight. If Luca moves the bishop up here, then the king pushes close to the knight. He cannot allow that. If Luca goes back, then the king moves forward, which actually might be, but he's probably going to stick with what he knows that has worked out twice before. Yeah. And now Hikaru is going to have to take the knight. And
This
he's
could be the
getting this.
longest game of the round again.
Yeah, he's now getting this under less than optimal circumstances because previously he could have gotten this with his king closer to the middle than now. So he's actually lost like a move compared to what he could have gotten. Ooh, I think Hikaru's considering just moving his king up along the edge of the board, allowing one pawn to be captured, but okay, he's trying to damage the pawn formation and then going, no. I think Hikaru's damaging the pawns and then moving the king up next to the knight, and then he might move the bishop around. Ooh, this is potentially very clever. And one of the benefits of pushing this pawn forward like this is that it changes the pawn structure, the pawn formation, so that it becomes a new situation that Moroni had not considered previously.
So what's the idea? I guess what Moroni is gonna do is then take the pawn on h5.
Wow,
right?
he took with the e pawn.
Which the computer does not like. What is going on, Hammer?
Oh wow, and Hikaru finds the answer. So Moroni moves away from the control of the d4 square. So now the engines like that Hikaru moves into that area with his king. The knight remains cut off from action. Hikaru's move got an X, but it was the main computer move.
Magnus drew, by the way, miraculously.
Okay, but Hikaru's about to win miraculously, so that's fine. Okay. Yeah, I'm not understanding this. I guess it has to do with this move at some point. So now Luca is aiming at this pawn and he's completely giving up on his knight.
Hammer, I have to admit this endgame is flying completely over my head.
Yeah,
like, no, I don't understand the nuance. It's like I'm staring at the screen and I'm like, I don't understand anything.
Yeah, me neither. I'm starting to think Hikaru might have a checkmate.
With the bishops?
Yeah, he might move the king in here and then the pawn and the bishop. Like, imagine a world in which we just go back and forth. And then, like, you see what I'm saying?
Easy as.
That was some cooperation, but this is the kind of thing I'm wondering if something like this is about to happen. Okay, so Hikaru got his king in position. The knight is still stuck.
I don't understand anything, but I see the bar go up and up, so...
Wait, why can the knight not save itself? Yeah, no, he is.
He is setting up a mate.
This thing is going to be a queen.
Oh. What a game. Okay, it's not over yet, but we're getting very close.
So the knight now is allowed to escape from the edge of the board, but it doesn't matter because I don't really understand. Because no, the pieces are just completely stuck. Okay, so Hikaru allowed the knight to move off the edge of the board. But now he has a pawn that has a clear path to become a new queen. And the big difference here compared to when he was trying to trap the knight on the edge of the board is that these bishops are protecting everything they need to protect. And now for good measure, he's trying to trap the knight on the corner once again. No, he's going for the checkmate.
And it's over. The game is over, Hammer.
Fiona, it was easy. He went for the checkmate. Oh, that's kind of nice. He genuinely did go for the checkmate there.
This game was freaking insane. This game was completely insane.
Somehow he gets the win. Amazing job. A fantastic revenge after that previous rook and bishop disaster on move 51. And he's half a point ahead of Magnus.
Unbelievable. Speaking of, I think we should check Magnus's game. We haven't seen any of his games so far, I don't think. There's a few endgames still going, but we can come back to those. There is no big games on the way, so let's check this one out.
So Magnus he had a knight and a bishop in trade for a rook. So here it should have been good for him. But Shimanov sacrifices a pawn on the side of the board in order to get this pressure against all the white pieces at the same time. Apparently this king move was not the best, and now this pawn is gone. He cannot move the knight because of the rook behind. Magnus tries to rush his king up, but now the rook can sacrifice itself to take out both the bishop and the knight. And here both players have the same amount of pawns, but the black pawns are protecting one another, which makes a huge difference. So Shimanov goes for the trade between the rooks. If the rook avoids the trade, he has a clear path forward. Magnus goes for the trade. And we have a pawn endgame. Mate in 46. I mean, how do you mess up just rushing the pawn forward?
It was here that he messed up. He now played Queen G1.
That made a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, but Queen G4, I mean, maybe it's because I had the engine running when I was watching, but I felt, don't I just force the queen exchange here somehow?
Yeah, okay.
Like this looked, I mean, if you're gonna give the, like, I don't know, to me, it's easier said, you know, I'm just sitting here at home, but giving a check where I bring the queen closer.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, no?
Yeah, no, he could have forced the queen trade. And then...
Oh, God. Ah, but you have king. Okay, no, okay, it wasn't as easy as I thought.
Yeah, but
not that difficult either, but
not super difficult. But there were a couple of pawn races that needed to be calculated.
I didn't even see how let's just see how the game ended. I missed that.
Magnus is still in trouble. This pawn in the middle is dangerous.
Yeah, I was shocked how quickly
He didn't centralize his queen. You always have to centralize your queen before you start pushing stuff. I don't know what he was supposed to do here, though. Maybe queen here? Check.
Yeah, check. No, here it's already not easy, I don't think.
No, but at least, you know, you centralize your queen before you... Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it was tough.
Okay, let's have a look at some results.
And here you can push the pawn. Okay, yeah, no, it's very difficult to understand that the queen is good here, but not. Not here. Oh, so basically he just missed one check to make, and then he would be winning.
Yeah. Hammer,
Queen end
there is
games are
one
super tricky.
very interesting. There is only one game remaining, but it's an interesting end game, I think. Maybe it's just an easy draw.
Names?
A certain Alisher Suleimanov. Some of you guys, I'm sure, will remember him last year at the Qatar Masters. He famously beat he was wearing. I know Alisher quite a bit. I think he's legit. I don't think there's been any doubt about any of his games since. I think he just had a good day. And here he's trying to win this endgame as white, but maybe you just are unable to make progress.
Yeah, it's a very good placement of the black rook. Um, Anytime you try and advance the pawns, the rook is kind of gonna just be in the way. If you want to have the king over here to protect the pawn, it doesn't really help you out because even if you have the pawn here to help the pawn move forward, you're always going to just be pinned by the rook to the king. And if you try and sacrifice the pawn, then that pawn can just be captured because even though you do end up getting a new queen protected by your bishop, you also leave the defense of your pawn. And unless you try and defend the pawn first, after which the oh, this is nice. This is nice. This is maybe the only way to make a draw. Where the rook moves down, check on the king moves away from the pawn, and then rook captures queen and takes the pawn. Yeah, so this is probably what they're gonna try to do for the game. Gotta go for the sacrifice.
By the way, in terms of results this round, there are only 3 players left on a perfect score. First of all, Linje Dominguez, who beat Elter Safarli with the black pieces. Shant Sargsyan from Armenia beat Anish Giri, a big result for the Armenian player. And young Volodar Murzin continues winning, beating
Wow.
Alexander Lenderman to also be on 4 out of 4. So 3 players left. Then behind them, there's a reasonably big group on players on 3.5.
If Hikaru wins the next one, he'll have 4 out of 5, and that is what I called a great start. So he's very close to getting the optimal start to the tournament, even
And he
if
should have the white pieces.
the path there has been a bit rocky.
It
The
is
white pieces hasn't really given him much joy so far, Fiona.
true.
He has
Yeah, I
two
was
wins with the
surprised.
black pieces and 2 draws with white.
I was surprised, I have to say, during the World Championship match, how often Gukash talked about how playing with white or black these days doesn't make that big of a difference.
I guess it depends on your attitude. In the World Championship match, both players were very risk willing with black.
Mhm. Does this game have the potential to go around for a very long time?
Yeah, I think so.
It's funny how there's always just one game that goes on a very long time. Like we haven't had any round where there's like 2 very long games. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The
And
girls are done for the day, by the way.
okay. And let's see.
Alice Lee was in a shared lead after 3 rounds, but
She took
Fiona's
the
going to bring
sole
us
lead.
up with the.
Yeah, Alice Lee won round number 4 against Valentina Gonina, who is a reigning champion. I'm not sure now. I think it was Blitz rather than Rapid that she won last year. But a huge result for the young American. is the sole player on 4 out of 4. Behind her, there's a group of 5 players on 3.5. Zhu Vanjun, Tan Zhongyi, Harika Dronavelli, and no, sorry, 5 players. Nino
Also,
Batsiashvili
Kostenyuk is on 3 out of 4. The only person to have bested her
is
is
Atusa, and Atusa is on 1.5 after her great start. She lost twice to Sukandar and Asaubayev, also a former champion in one of the 2 time controls, and drawing the last round against Kirchian. So that's it for the women. They are done for the day. They will be playing 4 more rounds tomorrow and 3 more rounds a couple of days from now for 11 rounds in total. Meanwhile, the men play 2 more rounds. They play 2 more rounds in total. They will play 1 more today, tomorrow 4, same as the women. But then on the last day, 4 games as well versus 3 for the women. And today, how far are we behind schedule? The last game was scheduled to start 15 minutes ago. Okay, we're behind schedule, but could have been worse. Could have been better, could have been worse.
half an hour behind schedule is pretty long considering that the schedule was generous to begin with.
That's true. So it's what time now in New York? Almost 8 p.m. Still 1 round to go. Still need to.
Players are going to be tired at this point.
Yeah. Do you think we might see a bunch of quick draws in the last round?
For sure on the top boards, but I don't know. It depends. Like, who is Hikaru going to be playing? Like, Hikaru is going to have the white pieces. Magnus is going to have the black pieces. The kids are very combative. Like your Dominguez with the black pieces would love to get a draw, no matter the opponent, right?
Yeah.
In this round, maybe. Dominguez is also kind of combative for such an old man.
You know, I had to laugh earlier. I couldn't interrupt because we were in the thick of the end game. But somebody wrote about me in the chat. I took a picture with my phone, as I always. The quote unquote, "we love older women" gang in chat simping for Fiona, and I couldn't relate more. It's always nice, you know, to be called an older woman. I never thought, you know, I have some young Sims for old Fifi. How we have
Fifi, I
her.
must admit, the word Fifi, I do kind of mentally connect with like these fur coats and like 65-year-old women minimum.
Fifi. When I refer to myself as Fifi, I always think that's so childlike.
Really?
Yeah. For me, like Fifi is something I was called when I was a kiddo.
I'm thinking fur coats, 101 Dalmatians, Cruella de Vil, that kind of
Cruel de
aesthetic.
Fifi.
Fifi
Oh
is a
God.
poodle's name? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hence, well, Dalmatians maybe not the same thing, but it's adjacent-ish.
It's a dog. It's all the same. Hammer, the Gambit is oh God, he was actually asking me. Fiona, can you do a quick recap of all the Hikaru games so far when you have time? No, absolutely not.
Well, she can delegate such responsibilities.
Maybe in talking, but surely not in playing through them. There's been
That is
4
not
games.
happening.
Huh?
Yeah, no, that's not happening playing
Yeah.
through them. Hikaru was winning game 1. He was winning game 2. He was winning game 3. He was winning game 4. And he only won 2 of them. So he's going to be a bit disappointed about how things have worked out today.
But I think this last game is going to give him a boost, a big moral boost.
I think it very much depends on the final game now, right? If he wins both this one and the next one, and he finishes day one with 4 out of 5, that's such a good feeling. You've
Yeah.
gone through the toughest day of them all, and you've come out victorious, even
Yeah.
if the road there was a bit, yeah.
By the way, let's just remind the viewers because some are saying tomorrow, same time, tomorrow is the same time, but unless it is your bedtime and the day isn't over yet, there's still one round to come. So
Five games
tomorrow
of rap games tomorrow and the day after.
and the day after, it's going to be 4+, very likely a playoff. I'd be shocked if anyone can win it outright, especially the way the tournament has started. I mean, a lot of the favorites. It's not like there's someone good running away with it. No offense to the leaders, but I would be
Well, no
abs
one is running away with it at all, right? Because
yeah.
it's always going to be so close the whole way.
We're not speaking like there isn't another game left. We've been talking plenty about the last game, what's gonna happen. Not our fault if you're not listening. Oh God, I'm getting the late night the late night grum on set, but delivered with a smile, you know? Um,
Do you think Europeans should be banned from doing commentary on American broadcasts?
mm, no, I think if this had happened like not so long ago, I used to go to bed very late in general, but somehow it's not that long ago that I've started going to bed earlier. So no, I think in general, also if we couldn't handle it, we could say no, but I'm very happy to be here. You've done your prep, you told me.
Yeah, I've been preparing for I'm basically on New York time now. Or at least so I thought until I started yawning just now.
Hammer has been going to sleep very late to adjust to the time zones, whether it happened voluntarily or not. Uh, but this
Unfortunately,
game, I
that
mean,
means I
this
am
game.
doing this commentary jet lagged. This game is over, Fiona,
Oh,
because now the rook is going to attack the bishop, and the bishop, in order to try and preserve the protection of the pawns, it cannot move away from the rook just constantly threatening the bishop. So rook over here threatening bishop, bishop back, rook over here threatening bishop, and it's going to be a draw.
and I think that is exactly what's happening now.
Why is this game not over? They're way above 50 moves without captures. Yeah, but they have moved pawns. So moving pawns counts as making progress. But now there is no more progress to be made as the bishop has to run away from the attack. The black rook has.
How do they know how does Wandering Bishop know the pairings already? This
We're
game
on a
hasn't even.
delay.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, Hikaru is playing the Armenian Zavin Adriasian in round 5. That is a winnable game. Very winnable game. Zavin is good. He's excellent, but he's no Hikaru. And if Hikaru wins that, he will have given himself a great start to this tournament.
He's also not, I think Hikaru, first of all, genuinely will be happy not to be playing a kid. Zavin is my age, aka old. And also Zavin, as far as I know, isn't a very active player any longer. So I think Hikaru will be very happy with this pairing, as opposed to, for example, on the board next door is Sam Shangland on the board below is Marty Rosian. I honestly, no disrespect to Zavin, but when I see some of the names that are playing around us, I think this is really a fantastic pairing. Okay.
Okay.
Huh?
That is a daring thing to say going into the break.
It's late, we get we get the courage. I get the courage to say, no, I think I know, right, that Zavin doesn't play much, and I don't mean it in a mean way or in a demeaning way. And of course, he's a very strong GM, and I'm not saying this will be a
No,
walkover.
I meant it more in like it's putting a lot of pressure on Hikaru to win.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it to him, am I?
Fair enough.
Okay, guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. One game to go. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the fifth and final game of the day. Hikaru is currently on 3 out of 4 after squeezing. Is it blood or water out of a stone?
I'm pretty sure it's water.
But anyway, maybe he squeezed blood.
Definitely not blood. Blood
He
might
worked
be what happens to your own hand if you push too hard. I don't know.
He squeezed Luca Moroni Jr. to get the full point, a much needed full point after a heartbreak in the previous round. How late is it actually
People
for
in
Hammer?
chat is saying it is blood.
It is right. You confused me for a sec. Squeeze.
Okay,
No.
but then in Norwegian it might be water.
I think that's why I'm confused as well, because I speak so many languages. And I do think, yeah, that in some it is water and in others it is blood. Anyway, it's 2 a.m. for Hammer and me, but I am feeling revived. I know Zavin a bit, that's why I also feel like I can get away, with
I just want to tell you that all the stores in Norway has been closed for 3 days straight. Which means I've been unable to get snacks, and this whole day has really showed me the necessity of having sugar close by in case of those unfortunate delays.
I have to say, though, as a real chess player, with that prophylaxis and foresight, you knew we were going to be doing this commentary. You knew the stores were going to be closed for 3 days. Hammer, what went wrong?
Well, the thing is, the snack I bought 3 days ago got eaten 2 days ago. That is really the crux of the problem here. So I bought a lot of dinner. All my dinners are still in my fridge. That has not really been consumed whatsoever. But the snack portion of the purchases, not so much.
I can actually relate to this problem. I understand now, and I should not have berated you. So yeah, Hikaru is playing white in this final game of the day against Andreas Jan. I was talking about how I think it's a good pairing for Hikaru. And again, no disrespect, Simon, if you're watching, hello. Probably not watching right now, he's probably playing right now. Anyway, I think Hikaru will try his best to win this last game. We talked about how some players, maybe with the black pieces, it's been a very long day. I think we both think we will see some quick draws, but not here. Hammer, you said before we started the broadcast, or at the very start of it, 4 would be a great score at the end of the day, and that is the score that Hikaru will be gunning for here with the white pieces. What approach do you expect?
I'm nothing spectacular at all. Just playing chess, playing some good moves. I think it was interesting how he was rewarded for the game yesterday, for the earlier game, not yesterday, but the one that just happened. Because there he really said, I'm just going to play my normal openings and I'm not going to do anything special. And that really worked out for him. So I'm thinking he can do something similar here.
I think he will be happy to see C5, the Sicilian, with Zavin himself being the one to invite an open, possibly aggressive game. But Hikaru actually not playing the open Sicilian, but going with Bishop E5 check. Interesting.
Zavin is playing the Sicilian because he's a very aggressive player, and Hikaru tries to calm this aggressiveness with the early development of the bishop, giving a check on the king. Moving in between with the knight is not very popular these days, at least. Normally, moving with the knight means putting it in front of the queen. Moving it this way, it has some um, disadvantages compared to the other one in terms of the potential switch up of the pawn formation. Hikaru castles, and now in order to avoid the doubled pawns, Zavin moves his bishop out to protect his knight. And here Hikaru goes pawn to c4, gets a question mark
On move
for
5.
getting a pawn controlling in towards the middle of the board. That is weird. But there was an argument to be made that this pawn formation would be very similar for both players, and that if it benefited anyone, it could be uh, black. But that's not really Zavin's style. He doesn't want to play with his pawns completely symmetrical to Hikaru's. So Zavin instead goes for the fianchetto, has that bishop on the edge of the board, pointing in towards the middle. And once again, Hikaru had the option of pushing his pawn forward in the middle and chose not to. Interesting play here from Hikaru. He's spending a bit of time in the opening, and it's also quite an unorthodox way of playing as white here.
But I mean, it's a decision Hikaru made quickly. He made it deliberately. This is something he must have looked at before. I don't think C4 is a move you make on a whim. So let's see. He now takes on C6. To me, that's always a bit surprising to take without waiting for a move like A6. What's the idea
Well, the
behind
thing
giving up
is,
the
after
bishop?
bishop takes back, he wants to push the pawn 2 steps forward in the center. And then after this attack, this trade, he gets the attack against the bishop afterwards. Whereas if he had gone, well, pawn forward in the center immediately, then his pawn would be lost. So it's just to facilitate his ability to push the pawn up afterwards. And now Zavin, realizing this, he's considering capturing with the pawn, because then the benefit would be that in case of Hikaru expanding in the center, the knight would no longer be attacking the bishop. However, and he does take with the pawn. However, now Hikaru has a super interesting pawn sacrifice in the center of the board. Ooh, this is I think this is the most interesting area of chess these days. And there's a couple of ways within this bishop b5 Sicilian, as it's called, where you can get such a pawn sacrifice. You give it away in the middle of the board, and you just play on as if nothing has happened. But long term, you're trying to aim at this other pawn on the c5 square. And you also make the argument that the black pawn in the middle is standing in the way of the bishop. But Hikaru doesn't go with that. That would have been super interesting if he had pushed forward in the middle. Instead, he just continues his plan, the one he had already. And he just says that even though I'm not attacking your bishop right now, I'm still happy to have this central pawn formation with the 2 pawns really doing a good job controlling into black's half of the board.
The so-called Marosi bind. I always feel like I butchered the pronunciation. Marochi, I
I
guess.
mean, I definitely felt like you butchered it,
Marochi,
but
yeah.
I don't really know what it's supposed to be like.
Yeah. I
Maroxy, we say in Norwegian, but
yeah, that can't be right. No way. Mariachi. Maroxy can't. I mean, what's it see? Hungarian.
yeah,
Yeah. Do we have any Hungarians in the chat? I see someone. Gabor. Marotzi.
Marozzi. I've definitely never said that.
That's what I said the first time around. No, when I doubted myself.
I don't think that's what you said. I'm a
Well, what
Hungarian,
else did
guys.
I?
Yeah, no, we got that with the Gabor and then the CS last name. Uh, we were pretty confident you were Hungarian, Gabor.
Yeah, the way he put the accent on the O there is no doubt. Also, I mean, he's called Gabor. Should be
Yeah, no,
a
that's
bit
what
of
I'm saying. That's already a dead giveaway.
that was all we needed.
We know a
So
lot of Gabors
we do know a lot of
from
Gabors, and
Hungary.
every single last one of them is Hungarian. Um, okay, and what was yeah, I was just saying it's called a Marazzi bind because I didn't have
Oh,
much
you
of
are
a
saying Marazzi. Marazzi?
well, now I said it, but even the first time, I mean, what else
I'm
could
not
I
sure
have
you said
said?
it the first time. Okay, Hikaru pushes his pawn forward on the side of the board, controlling this g4 square. He's doing this to prevent the knight from potentially using that square as a maneuvering thing. Hikaru is going to follow up with this bishop here up. And then it's going to be very beneficial that the knight cannot push forward to kick the bishop out of its placement. Hikaru will also move his queen one step forward, and then he will try to trade off the bishops next to the black king. And I was wrong about all of that because he has instead moved his queen. I'm not sure I
Amber,
like
how
this
do we
move.
feel? How do you feel about, you're such a big fan of the bishop pair? Is the bishop pair for black here anything or?
I would say so. And I just want to point out that the engine also thinks black is better here. Yeah, no,
So what?
I like the bishops.
Black has the bishop here, and what? White has more space in the center.
Yeah, space is the right word for it because frankly, white has fewer pawns than
Mhm.
black. But because you have fewer pawns, you also have the ability of the rook to actually influence in towards the middle. So you're kind of making up for your one less central pawns by having the rook contribute.
Yeah, I mean, Zavin, I think that's the thing as well, he's another one of the players who's not gonna be fearing Hikaru. He's there, to play some chess, have some fun. He's not, as far as I know, not a professional chess player. So there is very little pressure on him. He's been playing quite fast as well, but I'm curious to see how he's going to continue here. I see the computer wants to play c5, which is always a move. It's kind of committal, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't see what else you're doing, right? Because you need to get a positioning for your bishop. You want to have your knight move where the bishop is. Almost always, you move this knight back to open up for the diagonal. Uh, and if you're going to have to move the bishop anyway, you might as well push the pawn forward and move the bishop forward afterwards. The only thing I could imagine you could do differently is doing something like this. But that seems a bit weird, no?
Mm, yeah, I agree that this doesn't feel very natural. Klaus is asking, are we attacking mode? Not
Not
really.
really. It would have been more attacking mode if he had gone with the bishop here, like I said, and then tried to trade it off one
Mm.
of the main defenders of the black king. Now with this queen move, I'm not sure I like this queen move. I don't see what he's trying to do next. I think he's pushing e5. Okay, I guess he's not doing that anymore. Wow, Zavin really didn't want Hikaru to try and push forward with the pawn in the middle of the board, but now he's voluntarily put a pawn in the way of his own bishop. But he's saying he's happy with this because he plays the King's Indian defense. So he doesn't care that the chess engines now feel Hikaru has the advantage because he's like, oh, I'm just going to push my pawns massively forward on this side of the board with the kings. Hikaru should try and attack through the center ASAP in order to make some counterattacks before the white and black pawns start rushing up the board.
And to the person who was asking, is this attacking mode? We said no, but for black it is suddenly. If we're Hikaru here, how do we counter? How do we prepare for
I mean,
the
I'm looking at the chess engine, and one of the things it's suggesting is that we push this pawn up the board ASAP. And then the idea is that you attack the black pawn, which then you trade off, and then you're able to put your own knight into the center of the board.
this position is pretty wild.
It's a very interesting plan, though.
Yeah.
Just voluntarily giving yourself an isolated, well, two isolated pawns technically, just in order to get access to that square. So this pawn is now the only pawn that can control the central square, and then just going after it and trying to trade it off. Super interesting.
I have to say I'd be both, well, now it's too late, but I was gonna say I'd be both very surprised and impressed if Hikaru played b4. I
Well,
don't
I
think.
think it could still happen.
Hmm.
Like all the one of the top moves now is rook here and then push the pawn up.
Yeah.
Another
That I'm
part of the
more on
plan
board
is
with. I never like playing b4. I understand there is a pawn on e5, so I don't need to be that worried about the bishop on g7, but in general, I don't like doing this and leaving the knight on c3 without protection. So if at least one of my two concerns, which is the pin, is taken care of, then I can feel a bit better
Hikaru
about
moves the bishop out, actually threatening a pawn, which is enough for Zavin to feel like he needs to protect this. But now the bishop is no longer protecting the pawn here, which means now Hikaru's plan of pushing forward with this guy and attacking the black pawn gains a lot of strength because it can then attack an undefended pawn.
I have to say, I am starting to like this
Yeah,
more and
no.
more. I now see a weakness on d6. I see a weakness on a7. I see a lot of maneuvering on the horizon, and I see a happy Hikaru, even if we can't actually see him because we don't have cams in the chat. But I'm feeling a lot better. I don't even know where this turned. Like, do you think Black was just too slow with launching an attack, or
Well, I
how did
mean,
White
the
suddenly?
engine really hated this pawn to e5 move. So I guess that's where it started, really. Just a bad decision for the pawn
Yeah.
formation. And now Hikaru's plan is super easy.
And what is Black's plan now? Can he
Well, Black
still
still has to
go?
do
It's
this
the same
pawn
one.
push. So knight
Chess
out.
Flunk is saying Hikaru probably bobbing his head right now. Yeah, I can kind of picture it.
Yeah, look at these evals.
Um, Hammer, your joke earlier was so freaking good. Someone in the chat said you shouldn't joke about family names, but it was Hilarious. I'm not gonna repeat it, but I just wanted to say credit
I
to
I okay, thank you. I'm not sure what I just got credit for.
no the the Moroni's knight on the edge. He put his edge.
It was there for the taking for a very
I,
long time, and I had resisted
I hadn't
so
thought of
long.
it at all, so you caught me completely by surprise. Oh. And it was delivered. It was the delivery which made it, completely deadpan. Whenever I'm proud of something I've come up with, I deliver it and immediately start laughing at my own joke, which kind of ruins the show. Anyway, knight h5 is played. Maybe you said it already, but why did the computer react so strongly when you played f5 for blank? Why is it so?
Because apparently there were some trickeries. Pushing the pawn forward here attacks the pawn. The pawn is problematically attacked, and if the pawn captures, apparently this is good for white. Okay, it was not obvious to me that this was amazing, but it is a fair point that a lot of stuff is under attack in this instance.
Yeah, this looks crushing.
Hikaru does bring the rook in, but instead of pushing the pawn forward, Zavin comes in with his knight, attack on the queen. And this is actually interesting. This is why moving the rook in was actually a mistake from Hikaru. He should have moved his bishop up instead. And the difference here is that even though this position, he will have lost a move compared to getting the rook in from the corner, the big difference is that after this trade, the black pawn is blocking its own bishop, which is just a big problem in comparison with what we're about to see on the board right now. After bishop takes knight and pawn takes back, this bishop now becomes a monster for Zavin, which it wouldn't be if we had induced the pawn to f6 first. So I think moving the rook in from the corner, it made a lot of sense, but that was a mistake from Hikaru. And black's pieces now, and in particular this bishop on the diagonal, is going to be very, very good now.
Will something bad happen if I don't take? If I play queen f1?
Okay, so Hikaru's going to make the trade because then he gets access to a good square in the center of the board. The knight can be pushed away from that square, but that would open up yet another square for the other knight to jump into. So instead, I'm going to have to defend, maybe queen over, defend the pawn. Bishop on the side being recommended, but that doesn't make sense to me. Okay, he does play that. Is he planning to push this pawn forward, Fiona? Like he's kind of burying his own bishop, no?
I guess he'll have to at some point. But again, I don't know. I feel like I would not want to play c5 and then weaken d6 point even further. Weaken d5. We have an interesting imbalance here of the knight pair against the bishop pair. How
Yeah,
would you rate the respective teams?
bishop pair very good, knight pair kind of mid. I'm trying to stay cool with the kids.
Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of
You shut me right up with
TikToks.
the use of mid. I was like, okay. I don't even know.
Trying to stay current.
If you how do you improve the knights, these knights? Where do they want to be?
They're awful. I'm hating Hikaru's position. I don't understand how we went from a nice position to a bad one in like 4 moves. But it genuinely did start with him just kind of automatically taking the rook from the corner of the board into the center. And because he didn't include this bishop, he should have included this bishop attacking the queen, attacking the rook, and then just gone back. It makes such a huge difference that the black pawn is being blocked by its own piece. And then if the pawn tries to move forward, then this has exposed the king and exposed the diagonals in an important way compared to the alternative. Now, the way things have gone, I really dislike Hikaru's position here. Not surprising coming from Mr. Bishop pair, but still.
Even on time, yeah. You can always tell, or not always, but most of the time you can tell by the time usage when a player likes his position versus whether he mightn't be too happy. Hikaru is in the tank again here after Queen F6.
Yeah, I'm getting reports in chat that Magnus is in trouble again.
Oh my
That
goodness.
doesn't really help us if Hikaru is in trouble as well. There's a
Yeah, I
very
mean
interesting move
Magnus
being suggested now by the engines, Fiona. Knight on
knight
the edge of the
A5.
board, attacking the bishop. The bishop moves back, but the bishop doesn't really fret because it's ready to move the pawn up, and then it's going to point down towards the white queen. But Hikaru has this interesting move, pawn to c5, giving away just a clean pawn there, but completely burying the bishop in the corner of the board because now this pawn that's standing in the bishop's path cannot move forward because of another pawn standing in its way. And then the big problem with this is that black gets an amazing square for the bishop in the center of the board. I haven't really figured out how to deal with that yet. Yeah, no, this is bad.
Okay, I think it's not bad. It's just it's not great.
I disagree.
Yeah, of course you would. I don't have any further comeback.
Well, I made my argument. I've made my argument. You're just
My
saying I don't
argument
think.
is computer says 0, 0, and who are you to disagree?
That's a very mid argument.
What does skibidi even mean?
Bad.
Someone bad, yeah? Okay. I should have called it a skibidi
I think.
argument.
I don't think that's how you can use it. Just because it's an adjective doesn't mean that it fits in every.
I have no idea if it's an adjective or what. I mean, what the heck is even skibidi like? Remember, someone told me I'm
I've
an
just
old woman.
I've just watched all the 40-year-old parents trying to stay, up to date on their kids' lingo. So I only really know the parent version of this language.
Oh goodness. By the way, yeah, Magnus, to come back to the tournament, Magnus is in his king is completely open. I don't think we're gonna go there now, but I told Hammer just before we came back before the break that for Magnus to be paired against Lazovic, I think it was a very unlucky pairing. I think again, without any disrespect to anyone, you can get more or less lucky. I think Hikaru got lucky with his pairing. The game right now does not reflect it, but I think it will. I think Hikaru will win this game somehow. I'm getting a bit worried about the time situation, I have to say, but Lazovic is good. He's very young. He's very tricky. He's played these CCT finals twice in a row now, which speaks to his
First
level.
time, to be fair, he did finish last, but he did quite well in the this year's edition of the Champions Chess Tour Finals.
C5 is on the board, Hammer.
I like this because it prevents the black pawn from pushing forward, which in turn prevents the black bishop from pointing into the center of the board.
I kind of like this too. I still don't see. Okay, let's go down the line again. So D takes.
Well, you say again, but we looked at
Oh, we
knight
looked at knight
here,
take. I thought it
bishop
was.
into the corner, and then pawn forward. So the benefit of
It's
pushing
not
the
the
pawn now
same.
instead is it's not a sacrifice. So if takes, then you take back. But then the disadvantage of it is that the bishop is going to be a lot more active on this diagonal than it was when it got pushed into the corner. And I'm assuming Hikaru wants to move the knight in here, but I'm concerned that the engines feel like this
Yeah,
is good
I,
for black.
I don't think Hikaru wants to do that. I think in general, unless there is a very good reason to, we've never so much seen Hikaru be happy to initiate too many trades, and here the
Well, but
trades look fairly
it's
unfavorable.
different when the opponent has the bishop pair, Fiona.
Yeah, but the line we got into here really didn't look
No, it
appealing.
was not great, but
Yeah.
it kind of speaks to the power of Savin's bishops that he can even give away one of them, and the remaining one will still just be a monster in the middle of the board.
Okay, let's first of all see, does Zavin take on c5? Yes, he does, bishop c8. And now we need something better than knight d7.
We need to attack this bishop, and we need to attack it from this square.
It's just gonna be a long journey.
So sorry. Here, if we could just
If
make 3 moves in a row.
I
But
guess
the
if we
problem
play
is
knight
once we move
b2,
back,
they can take, yeah?
we lose a pawn.
No.
Okay, so Hikaru tries to attack the bishop with whatever he can as quickly as he can. That's a good move. Okay, that
The
one was
best,
important.
the
Yeah,
best move. What happens if black takes on c3?
I think we're happy to capture one of their pawns in return. And then black would have two isolated pawns.
And they would have
And
lost the bishop here.
yeah, that too. So what's not to like?
Do you feel the trend turning, Hammer?
Um, I mean, Hikaru's down 3 minutes on the clock though. So the fact that the trend took this long to turn has really influenced the clock situation. Um, Bishop moves back, pawn push forward.
You're such a hard man to please, Hammer.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, this
Just
just ended
amazing.
up with the Hikaru being down a pawn.
Yeah, no, this is not what we want. This is not what we want. Okay.
But I
Bishop.
do wanna kind of try and distract this bishop from protecting its pawn.
Okay, so let's.
Okay.
Where did you put the
Can,
bishop?
can,
See?
can I go check Magnus's game? No, that's unserious. We're
Let
watching
me.
Hikaru.
I was debating it earlier and I decided no. But I mean, maybe we can get away with it,
How bad is
five
it? I mean,
seconds.
basically,
It's
I'm
almost
just
a
wondering
plus
how
two
bad.
advantage.
Plus
Like his
two?
his king is in
Wow.
very serious trouble.
Magnus is just down a pawn for no good reason, but
Yeah,
he has a trap. Look at this trap. He wants to sacrifice his queen and then get the fork.
sneaky. But
In
Lazovic
fact,
has
this is
it.
currently a threat. Lazovic's rook is under threat because of this. So maybe he'll move the rook up and then get the other rook. Yeah, no, this was super easy. Okay, Magnus is just dead lost. How many points is he going to be on if
If he loses this 50%, 2.5 out of 5.
he's out?
If he
Oh, and
loses
in the
this game,
meantime,
yeah.
Zavin has given up his bishop pair.
It's all happening.
Oh, this is big. Hikaru can get a 1.5 point lead on Magnus. Well, not that Magnus is going to be the bar anymore to compare against if he does lose this one, though.
Okay, first Hikaru has to win this game. As you say, I mean, if Magnus loses this game, we will not really have to worry. Martin is asking, how is 2.5 out of 5? I mean, you're on 50%. Like, even if he wins all the games, no, winning all the games will probably be enough to tie for first, but Magnus is good, but can he really win 8 games in a row when he's had such a terrible start? Doubtful.
Okay, Hikaru's opening up with the rooks through the center of the board. For
By the
some
way, if
reason, Savin cannot.
doesn't take, if he doesn't take, he's losing. He's lost.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why. If the rook moves away, the queen moves up. Why is this so dangerous? I'm not understanding why this is super dangerous, but there's no universe in which he's not trading anyway.
He has traded.
Now, the only move to kind of try and equalize immediately is pawn 2 steps forward to guarantee a trade between the pawns in the center, but that's going to massively damage the protection in front of Black's king. I think Hikaru has a very serious advantage here.
I
And
told you a long time ago he's gonna win this game, Hammer.
yeah,
You
but
just didn't want to believe it.
I just didn't believe that Savin was going to give away his bishop pair like that.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why he did it. Also, times are evening out.
Question mark on the board. Hikaru can go king h2. That makes sense to me, just avoiding any kind of checks against the king. Top choice is rook forward through the center. I don't really see what that's accomplishing, so I think I'm going to stick with the king move.
What
Hikaru's
do
very low on time, yeah, but he's speeding up.
Okay, 3 minutes versus 4 is okay, no?
Yeah,
Like
I
he's low,
don't
but not.
always like comparing to the opponent because I feel like when you're comparing to the opponent, that's when you get really low on time because you're thinking like, it's not the end of the world because my opponent has less
Mm.
time. But then if you do that against Grischuk, then you're like, yeah.
Okay, but I still think 3 minutes, I mean, this is what he will be starting with in the next portion of this event. Like, it's a blitz game. It's not bullet yet, you know?
Okay, Zaman is trying to push the pawn in front of his king, and the reason for that is that after the pawn pushes forward, the white queen is unable to keep everything it wants to protect protected. So I'm expecting Hikaru here to push his pawn 1 step forward on the side to protect the square. Instead, the rook comes in, attacks the queen. If the queen moves away, why do we care about this? Apparently, this is good for Hikaru, despite him only having pawns remaining on one side of the board. Hikaru is really going all in on these 3 pieces working together, creating threats against the Black King.
I also have to admit I'm not sure how that line was so good. By the way, Magnus has lost his queen and is completely, well, never rule him fully out, but the advantage is only going one way, and that's in Lazarevic's favor. Do you have to deal with this pawn?
Well, I think you cannot, because if the pawn moves 1 step forward, what happens then if the pawn attacks the knight? The knight cannot move away because then the rook is under attack. I guess you can move the rook back now that I think about it. In any case, Hikaru has said, I don't care about that pawn. I'm going to attack here. Ooh, Fiona, he's about to win. If queen takes pawn, queen comes in, check on the king, king moves away, knight captures pawn, and the knight cannot be recaptured because of the open threat against the rook.
This is really nice.
So apparently moving the king over is the only acceptable move. But can you not make the sacrifice here?
King takes, and the question is there a mate?
There's no checkmate.
You even have to be very careful not to lose here.
And
but
he played F6. Hikaru now can just calculate his way to 4 points out of 5. His main competitor has been, completely stumped by this rough first day. No, there's no chance Hikaru doesn't find this, right?
Okay, but show me how easy it is.
Check. Okay, so it's kind of important that you see this move, luring the rook to protect the bishop, and then you go with the next one. That's beautiful. So if you go with the queen immediately to go with the check, the rook blocks. But
what
if you first attack here,
oh my God,
Hikaru has played the sacrifice.
Let's go.
4 points out of 5 on day 1. It's not going to be the lead, but he's up there. And he's going to start playing against the big dogs.
Where is the win after king f7? F7?
I assume Okay, fair point. Fair question. I will say that Hikaru did already play, so he clearly has figured it out. Oh, that is so nice. That is beautiful. Nice. Just moving the queen back, and then since there's no black pawn, you have the clear path for the checkmate. That is wonderful.
It's really beautiful. I wonder if Hikaru saw all the winning lines, or if in some of the lines he's like, I just feel
it's
there
just
must
instinct.
Be something.
Yeah, no, a lot of it is instinct, I think.
Suddenly Zaven down under a minute and a half. This is gonna be a stunning finish to this game.
And he's doing it. He's going for the pawn, and he's doing it instantly. That is nice. That is very, very nice.
Incredible. What a finish this is going to be with this rook a3 maneuver for the stair checkmate.
Okay, so I take back what I said. He saw that.
So what?
You were asking, did he see all of this ahead of time? And I'm going to change my answer to yes.
I mean, he calculated it very quickly, if he really, because you had to calculate both that line with king h7, which was also not that obvious to see that you have to play queen d6 first.
And now he needs to know what to do if the king starts pushing out. Yeah, but he doesn't. Yeah, now he's just going to move back. Very nice.
Crazy coffee man saying, when Alicia Keys wrote Girl on Fire, she was thinking about Hikaru in this game.
I'm really impressed by that queen maneuver to take the pawn and then return.
I thought you were really impressed with Coffee Man's comment.
No, less so.
What a finish. Okay, so if king goes back, rook a3, and after bishop d7?
Well, if the bishop blocks, and this has been true pretty much every point. in this tactic. But if the bishop ever blocks, the rook is able to join, coming in from, yeah, distracting the king away from the bishop, just giving Hikaru a winning endgame. And so Savin goes back, and now the rook gets to do the finishing touches. Oh, oh my God, it's not over yet. Queen to d6 is the
Nah,
only
he couldn't
clean
have.
winning move.
I'm gonna change. He couldn't have calculated everything considering how quickly. I don't think it's possible.
Yeah,
I,
yeah, okay, I agree. But it was nice. It's very nice. It looks
I
so
still don't.
impressive when
I
it
mean, I don't
works.
even see the win still.
And you just can't defend against both the check and the pressure on the bishop
Yeah.
and the pressure on the rook. That's
Whew.
very nice. Basically, it's all about preventing the king from being able to step up. Ooh, bishop back, nice. Well, he's definitely putting up a lot of effort.
King F7.
Ah, and now for the final touches, it ends up being a
Oh my
checkmate with the rook
goodness.
and queen after all. It's just we were
What a
trying to
beauty.
attack with the queen from the side and the rook from here. And it turns out somehow the rook managed to get over here and the queen managed to get back here.
Magnus
Uh,
Carlsen, by the way, has lost his game to Dennis Lazovic, finishing the first day on 2.5 out of 5. Hikaru, meanwhile, is just a couple of moves away here from the mate. Queen G3 will be played if, oh, Queen F8. That
he
works as
took a
well.
rook.
Does the
Good
job.
enough.
4 out of 5. Hammer, you had called it. Finishing the day on 4 out of 5 would be great. I mean, who would have thought that after that heartbreaking draw in game 3, Hikaru would find it in him to win the last two games of the day. Really a stunning finish to the day. Let's see elsewhere. Is somebody gonna remain on a perfect score?
I heard Danya is on 4.5. Can you confirm?
I can.
So they made a draw on board one. Levon Aronian is still playing.
I can confirm, yeah. Dania against Brendan Jacobson was actually a pretty funny pairing, no?
They both had 3.5 points. I will say that there does seem to be a bit of a United States flag convention on the
No, but they
top
had
parts of the
some
standings.
beef, right? Is what I'm referring. Maybe not beef, but Brendan is the player who was banned, right? For playing these, like, what was it? Like where you give up
Yeah,
the
I think so.
exchange? Huh?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay, yeah. And he played a match against Dania, right? Am I where he kept playing this? Am I?
Yeah, maybe. There's so much beef in the world of chess these
No,
days.
it's hard to keep track. Yeah, Visu, that's the one. Thanks, chat. Yeah, 4.5 for Dania. What a first day for him. Let's yeah
I'm
go to
I'm watching
Levon.
Levon. Yeah. Because Merson is under pressure here. So Levon could get the win here and get to 4.5.
But
Or
nobody is on a perfect. That's already that's
well,
unless
unless
Mersin wins, yeah.
yeah, unless Levon blunders something, which has happened before.
Hmm.
Also, Fabiano has fought his way back very nicely after that loss against against Volodar earlier.
He's still playing, but his game against Rasmus Fanish should end in a draw. I mean, in fact, the draw is the best he can probably hope for as he's down a pawn. What
Okay,
do you think
Levon
about this?
now
This
had
should
to
just
push.
end
Yeah, he had to push
peacefully?
his pawns in front of his own king. I was thinking there for a moment that it could be something for Levon, but with the last two moves, it's become very breezy around the White King. I no longer think there's any chance. He could have lose on time though, being an old man. Levon made that move with 4 seconds remaining, but he is getting an additional 10 seconds per move he makes. I do think he just realized that let's just put all the pieces back into defense. I think he realized with the way he's put
Mm.
his pawns, there's no chance of getting anywhere.
Yeah, I suspect at some point the players will just start shuffling back and forth and shake hands, but I think Volodar's picture on chess.com is very funny, with the shirt and tie, all serious. I mean, how old is he even by now? It feels like he's been around quite a long time.
I guess he's older now than he was. Maybe he's 16, 17.
He is 18. 18 and a half. Time flies. Welcome back, everyone. You haven't missed much. We're still looking at the same game. A few pieces, a few pawns have been traded, but Hammer, it still looks like this is headed for a draw as Levon hasn't lost on time yet.
Yeah, I think that's the only real way this game could end any differently. Uh, the old man just forgetting his clock. But as I say that, the old man has decided to go back and forth sensibly, and they've agreed to a draw. That means no one remains with the full score. But there are a couple of guys with 4.5 points out of five, and they're being chased by Hikaru on four.
They are being chased by Hikaru on 4. Let's see what else is still ongoing. We have Bogdan against Tigran Petrosian. Let's head there. Let's see.
Knight here, tax bishop. Is black playing for a win or white? I think black is playing for the win, but I can't really tell. The rook is attacking both the knight and the pawn. So that feels bad. But then again, the knight is coming in and is going to attack the bishop and attack this thing. But you can move the bishop and attack the rook. Then rook attacks bishop, and now bishop can move forward again. And then rook moves back into defense. I think black is playing for a win by my best judgment. But it's pretty unclear. Okay, I'm gonna say pretty definitively black is the one playing for the win. In the battle of the mustard, blue, and red flags.
How do you feel about your demotion to Woman I Am?
I'm fine with that. I hadn't realized just yet. It's all about the moves, the value of the moves you play and suggest, Fiona. It's not just about what some old man has written next to your name.
Are you calling Jaren an old man?
Was accidentally. I'm calling everyone an old man today.
Is Black making any progress? And if not,
No,
is there any way to make progress?
no. Well, maybe there is. Maybe you can go G5. Try and activate your king. Actually, yeah, I take that back. There is a way to make progress. You should probably push something to the
No, or
dark squares.
H4. Yeah.
Yeah, H4 is good, and then G5 afterwards. And then you create space for your king to get in. Yeah, that was a good try. But probably in order to avoid the king getting into through the center of the board. You should move your king up to keep the pawn defended and thereby prevent the black king from progressing. This seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Yeah, if anything, I feel like as black, I might suddenly, yeah, no, maybe black doesn't need to be
Well, as
clarified.
black, you can always just go back and forth, I feel. There's an interesting variation here the computer is suggesting with the rook attacking the bishop, and then you sacrifice this pawn, but then you're threatening checkmate. And
Mm-hmm.
if the bishop moves to defend against the checkmate, you have a fork
That's
out of
crazy.
nowhere. Yeah, it's gonna be a draw.
Yeah. Let's see how many games. Only 3 games remain. We have an infamous, well, not infamous. We have Jeffrey Jong against Minley, Rook versus Knight, but that is easy to hold, yeah.
Well, that's what everyone thought, and then I was getting some messages from Shankland who believed that it wasn't as easy as previously advertised. But I did hold it. I did have an international master play on against me with the rook for 25 moves before he called it a day. He's
How
not
did
on
that
my
make you
Christmas
feel?
wish list. Let's just put it like that.
By the way, just to let chat know that Hikaru is on the way, so don't go anywhere. He will be here in under 5 minutes. I think we'll be seeing a very happy Hikaru.
Yeah, no reason not to. Um, he had a couple of tough breaks. He's been winning in all his games. Um, and yeah, just been unfortunate not to see it through on 2 occasions.
But I think in the end, it balanced out because if he wins the game against Donchenko, who knows what happens, in the last 2 games. I think, okay, that was a tough pill to swallow, but I think if we asked him, he would take 2.5 versus winning against Donchenko and rolling the dice on the last two. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I mean, also we will be able to just ask him when he joins us in a second. Today was a good day, indeed. I guess by the time Hikaru joins us, we'll probably also know um, the pairings, or very soon we'll know the pairings for tomorrow. Today was a long day. Tomorrow is gonna get a bit easier with only 4 games. And yeah, Hikaru, I think he talked about, that historically didn't do so well in the rapid, and that he would really be happy to have a good tournament here. And of course, it's a long tournament, 2 days to go, but it's been a great start, and we'll hear more from the man himself. Is anything happening here, Hammer?
Yeah, Petrosian is winning a pawn, I think. But I also think Dayak can win the pawn back afterwards. So Petrosian is playing for the win. He could have gone back and forth a couple of moves ago and made the draw, but he is trying to win this. And now rook over kind of has to be played, no? Check on the king. The king moves to the side. Bishop is under attack. Yeah, and the bishop has to move, and then the knight will attack both the pawn and the rook. Yeah, this is still unpleasant for Dayak.
Mhm.
No, it's very unpleasant.
And he
How
is
is he?
burning all the time on the clock here. Drops the bishop back to a2.
Knight moves in, attacking the rook, attacking the pawn. I guess the rook should Attack. Oh my gosh, there's the threat of the rook here as well, attacking the bishop and attacking the king.
But the
He's
computer says it's fine, just about, I guess.
balancing a tightrope right now.
Yeah.
Might as well just take the pawn. Maybe rook here. Is that what he's planning?
You're
Rook
gonna
here,
suffer for a
knight back.
long
This
time
is
if
an
you
extra pawn.
Mm.
As far as I can tell, this is an extra pawn for. Okay, I hadn't seen that move. But you can move knight here, attack the bishop, and then move the pawn up.
I have a sneaky feeling that Petrosian is gonna win it somehow.
I'm sure it's going to be a draw, but he's definitely made a lot of progress. King up, and then use the rook to kind of nudge the black king away from this pawn. Or you can just do it immediately. Although now, can just move the king here. Now you move the bishop up, and the bishop rook protects. No, rook up, attacks the bishop, protects the pawn.
Hammer. Oh, Hikaru is here. I was gonna say we outlasted the FIDE stream and Hikaru is here. It's all happening. Can you
One
hear
second.
us? No, probably not yet. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can hear you. Can you
Cool,
hear
cool.
us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Yeah.
Hikaru, thank you for joining us. Congratulations. I think on what looked to us like an overall very successful first day. How do you reflect on it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the result was good overall. The way that I achieved it was perhaps a little bit unusual. But you know, it was definitely a day that there were a lot of first time experiences. I mean, I think the 50 move rule was I've never had that happen before in my entire career. Obviously, like the game that I won against that endgame was a little bit crazy in round three. It should have been a draw, but you know, all's well that ends well, I guess is what I would say. So it was good stuff.
How did you react when you found out that that game against Donchenko, I mean, it happened so rarely, right? None of you could know that it was exactly the right move number for him to claim. How did you find out? And when you did, how did you react?
Yeah, I mean, I was mildly annoying, but honestly, I wasn't too surprised because I actually thought we were way past 50 moves. I had no idea it literally was 50 moves, but you know, when something like that happens, that's just how it goes. So it was kind of amusing. On the one hand, a little bit disappointing, but I did win the rest of my game, so it's not that big of a deal.
Funnily enough, we were just discussing this before you joined us.
Yeah.
If you could, would
hmm
you leave things as they are, or would you take the win against Donchenko, not knowing what would happen in the last two games?
I mean, you can never go back in time, but I think, you know, really when I look at the day, the first game was very, very, very weird also. Like, I mean, I don't know if you guys caught it, because obviously there's, you know, issues with FIDE, but, I mean, at some point, there was a moment in the game where, first of all, I thought it was like an online game. I saw one position and the board was a different position when, Jumabayev played this G5 move. In my head, I thought it was F3, Rook G1, and then G5, not G5 right away. So I just played this move G4 instantly, which was a huge mistake. But then also there was a later moment where I was playing the game and the arbiter like came over and tried to claim a touch move, like I touched a piece. And I mean, I don't know if there's actual footage of it or not, but it was very confusing because neither myself nor my opponent thought that. So we were like really, we were really like baffled, and that also like was something that's never happened to me before. So it was very very weird. There were a lot of crazy things going on today, but you know I'm pretty happy overall, especially with the last three games of the day. I would say I thought I sort of found my form, so it's good.
What happened with the touch move situation?
Well, I mean, it was in the first game when I played this move Queen D1, and I mean, there was a claim that I touched a knight or the arbiter stepped in. It was very confusing because neither Jumabayev or Jumabayev or myself actually thought that we're both like they were studying a position serious, and I go to make the move, and then the arbiter's like, "You touched your knight," and it was like it was really baffling because like if my opponent had thought that, then it wouldn't be all that weird. But like, I mean, neither we were just like literally, he was ready to make a move, and then that like kind of stopped everything in its tracks. So it was very, very strange. Because like that, then it's made me wonder, like, am I actually losing my mind? Is like, did I touch a piece, or like, did he not see it? Like, what's going on? So the first game was very, very disorienting. Very, very disorienting, but it is what it is.
How do you feel about the rule change that FIDE made when they decided that it's no longer about whether you have the intention to make a move, and now it just matters whether you basically touch a piece?
Well, I mean, I mean, maybe I adjusted the piece at the start before I was thinking, but I did not touch the piece as far as I know. When I made the when I went to make the move, my opponent was also very confused by the stoppage. He was like, "What's going on?" too. So, I mean, either we're both complete morons, or the arbiter interfered, and she should not have. So that was also very bizarre.
But just to clarify, Hikaru, like the rule change now says that if you adjust a piece without saying Shadoub, you have to move it regardless of whether both of you consider it to be an
Well,
adjustment.
if I touch the piece, like I think it's possible I did, I said adjust. But I mean, the whole thing is just weird. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the arbiter should never interfere like that. It's up to the players. Like if my opponent says something, then that's nice and fine. But I mean, unless he says something, I think it's just insane. So yeah, I mean, it's very, 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 very weird. But you know, it's not that big of a deal.
Have you become more kind of attentive to saying adjust after the rule change that FIDE made? Because, well, just to mix my personal opinion in this.
I'll just be blunt. I didn't even know there was a rule change. I mean, at the end of the day, you play chess. We're here to play chess. You know, I played chess my whole life. I really don't waste my time looking at this nonsense. That's just all I have to say.
Let's talk about the organization. We had some big issues in the early rounds with moves relay. How are things on site in New York?
I mean, I think it's good to see all the fans who have showed up. I think from that standpoint, it's definitely a good thing. I would say that just looking at the games, there've definitely been like after every game, like I come out, of course, and I see that there's like these big lag delays where you get like 3 minutes before you get moves, things of that nature. So I mean, the little bit that I saw, it was definitely not wonderful, I think, if you're watching it online. But I would say for myself, you know, more than anything, it was really nice just to play here in New York. I mean, I think, you know, for better or worse, since my streaming career took off, and I've lived in Florida for a long time now. There are many people out there who don't realize that, you know, I'm from New York. I grew up here. I mean, a lot of people associate Levy with New York when, I mean, I made the joke before, but I'll make the joke again. You know, I was playing chess at the Marshall Chess Club when Levy was doing PP in his Pampers. And so it has been a long time since I've lived here in New York, but really having the chance to play in the place where for me it all began was really nice. I think also seeing a lot of the older players, you know, seeing there was like Joel Benjamin, who's one of the Grand Masters, who I wouldn't say I idolized him. He's one of the American GMs who I looked up to when I was growing up. Seeing him playing here, also seeing a lot of the spectators. There were quite a few people. I saw this a street hustler. People who are from New York would know him, but there was this African American street hustler, Poe, who's rated, I think, around 2,200, or at least he was once upon a time. And I remember playing him the New York Open, I think in like 1996 maybe, or 97. I think I even played him some games for like $5 a day, or $5 a game during that New York Open. So like I saw people like him, or seeing other people that I've known, you know, for many, many years. And so it was actually really quite nice to see that, because it's kind of a reminder of sort of the whole journey. And so it was a lot of fun.
Really good to hear. 2 more games, 2 more days to go of this rapid tournament. Tell us a little bit about your mindset about this tournament. Did you do any prep? What is your, you know, what is your goal? How are you approaching this tournament?
I mean, it's what I said before. I'm a streamer. I don't really have time to prepare the way that I once did. I have a real job now, so I did some preparation, not a whole lot before the tournament. I think mostly what I've sort of realized as I've gotten older is that when you plan these events, much more of it is about simply playing the game, just showing up and playing. And a lot of their games and the results are going to have very little to do actually with opening preparation, I feel. And so if I can just get positions and play chess, I think I can still be competitive with anyone. And I think I did a very, very good job of that after the first round. I think the first round literally could have been a classic title Tuesday situation where I got too low on time and then my mind just completely exploded and I couldn't put the game away. But overall, I did quite well. So it was a very good day. And I think when you look at the carnage across the board, you see everyone thinks of the top players as being out of this world good, but a lot of us had a tough day. I mean, I got off to a rough start. Nepo, I think, had 3 draws. I don't know how I did in the last round, but Nepo, I think, had 3 draws. Magnus, of course, had his 3 draws, and he got cooked by Lazovic. So I don't know how Fabiano did in the last round, but he was also a little bit lucky to be on 3 out of 4. So many brutal games and results, and it's mostly just about being in the hunt. If you're in the hunt going to the final day, that's all you can ask for. And I mean, we'll see what happens, but I feel very good with my result. Also because traditionally I've done well in the blitz portion, but in the rapid I've had only like 1 or 2 years where I've done very well. I think 2019 I got second or third. I forget which one on tiebreak. But I generally haven't done well in the rapid, and so to get off to a good start on day 1 here is really nice. And I mean, the main thing is just try to be in the hunt going into the final day.
There
I
were
know
a
you've
lot of Americans on the top parts of the standings. Do you think the Americans are benefiting from not having jet lag or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I
Or
think the
is
first
just
thing, yeah, first thing is obviously for once in our lives, we're not the ones at a disadvantage. Most people know. I mean, there things have changed and improved versus when I was growing up. There are tournaments in, say, Charlotte, for example, and St. Louis as well. But at least for me, I've spent my whole career traveling to Europe to play in top level tournaments, try and improve. And the Europeans have all basically been able to sit at home with no jet lag, no time changes, and it's kind of good to see them have to suffer like we've had to suffer for so many years. So I think that's played a little bit of a role. But I would also say, frankly, I think that and not even just the Americans, but you see how good kids are. There are no easy games at all. Everybody's very hungry, very talented. Even the kid that I beat in the second round, I mean, I guess his rapid rating was 2045. Obviously, he was much stronger than that. But it's mostly, I think, just the kids are very hungry, and it's kind of great to see that. I think when I think back on my own career, I would have loved to have had such opportunities when I was 13, 14, 15, up and coming. The World Rapid and Blitz really only became a thing when I was in my mid-20s. So I think it's just a great opportunity for Tawny, Nico, Andy. I mean, all the kids, and also there are, of course, juniors from other countries as well, like Faustino. But just see all the kids playing. I mean, it's just it's great for them to have this experience. So on one hand, I mean, I'm a little bit envious of them because I wish I could have had that when I was growing up. But still, it's time marches on, and I think the last thing that I would say is it's also nice to see that you see a lot of familiar faces from the online scene doing well. I think Daniel's doing pretty well so far. You had people like Andrew Hong, who was up there at least for the first like 2 or 3 rounds. And I think it proves a very good point, about a certain someone and all the nonsense that they've spewed over the last year and a half.
tomorrow, day 2 of the rapid. What's the plan for tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think the plan is do a quick recap, go eat some food, and probably try to sleep. That's my plan. Not a whole lot else really. But the main thing is just to be in the hunt, and as long as you're in the hunt, that's all you can ask for. So just pretty standard. Try to get some sleep, eat some good food, and go from there. So yeah, I feel pretty good.
do you have an opinion on what point score is going to be needed?
Um, I mean, it's too early to tell, I think. I mean, tomorrow is when the big matchups begin. You're gonna have the heavy hitters. I mean, I expect to play someone like a Dubov and Art. Maybe I don't know if Arjun's up there right now, but like the Dubovs of the world, the Dudas of the world, like the elite of the elites. So with the exception of Magnus, I mean, he's gonna have to just run the table tomorrow to get into the hunt on the final day. With the exception of him, I mean, I think there's a good chance I'll play people like Aronian maybe. Arjun apparently on 4 as well. So the real fun begins tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to it.
Do you think Magnus is out of it, or is he
Well,
capable of a comeback?
Yeah, I mean, I think Magnus is definitely capable of comeback. I mean, I think I'll be pretty frank. I think that with Magnus, he's my general view is I think he's a little bit distracted by a lot of the other stuff that's going on or has been going on in the week and a half or 2 weeks leading up to this event. So to me, I feel like Magnus was a little bit distracted, and then he got a very, very unpleasant pairing against Lazovic today in the last round, which is just, I mean, that's easily the worst pairing that you could ask for on his score. So I don't think Magnus is out of it, but he's going to have a big day tomorrow. I think he's going to have to score at least three. I mean, it's 4-4, I believe, on the next 2 days. So if he doesn't score 3.5 points out of 4 tomorrow, I think it's safe to say he's out of it. But it's Magnus, and you can never count him out. So angry Magnus will come back, and let's just see.
Hikaru, thank you so much for making the time to come and join us. Congrats on a great start to the tournament. Enjoy your night, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Hope you guys enjoy it. See you guys.
And
Bye.
I think you can maybe end the stream, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream today. I know there were a lot of issues and so forth. Hopefully it'll be smoother on the coming days. But at any rate, I'm in the hunt, and it's all good. So I'll go do a recap. Check out my YouTube channel, GMHikaru, for that. But that's going to do it for now. So hope you guys enjoy all the coverage. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.